Pirates Plant Fruit Chapter 1 to 50. Chapter 1 Plant Fruit. In the sparkling sea, an island full of prosperity and noise is located on the top of the island at the intersection of major routes. The bustling streets are crowded with people, and there is an endless stream of Logatown. It is located at the entrance of the Great Route, so go to the Pirates of the Great Route all pass through the town from here. There is an endless stream of people in the town. There are a variety of goods from all over the world in the store, and pirates also visit here frequently, but except for the best of them, all others are stationed here. Marine was jailed in the yard of an orphanage in the middle of town. Hey, Roger. You hurry up, we're going shopping. An uncle of Whitebeard shouted, well, here we come. A young man with brown hair with a strong body of 17 or 18 hurried over and quickly got into the carriage and sat in the back half of the old wagon. The uncle in front drove the horses. The dilapidated carriage began to drive towards the town. The dilapidated carriage drove all the way into the middle of the town. Logatown was full of traffic, people came and went, and there were merchants selling all kinds of goods on both sides of the street, but when everyone saw this dilapidated carriage it must be hard to be a pirate or something. If you want to stand out, it must be very hard. Huh, why is this box so light? Could it be that the boss deceived people to pack less? Rog suddenly found that a wooden box containing fruits and vegetables was very light, and it seemed that there was only one fruit in it. What the hell is going on? Rog opened the lid of the wooden box. But his eyes were instantly stunned inside the wooden box. It was a purple devil fruit with a pattern. Absolutely right. After I was reborn, I got a devil fruit illustration. I read the devil fruit many times, and the one in front of me was definitely real. Rog took out the purple patterned fruit with trembling hands and looked at it repeatedly for a long time. God, sure enough, God still favors me. Rog quickly looked around to make sure there was no one else around. Then Rog took the devil fruit to a hidden wood behind the orphanage. Since you have obtained the devil fruit, don't hesitate to eat it right away. Rog began to dial the devil fruit with the outer skin of this purple fruit as a precious item that is rarely obtained by the world government. If you get it, no matter what you can eat, it will just become a weight, and it will not be able to dive into the sea. The ability immediately reflected in my mind, but I felt that there was a very strange idea in my subconscious. I am afraid it is the ability of the devil fruit. I need to work hard to understand that I have stayed in this small wood for an unknown amount of time, and Roger gradually when I realized the power of the devil fruit, I stretched out my hand to the grass in the woods to concentrate, and weeds began to grow noticeably. The same is true for some other plants, such as flowers and shrubs. The effect. This is actually the fruit of a plant. Rog did not expect this to be the legendary plant fruit, which is a legendary devil fruit. Fruit ability can control plant growth and transform plants. Fortunately, it is not a lame ability, plant fruit. It seems that it needs to be used well in the future. Now Rog finally has the capital to make a big show in this world, but even if it is like this, he needs to work hard on his own and then look at the sky after feeling that everything is fine. The sun has already set in the west. I still need to think about the road in the future. I will go back and talk about it. Rog then returned to the front of the orphanage, finished the unfinished work, and then returned to his room. Chapter 2 Your Own Path and Great Days in Logatown. In bed at night, Rog kept thinking about his life. Should I continue to join Marine? In Rog's repeated thoughts, Marine was considered an extremely powerful force, and it could even be said to be the most powerful. Moreover, in Marine, discipline is high, and intelligence is also very strong, but even those who have fruit ability may not be so smooth in Marine. There are also many people in Marine who have fruit ability, but there are very few people who can reach high positions in Marine. It is definitely still necessary to keep looking at people's faces. If you go to be a pirate, you have to take a lot of risks. And now the world government is trying to clean up the pirates vigorously. More importantly, he is not a guy who robs the common people. The kind of person who does all kinds of evil is unwilling to say that he uses this ability to be a businessman. To do some botanical research and make a fortune. While thinking about it, Rog's eyes fell on the calendar in the room. See Circle Calendar June 7, 1522. Quote. Now is the year of the sea circle calendar 1522, according to the memory of the One Piece king of pirates in the previous life. Luffy entered the Great Line in the year Luffy. Great Root. Miss, we didn't come here to see the scenery, said a man with a red nose. Alvida looked at him and said, Captain Buggy, I know what our goal is. It's good to know, I have to cut off the head of that straw hat boy. Having said this, Buggy gritted his teeth and a man riding on a lion was a little impatient. He asked Buggy, Captain Buggy, why do we have to cover our faces with cloaks? It's awkward. Wouldn't I be more visible on a lion? Buggy gave him a stern look and said, there are many people riding lions, but I only have one Captain Buggy. Also, it's time for you to come down. Let me ride for a while. Captain Buggy and Alvida teamed up to destroy their common enemy. Straw Hat Luffy was at the police station in Logatown. A marine communicator rushed down the corridor and almost fell when he rushed to the door of the office. Come in. After hearing the knock on the door, a calm and resolute voice said from inside. Marine Signal Corps pushed open the door of the office, and it was filled with unimaginable thick smoke. This is not produced by other objects, but the strong smoke smell of the cigar. In the thick smoke that is almost invisible, a pair of eyes full of oppression stared at the marine signal soldier as the door opened, and the cigar produced the thick smoke dissipated quickly. A pile of stones fell down and Smoker stood up, walked to the window and opened it. The smoke in the house dissipated at a faster rate. Is that all about him? It was putting on clothes, and the burly figure was still hard to hide. According to the information, they are likely to arrive today. Marine Signal Corps reported. Well, I understand. And you have to remember, as my Marine be calm at all times. Don't panic just because something happens suddenly, Smoker told him. Those eyes were full of majesty. Yes, sir, the Marine Communications officer said, and footsteps sounded for a while. A Marine sergeant came to the office to salute and quickly reported, Sir, there is an emergency. Found 2 pirate ships. Sure. Smoker asked. 2. Yes, one of the Straw Hat Pirates and the other one of the Buggy Pirates. SGT. Marine reports that Smoker took his weapon from the room, and a 10-hand made of sea stone came. The guy with a bounty of 30 million bergs. It might be interesting to kill him. But that Captain Buggy happened to be here too, so there's a lot going on today. Smoker put Seastone's hands behind his back and walked out of the office. Third chapter. The Turmoil in the Executioner's Square. Rog, who was in the cafe next to Judiciary Square, walked out of the cafe, walked towards a nearby house very close to Judiciary Square and went under the house. Rog rolled up his sleeves, revealing a thumb hidden in his sleeves. Thick vines, now is the time to use your devil fruit powers. Check out this vine whip. Rog concentrated his will. The vines in his cuffs were aimed at the originally short vines at the top of the house, growing rapidly, and a single vine grew and caught on the top of the house like a grappling hook. Under his control, the vines were like grappling hooks. With the vine hidden in his sleeve, Rog easily reached the top of the house. If you have the ability, it's good. The scenery here is also good. The house at his feet is about 8 stories high. The scenery around here is good, and it is closer to the execution platform above Judiciary Square. That kid Luffy is so curious, he comes back here 100%. And it is estimated that this is what happened in the past few days. Logan tends to take a look here, because after all, he has to deal with that red-nosed Buggy and Alvida at the same time, and even this Marine Chief Smoker who guards Logatown. Luffy on the execution platform looked strangely at the woman with black hair, charming red lips, an elegant look between her eyebrows, and her skin was so smooth and delicate that any description of beauty was not enough to describe the people around her. To the woman, she was so shocked that she wanted to throw her heart out. Okay. So beautiful. Simply a peerless beauty. It's so pretty. But Luffy on the execution platform was at a loss. After looking at the woman for a long time, he said, I don't know you. The woman continued gracefully, I will never forget you, because you are the first man to hit my beautiful face. I hit you. Can't remember. Luffy frowned. That's when you punched. While the woman stroked her face and stomach, her tone and demeanor made the crowd in the square almost spit out nosebleeds. I ask you, who is the most beautiful person in this sea? The woman asked. It's you. The crowd in the square responded in unison, yes, it's me. There is no man in this world who doesn't fall under my pomegranate skirt. And I like strong men, so Luffy, I want you to be my man. Eyes can literally take away the soul of a person. Alvida's face was full of charm, and she said happily, I only became like this when I ate the devil fruit. The fruit is called the slippery fruit, and after eating it, my skin turns like this. Attacks can't hurt my beautiful skin. It's a pity, my beauty hasn't changed much. But the freckles seem to have disappeared. I joined forces with this group of people to find you. Beside Alvida, a group of cloaked people suddenly appeared with a clown-like smirk. This group of people tossed up their cloaks. It was Captain Buggy the Clown and his circus-like pirates. Wee Buggy looked at Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy, on the execution platform full of pride and hatred. Ever since the day I was kicked out by you, I've always wanted revenge. With complete will, I lack arms, legs and legs. I'm finally back in my beloved pirate crew with a stomach ache. After a thrilling adventure, Buggy is finally back as king. Luffy on the execution platform raised his chin, and after thinking for a while, he said casually, it's boring, who did I think it was? So it was bastard. It's Buggy. Forget it, today is your death date. Buggy said furiously. After the Buggy pirates revealed their true colors, the crowd in the square panicked for a while. Being executed. Luffy, who was held down by the wooden shackles, said simply, you idiot, you are the one who was executed. Buggy growled. What? Luffy said in surprise. At this moment, the sunflower on Rog's shoulder was aimed at Buggy, who was dancing with claws on the execution platform. The flower part of the sunflower began to produce high temperature. Buggy. Try this, sunshine blaze. The sunflower shot a scorching straight flame and hit Buggy, who was on the execution platform. With a scream, Buggy was hit by the flames of the sun and rolled to the bottom of the execution platform. The members of the Buggy pirates and Alvida were all shocked. Buggy, who rolled down, was scorched black, as if burned by fire. Captain Buggy. Who is it? The sharp-eyed Cabaji quickly looked at the top of the building where the sun and flames had just shot, and found Rog there. It seems that someone has made trouble. I will clean him up. Cabaji said. Do you need my help? Alvida asked. Buggy, it's our captain. We naturally want to avenge ourselves. Cabaji said. Cabaji then turned his unicycle under his feet, and a knife in his hand, completely like an acrobat. The acrobat stepped on the unicycle and rushed towards Rog's building. Chapter 4 Rog vs Cabaji. Rog was on the roof and saw that he had already exposed his position. Looks like I need to fight them, but Luffy isn't free yet. I need another sunfire. The sunflowers on Rog's shoulders became hot again, and aimed at the execution platform in the distance. This time, the energy required was not much, and he only needed to burn the wooden shackles on Luffy's body. Sunshine flames. The sunflower hit the execution stand with a scorching flame. Luffy's body were successfully burned. Okay, it worked. Roger was very happy now. However, there was a screeching sound of wheels grinding, and a man on a unicycle swung straight from the wall of the building to the roof with a machete. The opponent moved the unicycle stably in front of Rog with amazing dexterity. Cabaji looked at Rog, and in front of him was a sturdy young man with brown hair. Hey, it's you, kid. How dare you attack our Captain Buggy? Cabaji aimed the machete at Rog. Rog looked directly at Cabaji, the chief of staff of the Buggy pirates, a swordsman with long hair covering the left half of his face. Look at the sunflowers on the shoulders, firing 2 consecutive long-range sunshine flames. I am afraid it will take a while to recover before they can continue to fight. Then other modified plants are needed to fight. Yes, indeed. I think you Captain Buggy is upset. Teach him a lesson here. Roger said. Okay, you don't know how to repent. Then I'm here to avenge Captain Buggy and quell his anger with your blood, Cabaji said. The vine whip hidden in Rog's sleeve is ready to go. Meanwhile, on the execution stand. Cough cough. Where did the flames come from? And they were still straight. It burned me in a mess, and fortunately, the wooden flail was also destroyed. Luffy patted the black ashes on his body and stood up. Under the execution platform, Buggy was already scorched black, and some members of the pirate group were helping him with treatment. Captain Buggy, don't die. Captain Buggy, you are our top pillar, Jinchuriki column. Captain Buggy, you're a dead pirate group. Captain Buggy, you finally came back, and we don't want to lose you again. Buggy pirates burst into tears, crying and stomping their feet. The liberated Luffy saw Buggy below and said, "Hey, Big Nose. Don't play dead." Buggy, who was still lying on the ground, immediately turned over and stood up angrily. "Who are you talking about with a big nose?" Buggy yelled at Luffy angrily. The surrounding pirates who were crying and weeping immediately burst into tears, and the tears flowed even more exaggeratedly, and suddenly hugged Buggy. "Captain Buggy, we know you won't die." Buggy quickly pushed the others away and said, "Let go." He immediately asked the others, "Who attacked just now?" "The man in the straw hat." "It's not clear, but Cabaji went to deal with him," said a pirate. "Okay, when Cabaji catches him, I'm going to cut him to pieces," Buggy said, biting him and Kiba gnashing his teeth. But Buggy immediately looked at Luffy standing on the execution platform. "Straw Hat Boy, since someone helps you, then I will fight with you in an upright duel." "Okay, I knocked you out once, and it's the same this time," Luffy said, moving his body. Buggy grabs a machete from each of the two nearby pirates. His hands immediately dangled from his arms. Fractured. 2 knives. Luffy also stretched his arms back to charge. Rubber. Bazooka. At this time, Cabaji and Rog also fell into a fierce battle. On the roof, Cabaji swung his machete at Roger's throat. Rog stretched out his arm and shot a cane whip from his cuff. Whip quickly stretched out and swiped towards Cabaji's arm. Cabaji swung the machete at the cane whip, but found that the cane whip was so elastic that it was almost impossible to cut. What? Roger's vine whip quickly wrapped around Cabaji's knife-wielding arm. Roger's vine whip yanked violently, nearly knocking Cabaji off the wheelbarrow. But Cabaji, a superb acrobat, got off the unicycle quickly and steadied himself. Cabaji's knife-wielding arm was tightly entangled by the vine whip, and Rog's other hand also shot a vine whip from the sleeve, this time tying Cabaji's entire body. "Okay, you really have some skills. No wonder you dare to attack our Captain Buggy." The half of Cabaji's face that was not covered showed a very cunning expression. "Also, why did you attack Captain Buggy? Are you and the Straw Hats a gang?" Cabaji asked again. "Not yet," Roger said. Suddenly, Cabaji, who was only bound by the vine whip, escaped for a while and came out quickly. Arms and body are free from the shackles of the vine whip. "Don't think that's what keeps me tied. I'm a world-class acrobat," Cabaji said. Cabaji immediately flew out more than 20 sharp darts. Acrobatics. Sharp darts. These darts are said to be darts, but the needles are all as long as daggers. Rog's vine whips that stretched out from both sleeves quickly retracted and regrouped. Vine whip. Defensive net. In the blink of an eye, the rattan whip quickly woven into a rattan net blocking him. More than 20 sharp darts hit the rattan net heavily. The rattan net only trembled violently for a while, but successfully resisted the attack. The rattan net quickly returned to its original shape, while also throwing the darts away. "Hee hee, is your vine still very interesting? No matter how high my acrobatics are, I can't reach this point." Cabaji's sinister Isho complimented. "I am a cane whip that was transformed from the fruit's ability." "Of course, it's powerful," Rog said. Cabaji was silent for a moment, then said, "So you are also a fruit power person like the Straw Hat Boy. But even so, I will show you the real ability to show you." Cabaji got back on his unicycle, pedaling fast with both feet. Cabaji revolved around Rog's body and moved rapidly around Rog's center. Soon Cabaji's figure appeared countless phantoms like clone missiles. "Haha, guess which one is my body," Cabaji said. Suddenly, Roger felt a sharp pain in the back of his body. "When I pulled it out with my hand, it turned out to be a dart. The tip of the dart was as long as a finger, and it was very painful to insert it into the body. Next, it hurts you even more." Suddenly, a machete stabbed out of the surrounding Cabaji phantom. The knife stabbed Rog in the chest. This time, Rog's rattan whip responded quickly, forming a rattan net directly in front of his chest, blocking the blow. "Don't play your tricks again." Rog's vine whip in both hands swung 360 degrees around him with himself as the center. Cabaji also quickly retreated to the back, and the surrounding phantoms also disappeared. Rog looked at Cabaji angrily and said, "I'm going to come with you for real." Then the vine in Rog's hand was thrown towards Cabaji. Cabaji dodged quickly with the powerful skills of an acrobat. He kept jumping off the roof and returned to the square. Rog chased after him. The rattan whip grabbed the roof and threw himself down. Rog and Cabaji begin fighting in the Plaza of Justice. Luffy and Buggy are fighting inextricably in Judiciary Square. Alvida was basically watching from the sidelines. She wanted to see which of the men she had a crush on, or Buggy, would win. "Come on, Luffy, don't let me down," Alvida shouted. "Bastard, you're actually going to cheer him on," Buggy said frantically after the fight. "Alvida is still very elegant. I like him, it is natural to cheer him." "Huh." Alvida suddenly discovered that Cabaji, who had just been chasing, was now fighting with a young man wielding vines. "Is that the attacker?" Alvida looked at Rog gracefully. Rog was fighting with Cabaji at this time, and Cabaji's movements had to be said to be flexible. But avoiding the cane whip also cost Cabaji a lot of milk. And he was defeated, and Cabaji's body was bound by the vine whip again. "Don't worry, I won't give you another chance to escape this time," Rog said while holding the vine whip tightly in both hands. Rog looked at the sunflower on his shoulder and was completely ready this time. Flaming sunflowers. Sunshine flames. A straight flame shot from the sunflower on the shoulder and hit Cabaji, who was about to escape. Wow! With a whole scream, Cabaji was hit by the flames of the sun, and his whole body tumbled and fell. Alvida was also a little shocked when she saw Rog's attack. Although she was not afraid of melee attacks, she couldn't avoid being hit by such a direct attack. Luffy and Buggy, who were fighting, were entangled and pressed on the body of Cabaji, who was knocked down. "Damn, isn't that Cabaji?" Buggy said when he saw Cabaji being pinned down. Buggy's eyes quickly turned to Roger. "Ah, so it's you. It's the uncle who you attacked," Buggy roared with a ghastly face. "Oh, it's you." Luffy also looked at Roger. This simple boy with exaggerated eyes looked up and down at Rog. "Well, it looks like this. So you rescued me from the execution stand just now, didn't you?" "Thank you," Luffy said to Roger. "Nothing," Roger said. "But your attack was so hard that it almost burned me. But it's all right," Luffy added. Buggy stood up again and looked at Roger and Luffy viciously. "You too, I'm going to kill you," Buggy growled angrily. Buggy looked at Alvida next to him and said, "You help me too. I'll deal with the straw hat, and you kill that kid." Alvida looked at Rog and said elegantly, "My favorite is Luffy, and I can do it for others." Rog watched this big beauty with a devilish figure walking towards him. "Oh, are you also a handsome guy with a strong body? But I already have someone I like. Well, I cannot kill you, but after I win you, you will be my servant in the future." The eyes looked at Rog and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't care." Roger refused. Alvida is still able to look at Rog with charming eyes. Her beauty is simply suffocating. "Another man who needs training. Then I'll teach you a lesson." Although there was an attack in his words, his tone was simply irresistible. The onlookers around have already sprayed nosebleeds many times. Then ma'am, it's conceded. Roger said. Chapter 5 Rog vs Alvida. Rog stared at Alvida in front of him, and Alvida was also a fruit person. Even with a single attack, her defense is simply unimaginable. Alvida said gracefully, "Are you still very personable? Then I'll go first." Alvida's body rushed towards Rogue like a roller skate. Rog hurried back, grabbed the bottom of the execution platform with the vine whip in his hand, and took him there. Slippery and red, Alvida simply threw off his shoes and slid over with his bare feet at breakneck speed. Seeing that it was difficult for Rog to dodge, the vine whip in his hand was aimed at the top of the execution platform. Rog, who stood firm on the top of the execution platform, looked around. This is what One Piece, King of Pirates, saw before he died. I am afraid that in history, except for Roger, Luffy, Buggy, and Cabaji, I have seen the scenery here myself. Do you think you can escape my attack by going up? Alvida swung the huge wolf kiba stick in his hand and aimed it at the bottom of the execution block with a hard blow. The violent attack made the entire execution stand shake violently, and even the steel bracket could not withstand Alvida's attack. Alvida specifically attacked the joints of the steel frame below the execution platform. Soon the execution stand was about to fall to the side. I will not be defeated by you. Rog aimed the vine whip in his hand at the judicial building next to him, shut the vines and took him there. Almost as soon as his feet left, the execution table fell heavily to the side. The historical object that saw the execution of One Piece, King of Pirates Roger, was destroyed. But a new and greater age will also come. Rog, who was standing above the SEMA building, looked at Alvida, and pointed the cane in his hand at her. Vine whip. Bound. The vine whip in his hand swung towards Alvida, but it really slipped away from her body. Alvida looked at Rog above the judicial building and said, "Men, they are all so useless." The huge wolf kiba stick in Alvida's hand threw violently at the position where Rog was standing. Rog dodged abruptly, and the position he was standing just now was smashed by the wolf kiba's stick. Slippery red shot. Glide straight. To Rog's surprise, Alvida's body was able to slide perpendicular to the wall to the top of the Justice Building. Alvida took her giant wolf kiba stick and said to Rog, "Do you think I can't slide vertically?" "No, as a fruit person. It can't be that much," Rog said. Alvida looked at Rog charmingly, was silent for a while, and said, "Then what's going on with your abilities? You use these two vines so flexibly." "To tell you the truth, ma'am, I am also a fruit power user. This was transformed with my power," Rog said. "Well, no wonder, I don't think you're all that much." "Then show me more," Alvida said. "That's what I was trying to do," Roger said. Rog took out a branch as thick as a pigeon's egg from his clothes, which was still very alive. This branch has also been transformed with the rogue plant fruit ability. Ironwood sword. The thick branch in Rog's hand grew rapidly, growing into a rough and broad épée half-human height. However, this wooden sword is rough in appearance, but basically has the blade of an épée. Seeing the ironwood sword in Rog's hand, Alvida nodded in admiration. "It's really extraordinary, isn't your ability still strong? It seems to be manipulating plants." "Thank you for your compliment, but we need to keep fighting," Rog said. Rog wields an ironwood sword in a fierce confrontation with Alvida's wolf kiba. The wolf kiba's stick hit the iron wooden sword, but the iron wooden sword was extremely hard and was not broken. "Well, the wood is hard. It's rough on the outside, but it's a good weapon," Alvida said. Rog wielded an iron wood sword. The heavy sword turned into a thick branch was really heavy, and Rog fought hard. But Alvida wields her huge wolf kiba with ease, wielding it like a toy with just one hand. After all, Alvida is an expert in fighting, and soon Rog is suppressed. Rog looked at the flaming sunflower on his shoulders. Sunflower. Sunshine flame. The sunflower on Rog's shoulder aimed at Alvida and shot a powerful straight flame. The speed of the sunlight flame is comparable to that of a bullet, but Alvida is also able to dodge the bullet. Alvida covered her body with her hands for a while, and a burst of heat radiated from her body. Huh, it feels like days in a steam oven. Alvida gasped. Although the slippery fruit can avoid the flames of the sun, but avoid the direct attack of the flames, but Alvida is still killed by the associated high temperature. However, after all, the slippery fruit can still offset and evade the attack to the greatest extent, as if other people's whole body has been burned to black. It's still not much use, Roger said. However, your attack is strong enough, and my body has suffered a lot from the high temperature of the flame, Alvida said. Rog looked at Alvida, afraid that only light could keep her from avoiding. At this time, the sky in Logatown was already cloudy, and a storm was coming. Looking at the sky, Rog thought that he might be able to use thunder and lightning. While Rog and Alvida, Luffy and Buggy won the fierce battle. The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, Zoro and Nami, came to the Judiciary Plaza where the execution platform is located. Luffy means he's going to see the execution stand, Nami said. Well, where is this kid? There are so many people, Zoro said when he saw the crowd in Judiciary Square. At this time, Sanji and Usopp were carrying a huge elephant trunk fish. Well, Luffy doesn't know where to go. I also want to quickly cook this selected elephant trunk fish for Miss Nami. Sanji said. Captain Luffy is gone. It seems that I still need Captain Usopp to take the lead. Usopp said. Zoro suddenly saw the chaos in front of the square and said, there seems to be a fierce battle going on here. And you see, Luffy seems to be fighting an old acquaintance. Isn't he that Buggy? Nami said after seeing it. Who is Buggy? Usopp and Sanji asked. Usopp pointed to Roger and Alvida who were fighting in the judicial building, and asked, there are people fighting there. And what happened to the famous Roger's execution stand? It seems to have fallen. Anyway, we can't stay here for long. The storm is coming soon. Nami said quickly. Zoro looked around with sharp eyes and said, it seems that there are still people in ambush around here. With the strong fighting instinct of a swordsman, Zoro felt an ambush laying around the square. Who cares? I can't stay here for a long time. Then help Luffy kill these pirates quickly. Nami, you go first. Usopp, you escort Miss Nami back to Mary. Sanji said. Usopp was a little dissatisfied and said, what? You are fighting here, how can I leave? I want. Look at the weather here, a storm is coming soon. Mary will probably be washed away by the coming waves. Nami said quickly. As a brave sea warrior, although I want to cover you all, I want to escort Nami. After all, our supplies are still here. And Mary needs someone to take care of. Usopp immediately brought the purchased items with Nami in high spirits start returning to Mary. Zoro and Sanji start walking towards Luffy and Buggy who are fighting. Smoker, with 2 cigars in his mouth, was deployed around Marine Command Square. Reporting the Colonel, things are getting weird now. Luffy the Straw Hat and Buggy the Clown are killing each other, a Marine soldier reports. Smoker used the binoculars to see what was going on in Judiciary Square. So it's like this, Buggy and that Luffy got into a fight. It's a pirate dog bite dog. Huh, what's going on in the Justice Building? From the telescope, Smoker saw Roger and Alvida fighting above the Justice Building. Who is this kid? Smoker said, still feeling a little familiar. Ah, he's an employee of the Logatown Orphanage, he seems to be Log, said Tashigi on the side. Why did he fight with the pirates? Forget it, listen to my order and wait for a while. When the pirates are defeated, everyone will attack together. Smoker ordered. Yes, Colonel Smoker. The Marine trooper went with Smoker's order. At the same time, Zoro and Sanji rushed towards the place where Luffy and Buggy were fighting. Buggy pirates also had many henchmen, and they charged towards the two with machetes. These minions are really annoying. Zoro took down a group of pirates with a few swords. Sanji kicked all the enemies in his way with his legs and said, let's tell Luffy right away, stop fighting. He has a fight with this clown with a big nose in Yuhi, color. At this time at the top of the judicial building, Rog and Alvida are still fighting fiercely. However, Rog is clearly at a disadvantage. The dark clouds in the sky are getting thicker and thicker, and the strong wind is blowing on the bodies of the two. Oh, the weather is bad. Are you going to keep fighting? If you want to be my servant, it's your word, Alvida said. That's absolutely impossible, Roger refused decisively. I'll convince you in no time, said Alvida, wielding a giant wolf kiba. But at this time, the sky crackled, and a thunder and lightning fell from the sky. The thunderbolt hit Alvida's giant wolf kiba stick with no mistake, and ran through her body by the way. This lightning electrode is dazzling, and Rog closed his eyes not far away. When he opened his eyes, he saw Alvida rolled off the top of the judicial building. Even Alvida couldn't escape this lightning strike. I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm afraid this is God's will. Rog complained and then restored the huge ironwood sword in his hand to the original size of a thick branch. Chapter 6 Out of the Encirclement. The huge lightning strike just now shocked everyone present. Even Buggy and Luffy looked in the direction of the lightning strike in shock. Alvida. Buggy saw Alvida fall. Zoro and Sanji also went all the way, defeating Buggy's minions. Luffy also took the opportunity to seize the opportunity. Okay, rubber, machine gun. For a while, a dense rubber telescoping fist hit Buggy's body. Buggy can't escape even with a split body. Soon the bruised Buggy fell to the ground in pieces. His body quickly reassembled, and as soon as he got up he was punched in the face by Luffy. Today, I'm going to knock you out again. Buggy tries to get up again. Rubber, bazooka. Luffy stretched his hands behind him for a long time and then slammed into Buggy in front of him. Wow! With a scream, Buggy was kicked away by Luffy again. Zoro and Sanji also eliminated Buggy's minions and joined Luffy. Sanji looked at the mess around him and said, "You guys really have battles everywhere. Huh, isn't this beautiful woman lying on the ground the one I've seen before?" Alvida, who was knocked to the ground by lightning, and watched carefully. "You and Buggy are really close friends," Zoro said to Luffy. "This time, someone rescued me. Buggy trapped me on it just now. He's there." Luffy looked at Roger above the Justice Building. Roger now comes down from the Justice Building with a cane whip. Falling to the ground, I saw Luffy walking in front of him. "Hey, thanks for saving me just now," Luffy said in a simple voice. "It's nothing." Lu Jancho draws his sword to help. Rog said. "Vine, did you fight with this?" Zoro asked when he saw the vine whip in Rog's hand. "Wow, you're so good with vines." Luffy admired Roger. "This is a plant that I modified with my devil fruit ability, and it's still okay to fight," Rog said. Luffy thought for a moment, then asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Roger, this is Logatown, Roger. Are you Monkey D. Luffy?" Roger said. "Roger, it's easy to remember." "Hey, Roger is very happy to meet you," Luffy said with a smile. Smoker, who was around Judiciary Square, had already observed everything. "Looks like they've already decided the outcome. Go out now and catch all the pirates." Smoker gave the order. "Yes, Colonel." Marine soldiers hurried to order. On the side held Jiu in his hand and said, "It turns out that he is Roronoa Zoro. I must take back the treasured sword in his hand." Smoker clenched his fists and said, "Come on, Tashigi." Smoker and Tashigi walked out of the building together and headed to Judiciary Square. On Judiciary Square, the rain in the sky is getting heavier and heavier. Zoro said to Luffy, "Luffy, let's go." "Ah, I still want to chat with Roger." Luffy looked reluctant. At this moment, a large number of people suddenly appeared around the square. Marine soldiers dressed in white, naked and strong-armed, armed with guns, surrounded the square. "It doesn't look good. There's a marine ambush here," Zoro said in a word with Hidao holding his waist. He immediately turned to look at Sanji, but shouted in surprise, "Sanji! What are you doing? Sanji crouched down in frustration and looked at Alvida, who was injured by the lightning, and said with a cry, "Beautiful sister, you must have been injured by the lightning just now." Fortunately, it was not fatal. Marine soldiers quickly surrounded the square. All the Marines in Logatown are the elite soldiers of the Marine headquarters, and the Smoker military discipline is strict, so these Marines are well trained, and the square is surrounded by airtight. "It's bad, we need to force a breakout," Zoro said. From the surrounded Marine, two people suddenly came out. Colonel Smoker, a burly man, and the other was Sergeant Tashigi, a slender Marine. Smoker's eyes swept over to everyone present, while Tashigi stared at Zoro. "Monkey, Luffy, and members of the pirates. You dare to set foot on the land of Logatown today, and you must want to go to the Great Route. But here, in the name of the Marine headquarters Colonel Smoker Hunter, I will take all of you capture," Smoker said in a voice full of majesty. Luffy looked at Smoker, but said innocently, "Smoker, you're going to catch us all, but we'll run away." "You bastards, you haven't seen Colonel Smoker so powerful," a Marine sergeant scolded. Smoker gave him a look, and he shut up immediately. "None of you try to run away anyway," Smoker said. "Now the situation is that the breakout has to face a tough battle, and Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and Roger are all ready to break out." At this time, Rog wanted to break out of the encirclement. The opponent was Smoker, and his strength was really strong now. Luffy turned his head to Roger at this time and said, "Roger, come with us." Rog looked at Luffy, although he actually had the intention of hanging out with Luffy. "But it's not easy to speak. It's better this way. However, it is still necessary to break through the siege of Smoker and Marine." Tashigi also said to Smoker, "Colonel, please give me Roronoa." Smoker glared at her and said, "This isn't for fun. The other party is." "I know, I will do my best," Tashigi said. "Okay, I see." Smoker looked back at the others again. Smoker began to use the power of the devil fruit, ready to attack. "I'll give you a taste of the power of a Smoker hunter right now." At this moment, the flaming sunflower on Roger's shoulder, who was standing beside Luffy, suddenly shot a powerful sunlight flame towards Smoker. Smoker was caught off guard. He never imagined that such a powerful flame would shoot out of a sunflower. Smoker is a smoke fruit power user, but the flames can resist the smoke, plus the Smoker is not protected from being successfully hit. "Everyone, quickly break through," Roger said. At the same time Rog took out a corn. Luffy looked at it and said happily, "Corn. I want to eat it, but it's raw." Rog, a corn, is also a plant that has been transformed with fruit ability. Bright corn. Roger lifted the corn to the top of his head, and then the corn kernels quickly scattered around. Each kernel of corn blew up like popcorn, but burst into the air like a flash bomb. Marine in the square was disturbed by the shining light. Smoker came to his senses just after being hit by the flames of the sun. When he looked around, he saw that Luffy and the others were gone. "Colonel," Tashigi said quickly to Smoker. "I'm fine." Everyone listens and goes after Luffy's gang. Smoker was also a little worried that he had been tricked. "Bring my motorcycle," Smoker said to a nearby Marine. Chapter 7: The Beginning of a Great Route. Just when Logatown was already turning upside down. On the streets of Logatown, a figure bathes in the pouring rain and walks like a ghost. Pirates. That's not bad. At the same time, Nami and Usopp carried the purchased goods together and finally ran to Going Merry's side. At this time, the weather was windy, and the rain was pouring. On the side of Going Merry, Moji, the animal trainer of the buggy pirates, was here with his lion. "Damn it. Failed again, no matches." It was raining heavily at this time. Moji said with great distress. The match in his hand was completely wet and unusable. The lion on the side is still roaring in dissatisfaction, it wants to eat very much. Nami and Usopp arrive here and are shocked to find Moji and the lion. Nami saw Moji next to Mary and said, "Moji, from the buggy pirates." He's actually here. Leave it to me. Usopp took out his slingshot. Slaying. Metal star. Usopp's metal ball hits the back of Moji's head. Moji fell unconscious immediately after being hit. Well done, Usopp, Nami immediately praised. But the expressions on their faces immediately froze. Moji's lion looked at the two of them, his eyes full of longing for his prey, and his saliva was drooling. Dealing with the lion, I haven't here yet. Usopp could only pull out a fresh egg in a panic. Death. Egg star. A fresh egg was shot by Usopp. In a hurry, the egg hit the ground next to the lion. The lion, already hungry, smelled the smell of eggs, and quickly fell down and licked the broken eggs with his tongue. Okay, get on the boat now, Nami said. Nami and Usopp hurried on, going merry together. Luffy, Roger, Zoro, and Sanji, who were quickly breaking through the encirclement, ran non-stop on the streets of Logatown. Hurry up, the Marines are really chasing after them. I really want to stop and fight with them, Luffy said as he ran. Leave this to me, Roger said. Rog turned his head and pointed his sleeve to the middle of the house in the street. Under Rog's manipulation, the vine whip quickly tangled between the two houses, quickly forming a large net that was not too dense but could block each other. This can hold them back for some time, Rog said after using the cane whip. Without Rog's fruit ability, the vine whip will last for a while before it becomes the same. But it was enough to block a large number of Marine soldiers chasing after him. And it's raining heavily right now, so the Marines' firearms can't shoot because of the damp. Roger, your plants are very interesting, Luffy said to Roger curiously. This is a plant transformed by the ability of a devil fruit, with very special abilities, said Rog. So you are also a fruit power user, Luffy said suddenly. Well, I am a plant fruit person. I can control plant growth and transform plants, Rog said. Plant fruit, Luffy and Zoro and Sanji all said strangely. Luffy looked at Rog and said, it's a rare fruit. Then you're a vegetable. I'm a rubber fruit person, a rubber man. Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, your abilities are really interesting, so I'm going to bring you in even more. Sanji ran aside and said, you have a rare ability, you can be a gardener on the ship. By the way, I need a lot of ingredients, you can help them grow. Rog saw that Luffy and the others already wanted to bring him in, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Zoro suddenly saw a figure he didn't want to see blocking his way in front of him. A short-haired girl holding a samurai sword stood in front of him. It was Tashigi. Wow, who is this beauty? Sanji's eyes suddenly filled with admiration. Zoro clenched Kiba's teeth when he saw it. Roronoa, Zoro. Tashigi shouted suddenly. I didn't expect you to be Roronoa, and you're also a pirate. I must take back the one with the word, harmony, in your hand. You can't have that kind of famous sword in the hands of a villain like you. Zoro, what did you do to that girl? Sanji yelled at Zoro. Zoro rushed in front of Tashigi and said, I didn't expect you to be Marine. The word, Wadao, in his hand has been pulled out, and he confronts Tashigi's timely reign. This guy actually did something to the lady. Sanji was so angry that he wanted to hold Zoro. This is a matter between me and Roronoa, please don't interfere with others. Tashigi said while fighting Zoro. Let's go, Zoro said, wielding his katana. Luffy, Roger, and Sanji quickly continued on their way. Okay, you forced me. I'm going to show my skills, Zoro said. You can't ask for it, come on, Tashigi said. Luffy, Rog and Sanji only heard the sound of katana swords clashing behind them for a while, and the sound of katana swords continued to fade away. After running for a while, there was a mechanical sound in front of me for a while. Luffy said. What is that? Sanji asked. Amidst the smoke, a heavy motorcycle making a loud noise charged towards the trio, driven by Colonel Smoker. Smoker uses his smoked feet to drive the heavy BRO. Straw Hat Luffy, you guys don't want to run away here. Smoker jerked the heavy bike sideways and got out of it. It was almost time to reach the port, but the way was blocked by this burly and scary man. Smoker looked at the three with majestic eyes and said, "I swear here in the name of Colonel Marine, the Smoker Hunter. I won't let you leave here alone." Rog could clearly feel the overwhelming aura from Smoker. "Well, we're going to the Great Route. Please don't get in the way," Luffy said. Smoker looked at the Straw Hat Boy who was not afraid of tigers and said, "Kill me first then." Rubber pistol. Luffy's hand stretched out quickly, punching Smoker's body. But after the hit, it passed through the body, and the parts of Smoker's body turned into smoke. "It's my turn." Smoker's hands quickly turned into smoke, turning into two puffs and grabbing at Luffy. Smoke quickly surrounded Luffy's body and grabbed it hard. "Ah!" Luffy cried out in pain. Was also in a hurry, and hurriedly kicked Smoker's head. "What?" Smoker's head turned into smoke. "Don't make a mess, little brat." White fist. Smoker slapped Sanji with one hand, knocking Sanji away. Rogue aimed at Smoker with the flaming sunflower on his shoulder, and now the flaming sunflower gathered energy to launch a super attack on Smoker. The flame also has a certain restraint on the smoke. Sunshine flames. A straight line of flames shot at Smoker. Smoker's body quickly turned into smoke after being hit, and Luffy, who was caught, was also thrown off. Before Rog could continue to prepare to attack, his body was suddenly caught. After the smoke disappeared, Smoker took shape again behind him. "That's how you attacked." Smoker grabbed the flaming sunflower on Roger's shoulder and crushed it. The other hand lifted Roger. Smoker's eyes met Roger's. Rog also had to admit in his heart that this strong man in front of him had an unstoppable majesty. "You seem to be Roger, from the orphanage?" Smoker asked. "Then why are you assisting the pirates?" Smoker asked. "I will," Roger said. Smoker threw Roger away. "I don't have time for you." Smoker immediately turned his gaze back to Luffy. Rubber, bazooka. Luffy hit Smoker's body with both arms at this point. Likewise, Smoker turned into smoke and quickly flew behind Luffy and grabbed him. Luffy was crushed to the ground. Luffy with the cane whip in his sleeve. "Want to drag him away?" "Don't think about it." Smoker grabbed Luffy tightly. Luffy's body was stretched a lot from the rubber. But Roger tried his best to suckle, and Smoker didn't move. "You and Luffy are both going to end here." Smoker was ready to continue his attack. Suddenly, in disbelief, a man in a cape grabbed Smoker by the wrist and forced him to let Luffy go. Luffy was dragged away by Rog. "It's you." Smoker was shocked to see the cloaked man's face. "The government wants your head all the time," Smoker said. The man in the cloak was silent, but turned his head to Rog and Luffy. "The person who has the dream, and his friends. In the end, it will be rain or shine on the road. But I thank you on behalf of Luffy." Rog looked at this person. This person is the revolutionary dragon. The dragon turned his eyes to the sky. "The world will slowly wait for our answers." Then there was a period of amazing hayate blowing almost all over Logatown. Rog and Luffy and Sanji and others were all blown away. Even Going Merry, who was at the seaside, was affected, and the pirate ship that was shaking in the storm became more violent. "What's going on? How can there be such a huge wind?" Usopp was surprised. After the tornado's hayate, everything went back to a normal storm. At this time, Rog and Luffy, as well as Sanji and Zoro got up from the ground and found that they were already in the port. "What's the matter?" Zoro looked around. Mary, who had been away from the coast for a while. "Look, our ship," Sanji said. Luffy was also happy to see Mary, and then looked at Roger next to him. "Roger, would you like to go out to sea with us?" Luffy asked solemnly. "Anyway, you helped us, that monster will definitely not let you go." Zoro said. "Come with us, you can get me some ingredients," Sanji said. Rog saw that Luffy and the others were so inviting, and he was also in his heart. Okay, everyone, let's go, Roger said. Hearing this sentence, Luffy looked happy and said, okay, let's go. Let's go to the great route together. Luffy then ran to a nearby pole, where he began to lengthen. I have a bad feeling, Sanji said. Luffy, who was stretched to the point of exaggeration, bounced towards Rog, Sanji, and Zoro. Wow! In the screams of the four, they flew to Mary together. Ended up hitting Mary's sail and then fell to the deck. Nami saw that the four had returned to the boat and said, everyone is back, and there is one more partner. Usopp also saw Rog and said, it seems to be the man fighting on the top of the building in the square. Wow, finally back. Luffy raised his hands and cheered. This is our new partner named Roger, Luffy introduced. Rog stood up from the deck and said politely to Nami and Usopp, my name is Rog, it's the first time we meet, please take care of me. Hello, Nami said. I have a new partner, I am a brave sea warrior. Every time the Straw Hat Pirates are under my wise command, they defeat a strong enemy. Since you are here, tell me about you. What ability do you have? Usopp said. I'm good at manipulating plants, so I can be considered a landscaper for now, Roger said. Then Rog saw 3 orange trees above Mary. I'll use these 3 orange trees as an example, Roger said. Nami looked at the orange trees and said, well, it's not enough so don't break them. Rog went to one of the orange trees and used the plant fruit ability. This orange tree has been picked before, and the rest are some very green and unripe oranges. Roger's hand worked on the orange tree for a while, and the unripe oranges quickly turned from cyan to orange. Even some of the plucked sites are bearing fruit again, producing oranges. Nami had already walked to Rog's side and looked at the oranges in surprise. It's amazing, Nami said. Usopp also walked to Rog's side, patted Rog's shoulder eclectically, and said, well, there are many uses on the ship like this. Okay, Rog, I am a brave sea warrior. Usopp's name keeps you here. Congratulations, Roger. Luffy's voice came out suddenly. From today onwards, you are a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy and Roger looked at each other and said solemnly. Well, since the captain said so, you can go on an adventure with everyone at ease. Zoro said. Don't forget, give me more ingredients of my choice. Sanji said. Well, one more person. Still a gardener, that's fine. Nami said. Haha, Usopp has one more friend. Usopp said boldly. Rog looked at the members of the pirate group and walked among them. From now on, Rog will share weal and woe with everyone and move forward in the distance. Rog said firmly. Meanwhile, at the top of the house in the port of Logatown, a dragon in a cloak watched Mary's journey through the wind and rain. Go on, if that's how you are. Smoker was on the ground not far away, watching Mary's journey. Dragon, why are you helping them? Smoker said. The dragon didn't look at him, and continued to watch Mary on his way. What can stop a group of people chasing their dreams set sail? After Long finished speaking, his figure disappeared like a ghost. Smoker turned his eyes to the sea again. Prepare me ships and go after them. On the Great Line, Smoker ordered. Tashigi on the side hurriedly said, I'm going to. Sir, I'm going to hunt down the pirate hunter Roronoa. But Colonel Smoker, you are the officer stationed here. A marine soldier said quickly. Just tell them, stop pointing fingers at me. Smoker said unquestionably. Buggy and Alvida, who had been defeated by Luffy and Rog before, also fled to the ship near the sea during the chaos. What, Captain Buggy, into the Great Line? Buggy's face, he said, yes, in order to eliminate that rubber man, and that kid who can attack with plants, we're going to enter the Great Nostalgic Route. Sailing west, was bumping in a severe storm. What's the matter? Usopp asked. There was a lighthouse looming ahead, emitting a bright light. Nami walked to the bow and looked at the light in the lighthouse. That's the navigation light, the entrance to the Great Route. Everyone looked at each other, and soon a great legend was about to begin. Sanji brought a wooden barrel and said, "Okay, let's perform a ceremony to enter the Great Route. It can also be regarded as a welcome ceremony for Rog." Sanji first put his foot on the barrel and said, "I want to find the blue ocean." Luffy put his foot on the barrel and said, "I'm going to be One Piece, King of Pirates." Zoro put his foot on the barrel and said, "I want to become the world's #1 swordsman." Nami also put her feet on the barrel and said, "I want to finish all the world maps." Usopp put his feet on the wooden barrel emotionally and said, "I want to be a brave sea warrior." There are already 5 people's feet on the barrel. Rog also put his foot on the barrel and said, "I'm going to have a great adventure." Sanji took the barrel away, aimed in the direction of the Great Route, and kicked it hard. Let's go to the Great Route. Chapter 8 Spectacular Upside Down Mountain. Going Merry carried the crew together on the ocean near the entrance to the Great Route. Rog also gave Luffy and the others a more detailed account of some of his origins. "As it is, I am an orphan. Although I don't have a family, I will treat you as my own from now on," Roger said to Luffy and the others in the cabin. "Well, Roger, everyone is the best together," Luffy said kindly. Rog could really feel what a kind person Luffy was. As long as he interacts with you, he is absolutely sincere. Others, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, have different personalities, but all have an unparalleled loyalty to friendship. Since my ability is suitable for being a gardener, I will definitely try my best to help everyone do everything well. Whether it is transforming some plants as tools or promoting the growth of suitable ingredients, I will work 100% hard. Rog to Luffy and others. Nami broke the oranges from the orange tree in her hand, and said while eating, "Okay, the orange tree can be eaten by 10:10 later. You don't have to worry about running out of fresh fruit on board." Drank a cup of Yuhi tea and said, "Well, I need your help to promote the growth of many ingredients. Since you can control the growth of plants, that's fine. There is no shortage of vegetarian dishes on board, and every season you can have it at any time. Also, this dish I made is not bad, although it is too simple as the first meal to welcome you." Quote. Rog spooned a plate of chicken soup on the table in front of him into his mouth, and it was really delicious. Sanji is a superb chef. Well, it's really delicious. A simple chicken soup is so delicious. I am so happy to be able to eat Sanji's dishes here at 10:10 in the future. Rog praised not only out of politeness, but also from the heart. "As long as you like it," Sanji said with a smile on his face. Luffy, on the other hand, had already eaten several plates of chicken soup, and he finished another glass of orange juice made from oranges picked from the Nami orange tree. "Well, Nami, now that we're past the lighthouse, how can we officially enter the Great Route?" Luffy asked, rubbing his lips. Nami chewed the oranges in her mouth and said, "That's what I want to say too." Then Nami stood up and put a nautical map on the table. "You see, the entrance to the Great Route is a mountain." Everyone present exclaimed, "Mountain?" "Yes, look here. The navigation light is indeed erected on the upside-down mountain on the Yuhi soil continent. On the map, continue sailing west from Logatown and you will pass a mountain range." "How could it be like this? So isn't it about to hit this mountain?" Usopp said, looking at the map. Nami corrected, "You see there's a canal here." "Nonsense, there are canal boats and they won't go up," Usopp said. "But that's how it's drawn on the picture," Nami said. Zoro looked suspicious and said, "The map is confirmed to be fine. It's from Buggy." Usopp was at the helm at this time. "Why is it so laborious? The current seems to be in a hurry." Usopp struggled to steer Mary's rudder. Nami was stunned for a moment, then looked at the map carefully and said, "It seems that the currents from the 4 seas converge on the mountains here, creating a huge propulsion force, so the ships enter through these 4 passages respectively, and then enter the Great Route." Everyone understood the problem. But upside down is a winter island, and the currents will hit it and sink to the bottom. Going Merry will be smashed to pieces, so the entrance has to be entered. Well, I'll go out and see, Nami said immediately. Then she walked out of the cabin, followed by Luffy and the others. Rog walked over to Usopp and said, "I'll help you." "Exactly, it seems that the current is strengthening now," Usopp said. Roger knew very well that the rudder seemed to have been broken once. "So be careful." Luffy rides on the goat head carving on the front end of Mary, looking up and down, left and right. A majestic continent ahead blocked Mary's way. The mainland towers into the clouds, and the storm in the sky can be said to be extremely spectacular. This is the famous Yuhi soil continent. Zoro took out the binoculars to look. "I saw that in a gap, the seawater of a river was flowing up the mountain. It's shocking that the ocean is literally climbing mountains. I saw a huge current that sent the sea water from the sea to the slopes of the mountains." At this time, Nami said to Usopp and Rog, who were at the helm, "Be careful to hold the helm." Rog paid special attention to the rudder at this time and said, "Usopp, slow down." Usopp was impatient, but slowly steadied the rudder. Going Mary steadied the hull, going towards the entrance. "Turn right rudder." Rog and Usopp turned the rudder to the right with difficulty. But the current ocean current is really an exaggeration. The entrance is only allowed to pass by a sailboat that is not too exaggerated, so this is a very dangerous place. "Usopp, I need to go out now. Please help me," Rog said. Sanji was outside the cabin and came in to help Usopp at the helm. Roger walked to Mary's bow, where he aimed the vine whip at the huge door frame at the front entrance. There is a row of huge door frames made of rock at the front entrance. Vine whip. The vine whip hit the first huge door frame and entangled it tightly above the door frame. Roger tied the tail of the vine whip to Mary's carving of the sheep's head. Zoro looked at it and asked, "Can this work with vines?" "Absolutely no problem. This vine is comparable to a chain," Rog said. With this vine whip tied to the huge door frame, Mary's driving suddenly improved a lot. The ship finally approached the entrance amid the turbulence. After entering the entrance, Mary drove more smoothly, and the current pushed Mary upward in a straight line. Rog retracted the cane. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally come in." Quote. All 6 people cheered on the deck. Mary leaned upwards, and going was as straight as a carp leaping over a dragon's gate. Rog stood near the bow and looked ahead. Such spectacular views are truly unforgettable. The adventures of myself and Luffy are also skyrocketing, entering a new realm of vast ocean and sky. There were still storm clouds in the sky, but as they continued to march, they gradually approached the light. Ahead, there are clouds. After jerking along for a while, Mary slipped into the clouds. There were clouds and mist all around, but Mary was still moving forward. "It's like ascending to the sky," Roger said with emotion. Luffy patted Roger on the shoulder and said, "Oh, the great route is ahead." Mary finally broke through the clouds and headed straight for the top of Upside Down Mountain. Looking down, there were endless clouds, and Mary seemed to be heading for the sky. The canal on the top of the mountain is shining like a diamond because of the sunlight. Seeing that Mary was about to reach the top of the mountain, under the impact of the violent ocean current, Mary was thrown into the sky with countless waves, like diamonds flying in the sky. "Wow!" everyone exclaimed for a while. At this moment, Mary was at the top of the Upside Down Mountain, and the spectacular scenery all around was unobstructed. Mary is above Upside Down Mountain, surrounded by an endless sea of clouds below. From the top of Upside Down Mountain, 4 huge canals keep the current pouring into the top of the mountain. The other is to flow the seawater that the 4 currents converged downwards again. Mary quickly fell into the canal facing down. While the waves splashed, and Mary slid down this downward canal. This speed is much faster than the previous climb. Look forward to this rapidly downward. Everyone on Mary has their goals in mind. Zoro looked forward, thinking Mihawk was here. Sanji looked forward, thinking that this is where the blue ocean is. Usopp looked forward, thinking this was proof of a great sea warrior. Nami looked forward, thinking that there was an endless map waiting for her to draw. Luffy looked forward, thinking this was the place to be One Piece, king of pirates. Rog looked forward, thinking that this was a great adventure and a way to make himself stronger. Merry going, carrying everyone's dreams. Chapter 9 Whales at Twin Cape. Merry re-entered the clouds. The surrounding clouds and mist drifted by the crowd. Rog also knew that an island-like whale was about to appear in front of him. Moreover, in addition to this, I need more plant-modified weapons on hand. Therefore, more plants need to be transformed as weapons. The ability of own plant fruit can also be further developed. An important advantage of joining the Straw Hat Pirates is that you can experience yourself in powerful battles for a long time. And because you know the basic plot, you can avoid some dangers. While Rog was thinking, suddenly a dull and distant voice came. Huh, what sound? Zoro said. It sounds like some kind of animal sound. Could it be a whale? Nami said. Usopp put a lens on and looked forward. Sanji on the mast also said, Nami, there is a mountain ahead. Even though the clouds were shrouded in mist, there was still another huge black object looming ahead. As Mary's speed became faster and faster, the clouds began to dissipate. The huge object in front made everyone stunned, only to see a black giant whale that was comparable to an island screaming in the sky. Everyone on the Plum Blossom was extremely shocked to see it. The black giant whale stubbornly blocked the way down the hill. The whale's mouth still exudes that long sound, as if calling for a companion. Such a mountain-sized whale! Usopp exclaimed. Wait, haven't seen its eyes yet, Sanji said. It probably hasn't found us yet, Nami said. Zoro pointed to the left side in front and said, there is a gap on the left side, you can rush through. No, it's too fast to change direction, Usopp said. Such a critical juncture, Rog said, can you use this cannon in front? What? But the whale is ahead, Nami said. There is a giant whale in front of you, and if you annoy it, you will be in trouble. Luffy's eyes lit up and said, I'll try. After speaking, he quickly rushed into the cabin and went to the cannon. Just as he was about to hit the black whale, the cannon in front of Mary slammed. With the reaction force of the cannon, Mary finally stopped. Although they stopped at a critical moment, except for Roger, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp on the boat all grew their mouths in surprise. But with the last bit of energy left, Mary slammed into it. Mary's sheep's head was knocked off the bow, and Luffy, who was coming out of the cabin, was immediately stunned. My first-class seat. Luffy rushed to the deck angrily and looked at the broken goat's head. The others had just recovered from their panic. Quick! Run away now! Zoro yelled. Sanji, Usopp and Rog along with Zoro and Nami all picked up the paddle and started rowing hard. At this time, the giant whale continued to make an earth-shattering loud noise from its mouth, which was deafening. Luffy looked at the black giant whale with incomparable hatred. At this point Mary was driving to the giant eye on the side of the giant whale. This huge eye is more than 10 times the size of Mary's. Luffy looked into the whale's eyes with hatred. You broke my first-class seat. Luffy hits the giant whale's eye with one shot of the rubber pistol. Nami and the others looked at Luffy in shock. Fool! Except for Roger, everyone else scolded Luffy in unison. At the same time, the giant eye of the whale was still intact, but the giant eyeball looked at Mary below. The giant whale quickly flattened its huge mouth from its original roar. That huge mouth swallowed the amazing sea water. Get out of here quickly. But the whales almost formed an uzumaki when they drank the sea water. Mary was also involved. Rog and the others watched as the island-like giant whale swallowed the boats and the endless waters beneath them. Turned upside down for a while, and Luffy quickly used his rubber ability to escape. Rog, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp were swallowed by Mary together. After the mouth, the throat, and finally the stomach. Luffy used his rubber power to escape to the whale's back, and after a while of frustration, he finally found a door on the whale's back. The whale started to sink and Luffy got into the door. Roger and the others aboard the Mary ended up in the whale's stomach. It's not dark here, it's very bright. And there is also blue sky Shirakumo. Only the surrounding water is green. What is even more surprising is that there are actually two small islands ahead. One of them has a tall coconut tree, and the other has a very simple house. What's going on here? Didn't we get swallowed by a whale? Sanji said. Is it all a dream? Zoro said. Rog pointed to the whale's stomach around him and said, it's not a dream, you look at the sky here. Whether it's Shirakumo or seabirds, they're all drawn. So we're really in a whale's stomach. Usopp said. A few people looked at everything around, the seabirds and Shirakumo were still, and they were indeed painted on a closer look. While a few people were thinking, there was a sudden sound of seawater surging in front of them, and a huge squid rushed out of the sea below. King Squid, Nami and Usopp exclaimed immediately. Rog, Zoro, and Sanji were all ready to fight. At this moment, 3 harpoons suddenly penetrated the huge body of this king squid. The fire of the king squid's life was extinguished, and it fell back into the sea. Now Roger and the others could clearly see that the 3 harpoons were fired from the open door of the small house. And it was pulled inward by an unknown figure. Somebody's there, said Usopp. Is he hunting or saving us? Zoro said. I think it's the former, Roger said. Roger knew that this person was the one who used to be a ship doctor on Roger's ship. The people in the room came out, old faces with strange petal-like hair on them. Chapter 10 Crocus. Flowers, Sanji said. The old man's face is indeed very strange. Instead of hair on his head, it is actually a flower. Everyone on Mary with a very strange look. Everyone felt that the feeling of repression in those eyes alone made people feel uncomfortable. Just when everyone thought that the old man was going to say something, the old man suddenly sat leisurely on the chair under the coconut tree. You said something, Sanji said angrily. The old man was still sitting in the chair silently, just looking at Mary. Hey, if you want to fight, we have cannons, Usopp said. Forget it, people will die. The old man said after a long time. You're talking about you, Shanzichi roared. Zoro blocked Sanji at this time and said, let me come. Who are you, sir? Where is this place? When asking the other party, it is polite to report your name first, right? The old man said again. That seems to be the case, Zoro said. My name is Crocus, the guardian of the Twin Cape Lighthouse. Now 71 years old, my blood type is AB. Before Zoro could introduce himself, he said it himself. Can I hack him to death? Zoro shivered with anger. Rog stepped forward at this time and said, Mr. Crocus, please. This is the stomach of a whale, so where is the exit? Crocus looked at Rog for a while, and said, you said it. Where is the exit? Crocus pointed to a huge metal door in the distance. There is actually a metal gate in this huge whale's stomach. Nami was full of puzzlement and said, there is such a huge stomach mural here, and there is such a metal gate in the whale's stomach. This is my vacation spot. I don't know how long it took me to draw all the stomach paintings. Crocus said suddenly. Usopp immediately shouted, you are too leisurely and elegant. Sanji said at this time, forget it, let's get out of here quickly. Suddenly, an astonishing concussion occurred in the whale's stomach. What's going on here? Usopp asked in surprise. You see that island isn't an island, it's a boat. It's made of iron, Zoro said. This is in the whale's stomach. The seawater is a mixture of stomach acid and seawater. Iron will not melt, but wooden boats can't stay for too long. Rog said looking at the surrounding green stomach acid ocean. Then let's go. Why haven't I seen Luffy? Usopp said. Crocus on the island said, he's doing that again. Laboon hit the Yuhi soil with its head. Crocus then jumped into a sea of stomach acid and swam down. What? Isn't he afraid of stomach acid? Sanji said. Crocus swam to the metal gate and began to climb the ladder. At the same time, two sneaking figures inside the whale were holding modified cannons. Well, Miss Wednesday, that's the door. The old man is here. Kill him and the whale is ours, said a man in a crown. Beside him is a girl with blue hair and a very beautiful appearance. Yes, Mr. 9. Once this whale is caught, our town will be able to eat for a long time. The blue-haired girl said. Mr. Point 9 wears a crown, he looks funny. Contrary, Miss Wednesday's eyebrows were full of aristocratic temperament. The two were about to enter the whale's stomach behind the door, when suddenly a figure flew over. Luffy, who dived into the whale. The three smashed through the metal door while screaming together and rushed into the whale's stomach. Mary saw it. It's Luffy, two more freaks, Usopp said. You're all here, help me, Luffy shouted. Roger shoots out the vine whip and grabs Luffy. Then, under the force of the cane whip, Luffy returned to the ship. The other two geeks swam up after falling into the water. They also clambered up Mary. Miss Wednesday with blue hair, that is, Princess Nefertiti. Vivi of Alabasta. Ahem, Vivi, Miss Wednesday looked up at the crowd. Sanji's face immediately became full of fancy. Anyway, everyone was saved, so who are you? Rog asked. Sanji quickly approached Vivi's side. Mr. 9, these people are pirates. Vivi said to the man wearing the crown beside him. It's a pirate, but Miss Wednesday, let's talk to them and it should be fine, said the man wearing the crown. Suddenly, Crocus shouted, You rascals, do you want me to say it again? As long as I'm still breathing, you don't want to touch Laboon. Vivi and Mr. Point 9 lifted the cannon in their hands. If that's the case, then, Rog used the vine whip to tie the two at this time. What are you doing? Mr. 9 asked. You're going to anger this whale by attacking here, Roger said. Zoro and Usopp looked at each other and said, Yeah. It's too dangerous here. If this whale gets hurt and goes mad, the world will be turned upside down. Seeing that the two were subdued, Crocus hurried to the door to the room where Laboon was sedated. Sanji was on fire now and said to Roger, How can you treat a lady like this? Then ask them to throw their weapons away, Roger said. Zoro and Usopp threw their cannons away before Rog untied them. Crocus also sedated Laboon, and the giant whale was quiet again. Crocus was back on the island again. Luffy, Roger, and the others all listened to the old man's story. You two really don't give up, and the people in that town. Crocus scolded the two. As long as the Laboon is caught, their town will be able to get food for a few years, Crocus said. Laboon is the whale's name, Roger said. Crocus nodded and said, Laboon is only found in West Blue, the largest species of island whale in the world. Laboon keeps hitting the Yuhi soil with his head because he is waiting for a group of pirates. Having said this, Crocus' voice became full of aftertaste. 50 years ago, I was the lighthouse keeper at Twin Cape. At that time, suddenly a group of bold pirates came down from Upside Down Mountain. They also brought a young island whale. It was Laboon. Because of the breakdown of the boat, they were stayed here for a few months. I became friends with them too. But they ended up going to the Great Root and it was too dangerous to leave the Laboon to me to take care of. Quote. 50 years. Usopp said in surprise. Yes, 50 years. Laboon still has to wait. Chapter 11 Energy Oranges. Crocus looked at the damaged Mary and said, This boat of yours is made of wood, it's not good to stay here for a long time. By the way, we have to hurry out of this, Zoro said. Okay, I'll take you out. And I'm going outside to get some air, too, Crocus said. Crocus then unscrewed the metal gate in the whale's stomach, and Mary entered a passage with Crocus Island. The channel is made of iron. Rog looked at the passages made of iron sheets, thinking that Laboon's vitality is really strong. It must have taken you a long time to make this kind of channel here, Rog said to Crocus. Yeah, it took me a lot of work here. But it's a doctor's pleasure, Crocus said. Are you a doctor? Usopp said. Crocus nodded and said, yes, I used to be a ship doctor on a pirate ship. You have such an interesting experience, Luffy said. Yes, I also participated in naval battles, Crocus said. Luffy's face suddenly flashed, and he said, then you can be our ship doctor. Forget it, I'm getting older now. I can't mess around like you guys do, Crocus said. After sailing for a while, Mary and the island reached the end of the passage. Crocus climbed a flight of stairs again, and from there unscrewed the metal door. With the opening of the metal door, the sun shines in for a while. The real sky and sea outside. Mary then sailed out of here, back to the real sea. Vivi and Mr. Point 9 on the boat saw the situation and were about to flee. Let's go, Miss Wednesday, Mr. 9, wearing the crown, said. Well, all right, Vivi also said. The two quickly left here. After all, they came to kill the whale Laboon, and it's not good to stay here for a long time. Mary was leaning on the shore of the Twin Cape Lighthouse, as was the Isle of Crocus. Is the scenery nice here? Luffy said, looking around. From here, you can see the exaggerated and huge figure of Laboon. Rog looked at this huge whale. It was really a behemoth that people will never forget. Even some sea king creatures are probably dwarfed by that. There are also some tables near the Twin Cape Lighthouse. Luffy, Rog, and Crocus are sitting here. Luffy looked at Laboon, the giant whale. The giant whale was still whistling. There are shocking giant scars on its head. There are also some freshly knocked out wounds. Word, Luffy ripped off Mary's mast and rushed towards the wound on Laboon's head. What is he doing? Enjoying climbing, Usopp said. Luffy snapped the mast at the wound Laboon had just hit, and inserted the mast into it. Even with the huge body of Laboon, being stabbed in the wound is as painful as being stabbed by a needle. Laboon immediately attacked Luffy angrily. Luffy tied Laboon with his rubber man skills. Laboon, it's a draw. I'll come back next time in this fight with you. We'll be back here after a week around the Great Course, Luffy shouted. Then Luffy took the paint and painted a huge picture of the Straw Hat Pirates on Laboon's head. You don't crash this until we get back, Luffy said. Laboon also growled for a while knowingly, expressing his firm adherence to this agreement. After Laboon's work was done, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and could do business with ease. Sanji went to prepare the elephant trunk fish for cooking. Nami discussed the Great Route with Crocus. You're on the Great Line, Crocus said. Well, that's what we're going over the upside-down mountain for, Nami said. Nami put out the chart and took out the compass. How can it be like this? Nami's compass is full of exaggerated spins. This compass can already be said to be completely out of order. Ah, didn't you record pointers? Crocus asked. Record the pointer, Nami asked. The islands of the Great Route have minerals interfering with the magnetic field, where previous nautical knowledge is useless. However, the magnetic connection between each island can be used as a pointer to the next island. And the recording pointer is a special compass that records the magnetic force. Crocus said. On the table next to them, everyone was listening carefully. The table is filled with Sanji's delicious feast of elephant trunk fish. Luffy ate hard. But Luffy's ears didn't stop. After he heard it, he finished eating the elephant trunk fish and asked, record the pointer. Is that this? Luffy took out a record pointer. The others looked surprised when they saw it. Where did you get it? Nami asked. One grabbed the record pointer, and saw a compass inside a spherical glass cover. This is the record pointer, Nami said, looking at the record pointer. Each island walking in the Great Route has a magnetic force according to a certain law. That is to say, the magnetic force that attracts the islands to each other is recorded with a recording pointer, and it is used to point to the navigation direction of the next island. Its own position can't be found in the master's sea area, and it can only rely on the record of the recording pointer. First, it will choose one of the 7 magnetic forces emitted by this mountain. However, which island the magnetic force starts from, it will eventually converge into a route, and finally arrive at the island is called Raftanlu, which is the end of the Great Route. Only a pirate group led by One Piece, King of Pirates, has ever visited that island. It is a legendary island, Crocus said. So is the big secret treasure there? Usopp asked. I don't know, although it's an interesting statement. But no one's been to that place, Crocus said. Then go and have a look. Luffy said. Sanji saw that the table was empty and shouted, Luffy, you've eaten it all by yourself. Not even bones, Usopp exclaimed in shock. Nami looked at the recording pointer in front of her and said, there is nothing on it, but only the direction. Luffy and Sanji on the side scuffled over the food issue, and suddenly smashed the record pointer in Nami's hand. Ah, you guys. Nami was furious and directly kicked Luffy and Sanji away. My god, this pointer is so broken. This is a life-threatening thing. Nami said regretfully. Don't panic, I'll give you my own. It's your reward for helping Laboon, Crocus said. Rog didn't think too much, and now he is thinking about how to find more plants. It was finally the right time, and Roger walked up to Crocus. Uncle Crocus, I want to ask, can I pick one of the coconut trees on your island? Roger asked Crocus politely. Ah, pick a coconut. Then you pick it, Crocus said. Well, and Uncle Crocus, is this the only plant in Twin Cape? Roger asked again. Crocus lifted his chin and pointed to the ground next to the lighthouse. Rog saw that there was a green wheat field. I don't only eat seafood and coconuts here. I also grow some wheat myself. Also, after all, this is the entrance to the great shipping line, and many ships come here frequently. I also buy from them. There's a village shopping for goods some time away, Crocus said. Thank you so much, I want to collect a few ears of wheat, said Roger. No problem, you go get it, Crocus said. Rog walked to the wheat field next to the lighthouse. As long as you collect a few ears of wheat, you can create an endless granary on Mary with the ability of plant fruits. After collecting the wheat ears, Rog used the power of the plant fruit. There was a faint green light from his hands for a while, and the wheat in the wheat field had grown and matured. Crocus saw this too, and Roger walked past him and said, Sir, I'll help you ripen that wheat ahead of time. Crocus saw Rog walking towards Sanji and the others, then looked at the wheat field and said, Devil fruit, this young man really has unique abilities. Take these ears of wheat and go to the Isle of Crocus to collect coconuts. Roger returned to Mary. The future, Mary will be able to produce wheat, oranges, coconuts, and fish and seabirds. Long voyages at sea. On top of Mary, Roger put everything in place, then got some dirt from Twin Cape, spread it aft, and then buried the coconut in the dirt. Okay, Mary will have a coconut tree in the stern in the future. Rog's palm was above the buried coconut, and with the use of the plant's fruit ability, it emitted a green shimmer for a while. The coconut quickly grew out of the soil, then a trunk, then leaves, and 3 coconuts. That's fine for now. In the future, Sanji can make coconut cakes for everyone. You can also drink coconut milk. However, Rog intends to develop new plants as weapons. The only remodeled plant weapons at hand are the rattan whip and the ironwood sword, which is far from enough. You also need to find new types of plants as samples for transforming weapons. In the end, Roger came to the 3 orange trees that Nami planted. The ability of plant fruit is to control plant growth, and to modify plants to make them powerful weapons. The fruit of your own plant needs more plants to be able to exert its power. Transforming plants into powerful weapons. If you are in the forest area, then you are like a duck in water. However, oranges are not actually suitable for transformation into weapons, but they can be transformed into auxiliary weapons. After some thought, Rog began to improve the orange. Grabbing an orange in his hand, it began to shimmer green. Using the fruit ability, Rog transformed the orange in his hand. The pulp, fiber, and even the outer skin of the orange have been transformed. After a long time, the orange is finally transformed. Energy oranges. This modified orange is called energy orange. After eating it, it can provide amazing energy in a short time, making the body's potential in strength, speed, and reflexes about 5 times higher than usual. Rog ate the first energy orange he transformed. The taste is naturally still ordinary oranges, but soon the body can clearly feel the inexhaustible energy. His senses quickly became very sharp, and his body became more powerful. Rog first aimed his gaze at the shore and jumped with his knees bent. He easily crossed the distance of 20 meters and jumped to the rocks of Twin Cape. Very good, this way it can be a good help when fighting. Power and speed are far beyond the past. Combining it with other weapons can also greatly enhance the combat effectiveness. And you can take it to other people to eat. Rog then walked over to Crocus and Nami. And Vivi and Mr. Point 9 came together and asked to take Mary back to their town. Please, you need a permanent pointer and a boat to get back to Whiskey Town. Vivi and Mr. Point 9 knelt down and pleaded. It's the beauty that you think about, you just wanted to kill the whale. Nami said. Your name is a Mr. and a Miss, what is your real identity? Usopp asked. Mr. 9 and Miss knelt on the ground together on Wednesday and said, this is really impossible to say. Our company is a secret. But we will definitely repay your kindness. Crocus was full of disgust at the two of them. Never mind them, they're not good people. Luffy is very forthright. Okay, let them come. Forget it. Both Vivi and Mr. Point 9 are extremely grateful. Thank you so much, we in Whiskey Town must thank you very much. Mr. 9 said. Yes, Whiskey Town is a town that welcomes pirates, Vivi said. After a while, Nami said, okay, the record pointer is almost full. Is it the same as what the nautical chart points to? Crocus asked. Well, it points to Whiskey Hill, Nami said. Is this okay? Boy, choose a route for this kind of guy. You can only choose a route from the starting point. Crocus asked. It's alright, the big deal is going around again, Luffy said. Crocus looked at the young man full of vigor and said, that's it. Seeing Luffy, Crocus saw someone he'd never forget. Goodbye, Master Wa, said everyone. Good luck, Crocus said. Goodbye, whales. Laboon also shouted up to the sky, saying goodbye to everyone. Crocus watched the crowd away and said, they're full of courage, just like you. Isn't it, Roger? Chapter 12 Go to Whiskey Town. Mary was sailing on the sea, and everyone on the boat began to go their own way. Sanji came to the stern of the ship, with Rog. You actually got a coconut tree. It's really amazing. From now on, we may be able to drink coconut water in 1010 on our ships. Sanji said happily. I'd love to try your coconut cake. Also, I brought back some ears of wheat, Roger said. Wheat ears, Sanji said. Yes, I got the wheat ears from the Twin Cape Lighthouse. I can get a wheat field on Mary in the future, Roger said and took Sanji to the cabin. In the galley of the cabin, Roger brought Sanji here. Rog put out dozens of bunches of green wheat ears. Is that all? Sanji said. Yes, I uprooted them. They can be planted on the deck, Roger said. But the wind on the deck will destroy the wheat. It's better to plant it in the cabin, Sanji said. No problem, my devil fruit can make them grow in the absence of sunlight. Well, in this kitchen. Just get a few flower pots, Roger said. After getting a flower pot, Rog buried more than 10 ears of wheat in it. A flower pot can act as a pocket granary. Roger put his hand above the wheat ears loaded in the flower pot. The palms shimmered green. The originally green wheat ears grew and matured rapidly. In more than 10 seconds, these wheat ears have grown into golden yellow mature wheat. Your ability is amazing. These wheat can be used to make flour, but I still need to ask Miss Nami for money to buy grinding machinery, Sanji said. In addition to the grain, the straw can also be used as firewood, said Roger, pulling out the mature wheat. After planting all the wheat ears in several flower pots, Rog left the kitchen. On deck, Nami was observing the sky and sea. Rog walked to Nami's side and took out an orange. "Nami, please have an orange," Roger said. Nami waved her hand and said, "Oranges, I've had enough for today." "This orange is different, you should try it first," Rog said. Nami took the orange, broke it apart and ate a few pieces of the orange. After the orange was eaten, Nami's expression was normal at first, and then she felt that her senses were all sharper. Why is it so noisy around? I can hear Usopp's voice so far away," Nami said. "Your senses, strength, speed and energy have all been greatly improved in a short period of time. This is my newly transformed plant, the energy orange," Rog said. After listening to Rog's explanation, Nami said, "Yes, it's a good thing." "So, Nami, I want to transform an orange tree into a tree dedicated to growing energy oranges," Rog said. "So, you can go and remodel. Just remodel all 3, Nami said. "That's great, after all, it's better to get your consent to transform the orange tree that is so important to you," Rog said. Nami's eyes lit up and said, "Yes, after eating these energy oranges, you and Luffy and the others will be able to work better." "So it's like this," Rog said shamelessly. But now that he was allowed, Rog went to the 3 orange trees for transformation. A single orange that was transformed before, this time a tree was transformed so that it could always grow energy oranges. It must take a lot of work now. Rog used the fruit ability in his body. The hands are not only shimmering this time, but the palms are emitting a dazzling green light. Rog's hands stroked the orange tree, giving it a complete makeover. From the inside to the outside of the orange tree, from the trunk to the branches and roots, from the leaves to the oranges. The entire orange tree has been reborn. During the whole process, Rog's hands emitted a strong green light, transforming the orange tree like surgery. After a long time of transformation, Rog finally succeeded in transforming this orange tree into a tree that can grow energetic oranges. The transformation is finally complete. Why is it so cold? Only now did Roger realize that the surroundings were covered with snow. The sky was constantly falling with goose feathers of snow. "Hey, Roger, you're finally back to normal now," Luffy shouted to Roger. Rog looked at Luffy and saw Luffy was building a snowman. Usopp on the side also made a snowman in the shape of a beauty. "How long have I been like this?" Roger looked at his watch and found that he was immersed in the transformation just now, and it had been 5 full hours. 5 hours is too long. But it's too cold now. I'll change the time to remodel the other 2. Go ahead and find a cotton coat. Roger hurried back to the cabin. "When I got to the men's dormitory at the bottom of the ship, I found a cotton coat from the closet and put it on. It's still cold, but I can eat that." Roger returned to the deck and picked an energy orange from the newly remodeled energy orange tree. After eating this orange, Rog suddenly felt a burst of energy in his body. The body is also less afraid of the cold. "Hey, Roger, don't be idle either. Hurry up and shovel snow like Sanji," Nami shouted to Roger. Rog turned to look at Nami, who was also wearing a padded coat. "Okay, Nami," Roger said. At the same time Roger picked a few more oranges from the tree. Sanji, also wearing a padded coat, shoveled the snow on the deck with a shovel. "Miss Nami, what do you think I'm doing?" Sanji said with a smile. "Okay, keep shoveling. And Luffy, Usopp, stop playing you two. Let's go to work together," Nami said. Rog walked to Sanji's side, and Sanji immediately smiled and said, "Oh, it seems that Miss Nami also asked you to shovel the snow. Well, we can work together under Miss Nami's order." "Ah, there just happens to be a shovel here," Rog said when he saw Sanji's side. "But Sanji is also really a super lecherous handsome guy. It seems that Nami's order will let you complete it regardless of everything," Rog said. "Of course, serving beautiful ladies is a man's responsibility," Sanji said with great pride. Rog gave him an energy orange and said, "Sanji, you eat this." You have more energy. Sanji quickly became more energetic after eating the energy mandarin orange. What's the matter? I have more energy after eating. Could it be that you have transformed this? Sanji asked. Yes, it's the energy orange. After eating it, you are in a more energetic state, and now your senses, strength and speed are greatly improved. Rog said. Okay, let's keep shoveling snow, Sanji said. Rog also started shoveling snow with a shovel. Luffy and Usopp were also taught by Nami and started to work, and Vivi and Mr. 9 in the cabin were also driven out to help. Mary continued on to Whiskey Town. Chapter 13. Arrive at Whiskey Town. There was still heavy snow falling in the sky, and Rog gave his energy oranges to others one after another. Good thing, my body is not so cold after eating it. Luffy also shouted excitedly. Eat this, the brave sea warrior Usopp can command everyone to continue sailing on this unpredictable route. Usopp waved his hands and said. The work efficiency of everyone has also become much higher, and the snow on Mary has rapidly decreased. Just as everyone was working hard, there was a sound of thunder in the sky. Huh, will there be thunder on a snowy day? Nami looked up at the sky. Yeah, the climate here on the Great Route is fickle. The magnetic climate is chaotic, Vivi said as he worked. Well, really, looks like you need to be careful, Nami said. Continuing on the voyage, we encountered storms, icebergs and various emergencies one after another. After 2 days of intense voyage, it was noon on the third day. Everyone on the deck was lying here basking in the sun. Everyone is tired, do you want some more energy oranges? Rog said to the others. Usopp lay on the deck, waved his hand and said, forget it, once the effect of that kind of thing passes, it will be tired. Now I really understand the terrifying aspects of this sea area of the Great Route. All common sense of sailing is useless here, Nami said with emotion. Then what to do? If you're a navigator, you're useless, so how do you go on? Usopp said. No problem, and the first round of sailing is over. Nami looked forward confidently. Everyone also looked forward, and the sea fog drifted away for a while. An island appeared in front of Mary. Rog also looked at it and saw a group of huge green cacti standing on an island. This is Whiskey Town, Roger said. The first island of the Great Route, but also a bounty hunter's lair. At this time, Vivi and Mr. Point 9 looked at each other. Thank you for being here and sending us this far. We're taking our leave. Goodbye, baby. After speaking, Vivi jumped into the sea with Mr. 9. It's gone like this again, Nami said. Who the hell are they? Usopp said. Never mind, let's get to the island, Luffy said, sitting on the prow of the sheep's head. Look, there's a river ahead. We can go in by boat, Roger said. Is this okay? What if there are monsters in there? Usopp said. Rog patted him on the shoulder and said, aren't you a brave sea warrior? And since Mr. 9 lives here, then there must be someone living here. After hearing Rog's words, Usopp raised his chin with his hand and said, yes. Even if there is something, we have to stay here for some time, Nami said. Everyone else looked at her. The recording needle needs to record the magnetic force of each island to be able to continue sailing. Also, the recording time required for each island is different, some hours, some days or even years. Anyway, why bother? Just go in, Luffy said excitedly. Mary continued to sail, not only without encountering something terrible, but with a cheering crowd. Welcome, pirates. Long live the warriors of the sea. Welcome to Whiskey Town. Quote. All kinds of young girls on both sides of the strait, children less than half a person tall, gray-haired old men, and unshaven uncles are all welcome here. So many cute girls. Sanji's eyes lit up. We are sea warriors. It seems that we are really heroes. Usopp also quickly cheered. Luffy sat on the bow and waved his hands. Rog knew that this was the bounty hunter's lair, and it is an important stronghold of the Baroque works room. Finally got to shore. A middle-aged uncle with exaggerated curly hair stepped out of the crowd that greeted him. Cough ahem, ma, I'm Ygram, mayor of Whiskeytown. This town is famous for winemaking and music. Hospitality is a tradition in our town. We pride ourselves on the inexhaustible supply of wine as Izumi water, and tonight we'll be entertaining you with your stories of sea adventures. A feast for you tonight. Everyone catch the wind and wash the dust. I wonder if you can admire your face. Quote. After Igram finished speaking, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp shouted loudly, yes. Nami walked up to Igram and asked, excuse me, how long does it take for the record pointer of this island to be full? This is not in a hurry, please invite you to the banquet first. Igram hugged Nami and said. Rog glanced at Zoro and said, let's go in too. The sun sets in Whiskey Hill, and the unfortunate combination of Tanuki and Vulture waits in the distance. After a long time, the moon came out. In the towns beside several giant cactus hills, banquets are taking place. In a large room, the residents of the town sang, danced and toasted together. Usopp kept showing his bragging rights. Luffy is showing his strong eating ability. Surrounded by many beautiful girls, Sanji showed his love. Zoro showed a strong drinking ability, drinking 10 people in a row. Nami was even better, drinking 12 people in a row. Rog was also persuaded to drink by many residents, and he also drank some happily. However, I ate a few more energy oranges in advance, and I can bear a lot of alcohol. But he still knows what this group of people is, and when the time is right, he will pretend to be drunk. It's great that everyone is so happy. Igram said, but there was a hint of insidiousness on his face. The banquet continued and seemed to be reaching its climax. I can't do it anymore. Zoro finally collapsed after drinking down 13 people. Zoro is really useless. Nami continued to drink with the 16th person. Luffy ate like a ball, and finally couldn't take it anymore. Thank you for your hospitality, I can't take it anymore. Luffy, the big eater, was finally able to eat. The chefs on the side are all tired to 3. It feels so good. Nami finally fell down. What a nice town. Usopp collapsed, exhausted. It's a paradise here. Sanji fell asleep on the girls' laps. Ha ha ha, you guys are so generous. I still need to hangover. Rog also laughed happily, and at the same time ate an energy orange he had with him. Then Roger also fell drunk. Of course, under the effect of energy oranges, you won't get really drunk. Outside Whiskeytown. Mayor Igram looked at the bright moon in the night sky. Cactus Rock dancing under Gecko, you're still so beautiful tonight. Chapter 14 Catch Big Fish. While Igram was chanting to the moon, 2 voices sounded behind him. Are you really a poet? Mr. 8. Behind Igram, it was Vivi and Mr. 9. It's you, Igram said. What about them? Vivi asked. They've fallen into hell, said Igram. Igram's face was gloomy. The captain of the Alabasta Kingdom escort now appeared as Mr. 8 from the Baroque works room. While of gate of opening, a burly nun came out of the banquet hall. Ah, God, what a bunch of eaters and drinkers. But Mr. 8, do we have to entertain them so hard? They're just a bunch of emaciated brats. Ah, Miss Monday, are they all asleep? Igram asked. Of course they're all asleep. But our town is already short of food, so we treat them like this. Of course, I don't expect you to get whale meat. You, Vivi and Mr. Point 9 argued with Monday. At this moment, Rog in the banquet hall got up from the ground. Looking around, Zoro has long since disappeared. This swordsman is always vigilant. Rog prepared the vine whip, and the energy produced by the energy orange was strong enough to make the alcohol almost useless. Looking at the people lying down, Rog stood up. Rog walked up to Nami first and said, Hey, Nami, I know you're pretending to be drunk. I heard from Usopp that you're very grandmaster disguised, so you can't be really drunk in this kind of town that doesn't know the details. Nami found out that she had been exposed and had to sit up. Well, I'm awake now anyway. I'll tell the truth, this is probably the lair of bounty hunters. There was once a rumor on the Great Waterway that someone pretended to welcome pirates on the passing island, and then rob them. It's natural, everyone hates pirates. How can the residents of a town be so fanatical and spend so much energy to welcome us? Rog said. Obviously these people are plotting bad things, Nami said. So what are you going to do? Roger asked. Me, trying to steal the treasure of these guys. If you don't protect me, I will give you a considerable interest-free loan. Nami said with a wink. Rog looked at the girl who was extremely fond of money and said, "You'd better do your job, I have other things to do." At this moment, the door of the house rang for a while, and 2 bounty hunters with guns came in. "You guys are still awake." The bounty hunter raised his gun to shoot. The vine whip in Rog's hand was thrown out and tied the two. "Ah, you." The 2 bounty hunters were out of breath by the vine whip. Walking into the 2, Rog knocked them down with 2 punches. "Okay, do your thing," Nami said, looking at the fallen bounty hunter. As soon as Rog walked out of the door, the fire was already on the outside. After a while of gunshots, the bounty hunters were shooting at Zoro. At the same time, screams came, and it could be said that these bounty hunters had never encountered a pirate as powerful as Zoro. Actually, Zoro can do it alone. I want to find that Igram to stop the fight. By the way, let's see if I can get some needed plants. Rog's goal is very clear. Afterwards, 2 senior conductors, Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day, came, but it was not difficult to deal with them. Zoro has acted among hundreds of bounty hunters, and has already beaten the opponent and lost more than 40 people. "I found you, Igram." Rog swung a cane whip around a wooden barrel. After tossing the barrel for a while, he smashed it at Igram. "What's going on?" Igram dodged quickly, and the 3 bounty hunters were immediately knocked down. Igram then looked in Rog's direction. "Who is it? I'll deal with him myself. This swordsman is handed over to you." Igram rushed in Rog's direction. "I really took the bait, it's a big fish. But this is also an opportunity, you can try to convince the opponent in the battle." "Where, pirates?" Igram blew the saxophone horn, and after a while, the bullet hit Rog's position. Rog quickly dodged aside. Thanks to taking the energy oranges, the reflexes have greatly increased. These are shotguns, and they are really powerful. With the powerful energy brought by the energy orange, Rog moves quickly, combining with the vine whip to move between houses. "Don't try to run." Igram chased all the way to a corner. "Where did you go?" Igram looked around cautiously. Suddenly, the vine whip from above bound his hands firmly. "The big fish is finally caught." Roger jumped off the roof. Igram gritted Kiba's teeth and looked at the brown-haired young man in front of him. "Although there are a lot of firearms hidden on the body, but if you don't use your hands, you can't use them. If you kill me, none of your comrades will live. We have 100 of us here," said Igram. "Really? What's with the screams over there?" Roger said. Igram could clearly hear the calls of the familiar people outside. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. And I know the true identities of you and Miss Wednesday," Roger said. Igram's face suddenly turned ashen. He asked, "What are you talking about?" "Don't hide it, Captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard. And the Princess Neferudali Vivi you protect. And I tell you, your boss is already going to kill you." Rog said. How did you know?" Igram looked around, afraid of being overheard. "There is no fire in paper. There are many channels to find out your identity," Rog said. "Well, what do you want?" Igram asked. "There are no demands. And, you should be the ones who demanded us. But first, please stop fighting against us with Princess Vivi and anyone you can order," Rog said. Igram thought for a while and said, "Okay, but you don't reveal the identity of me and Princess Vivi." "No problem," Roger said. Roger frees Igram. All the way, Igram was brought to the crowd after the fierce battle. "Well, it doesn't seem to be too hard now. But you give an order." Rog brought Igram to the rest of the people. "Vivi, Mr. 9, Miss Monday are left on the battlefield. And Zoro. The floor was filled with the staff of the knocked-down Baroque works room. Zoro full of fear. Zoro's formidable strength shocked them. "Hey, y'all assistants!" cried Igram. Vivi looked towards Igram and saw Rog with him. "Ah, Mr. 8, why are you with that kid from the pirates?" Mr. 9 asked with surprise, holding 2 bats in his hand, and was preparing to fight Zoro. "There's no reason, you just do it," said Igram. However, the 3 of them also saw Zoro's powerful combat power, and they all stopped. Zoro also put Guido back in the scabbard at this time and said, "Roger, why are you with him?" "It happened for a reason, but we can clear up the misunderstanding," Roger said. "Misunderstanding? These guys are trying to kill us." Zoro looked at Igram with disdain. "Anyway, I'm sorry for what just happened, and we didn't succeed in hurting you," Igram said. Fortunately, there were no casualties in the Straw Hat Pirates, and Zoro still looked at Igram and the others with dissatisfaction. "Then, everyone will know everything in a while here. And Zoro, please wake up your mates, please," Rog said. Zoro went straight to the banquet hall without saying a word. Rog stayed with Igram. "I basically don't have to worry about the stupid actions of Igram and others." They also saw the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates just now. "Miss Wednesday, come over here," said Igram. Vivi came over and gave Rog a puzzled look. "The pirates are not the enemy. And the boss is going to kill us," Igram said. Vivi's face was startled, and he said, "Really? We were exposed in the Baroque works room. The identity of the owner was traced a while ago, and someone must have been disturbed." Igram said. "Will it be Miss All Sunday?" Vivi asked. "Anyway, since we've been exposed, then someone will come after us soon," said Igram. Chapter 15 Mr. Point 5 and Miss Valentine's Day. At the same time, outside Whiskey Town, 2 people, a man and a woman, came to the town. "I can't believe that the boss actually asked us to do this," Miss Valentine said with an umbrella in his hand. "These 2 people know the identity of the boss. They are not strong, but they are also very important," said Mr. 5, who was holding his nose. As soon as he entered the town, he found that the unfortunate combination of Tanuki and Vulture was blocking a group of lower-level staff in the Baroque works room. "Hey, it looks like someone's in the way," Miss Valentine said. "Well, these people are disgusting." Mr. 5 deducted a booger from his nose. Nose fantasy cannon. The booger was ejected and blasted away the fleeing Baroque works staff. The unfortunate combination of Tanuki and Vulture looked at Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day in horror. The 2 continued into Whiskey Town. At this time, Igram, Vivi and Rog were all talking. "Since you said so, then we still need to hurry back," Vivi said. "Actually, we had to wait a few more days to return to Alabasta. That way, let's go earlier," said Igram. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Sorry, you can't go." A tall figure came over. This person had an explosive head, wearing sunglasses, wearing a coat, and was picking his nostrils all the time. Behind him is a huge long tube covered with cloth. Another person also came over, a beautiful woman with a good figure and an umbrella. "Mr. 5, Miss Valentine's Day," Igram said in shock. Vivi on the side also looked at Rog, and Rog was right. "We came just in time. You are all here," Mr. 5 said. After hearing his words, Vivi and Igram both shuddered for a while. The 2 chief commanders came to kill them, and they were truly irresistible. Rog also looked at the 2 of them, who were the top fighting forces in the Baroque works room. "Are you here to oversee our work?" Igram asked. "Ha ha ha ha, Superintendent." Miss Valentine let out a stunner-like laugh. Mr. Point 5 put his nose-picking hand down. "HMPH, the 2 chief commanders have come all the way here to supervise you. We came here on orders from the boss himself." Igram's heart throbbed for a while, and at the same time he was ready for battle. His clothes were full of firearms and he was always ready to strike. In order to make your death more clear, I will tell you the details. Mr. 5 said. The boss told us that his secret was known. Our company is not allowed to investigate the origin of any employee. Not to mention the identity of the boss and his purpose. As a result, we investigated. A person from the kingdom sneaked into the studio. And the sinner's name is you, Mr. 8, captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard. And Miss Wednesday, Alabasta Kingdom Princess Neferutali, Vivi. As soon as the words fell, Mr. 9 and Miss Monday were shocked and couldn't keep their mouths shut. Am I right, Igram? Mr. 5 asked. Igram said, yes, you were right. But what do you want? Both of your heads, Mr. 5 said. Mr. 5 snapped his nostrils again. In the name of the Baroque works room owner, destroy you. Igram saw the situation at its extreme. He pulled the tie at his collar, and 6 gun barrels protruded from his exaggerated curls. I will seal the reputation of the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard and protect Princess Vivi. The 6 barrels in Igram's hair fired powerful bullets. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day are covered in violent explosions. Princess Vivi, hurry up, said Igram. The smoke of the explosion has just passed, and both Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day are unscathed. Nose fantasy cannon. Mr. 5 bounced a dug-out booger at Igram. There was a violent explosion for a while, and Igram was covered in flames. Igram, Vivi yelled. After the smoke passed, Igram fell to the ground with serious injuries. Princess, go, cried Igram. At this time, Mr. 5 buttoned his booger again and said, Princess, you don't want to run away. Just when he wanted to shoot his booger again, the vine whip in Roger's hand flew out. Vine whip, rattan net. The vine whip in Rog's hand quickly turned into a defensive net to block Vivi in front of him. The booger hit the rattan net, and the rattan net was blown to pieces by an explosion. But Vivi was spared. Vivi looked at Rog. It's all right, is Lujian Injustice drawing a knife to help? Rog said. Ha 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 ha. Oh, is there anyone else who wants a hero to save the beauty? Miss Valentine said with a long smile. I'll cover, you leave quickly. Rog said. Vivi hurriedly got on the black duck karoo and got out of here quickly. Ah, Miss Wednesday, you are a princess. Mr. 9 pouted and saluted Vivi. What are you doing? Vivi frowned. Okay, since you're the princess and my partner, I'll help you make a clearance this time. Mr. 9 waved his bat and went to confront Mr. 5 and the others. I'm here to help you too. Miss picked up the stick on Monday, a woman bigger than a man, to help Vivi. Now Rog can be said to have 2 more helpers. No matter what, the other party is Mr. 5, the exploding booger man, and Miss Valentine's Day, a laughing beauty. It's nice to have 2 helpers. See for yourself if you can beat them both. Iron wood sword. Rog pulled out the thick sapling from his clothes and quickly turned into a 1-person high wooden épée. The ironwood sword was sharper than when he fought Alvida. Rog has also worked hard these days to further improve the ironwood sword. It makes its hardness and sharpness no less than that of an épée made of steel. Now Rog's body has the effect of energy orange, and his strength and speed are very powerful, and he can easily swing the ironwood sword in his hand. With the rattan whip, the combat power is very strong now. If only it were a forest area, I could manipulate the growth of plants to disturb each other. But fortunately, he knew what the other party was capable of, so he could still deal with it. Gecko, a fierce battle is about to begin. Mr. 5, who was wearing booger, said to Miss Valentine's Day, I'll deal with them, you go and kill that princess. No problem, honey, Miss Valentine said gracefully. This woman loves to laugh a lot, and her tone is also very pleasing to men. Miss Valentine's Day is a person with the ability to float, and her body quickly becomes lighter and rises into the air. Vivi was riding on the black duck karoo, and the fast duck was running wildly. Just the three of you still want to block me. I'll send you to hell right away. Mr. Point 5 didn't put Rog and the other two people in his eyes at all. Mr. Point 9 waved his two metal bats and shouted, "Don't be too arrogant, hot-blooded 9 perseverance bat." Mr. Point 5 in a whirling motion. The nose fantasy second cannonball. Mr. Point 5 fired 2 booger shells in a row. 2 huge explosions, and a while of screaming. Mr. Point 9 feet's body was blown away. Miss Monday looked at the blown-up Mr. 9 in horror. "It's abominable." "Then how about this?" Miss raised a thick stick on Monday and charged towards Mr. 5. A waste of effort. Mr. 5 rushed over this time. "Let me get to know you, you Baroque works disgrace." Mr. Point 5 jumped up skillfully, dodging the swinging stick. Exploding legs. Mr. Point 5 kicked Miss Monday in the face. Ah! After a while of explosions and screams, this woman stronger than a man was blown away. Within a few strokes, the $2 million elders of the Baroque Works room were defeated. It's really useless. The number is very high among the million elders. Well, you are left. Mr. Point 5 looked at Rog again. Chapter 16 The powerful Mr. Point 5 beyond imagination. Whether you can win or not is the question, Roger said. The vine whip in Rog's hand shot out and hit Mr. Point 5 feet's arm. Is that all? Mr. 5's arm quickly exploded, breaking the vine whip. Sure enough, your body is not afraid of restrained objects. It can blow up my weapon. But this is not so easy to blow up. Rog retracted the cane whip and threw the cane whip to the ground. At the hilt of those bounty hunters' weapons. This time, Rog used the vine whip to tie the weapons of the bounty hunters on the ground. Huh, Mr. 5 wondered. Try this. Roger manipulated the vine whip to stab dozens of sharp swords at the booger man. Mr. Point 5 hurried to dodge. The vine whip itself didn't do much damage, but it would be terrifying to tie these sharp swords. This booger man escaped with his fairly good skills. But Rog's vine whip is very flexible, like a snake. It is tied to the sword and stabbed at him. Accidentally, Mr. Point 5 feet's face was wiped by the sharp sword. A scar was left on his face. What's the matter? Are you not an ordinary whip? Mr. 5 was furious. Rog looked confidently at his vine whip and said, "The vine whip will act according to my will." In other words, the vine whip can really entangle the opponent like a snake. Looks like you need to get rid of your commander. Mr. Point 5 was dodging. He quickly pulled out a piece of booger. Nose fantasy cannon. Rog hurriedly avoided, and a violent explosion occurred behind him for a while. However, the rattan whip has also been affected to a certain extent. Mr. 5 hurriedly avoided it. You can't get too close to you. This time, Mr. 5 took down the cloth-wrapped long object he carried on his back. Huh, Roger looked at the thing. Cloth was torn apart by Mr. 5, and there was actually a machine gun inside. What? Roger was also surprised for a while. According to what he knew about pirates in his previous life, Mr. 5 was a very arrogant guy. And there is no such weapon. How's it going? You're shocked. Mr. 5 connected the tube at the end of the machine gun to the mouth. A burst of his breath was blown into the machine gun. Phew, okay, let me tell you, this is a machine gun developed by a large gun company in South Blue. As a person with the ability to explode fruit, the gas I exhale is also an explosion. So I inhale the gas. Inside this machine gun, a barrage of cannons will be fired. Mr. Point 5 explained the machine gun. Rog really wanted to say, "Oh my god, the opponent has become stronger." It seems that the enemies in this pirate world are much more powerful than those in the previous anime memory. Bastard. Try this. The machine gun in the booger man's hand fired an explosive tongue of fire with amazing power. One after another, explosive gas with the power of a cannonball shot towards him. Rog quickly withdrew the vine whip and quickly avoided it. Fortunately, there are still many houses here, which can also be avoided. But the firepower of the other party was continuous, and a house was blown to pieces in a few moments. With this kind of firepower, I'm afraid Luffy will be beaten passively. Rog was dodging quickly when an exploding air cannonball hit him. With a loud bang, Rog was blown away more than 20 meters away. Did you blow up? Let you make trouble for me. Mr. Point 5, who took a breath, shouted. Damn, Rog got up from the ground. The body was scorched black. The unexpected attack of the booger man just now made him understand something. The enemy doesn't make too many low-level mistakes and is more powerful. Even Luffy and the others are the same as real people, without any protagonist halo, and they are very easy to die when they encounter a crisis. The aura of the protagonist is something that only exists in the story, but this is the real world. Luffy and the others would probably die without sailing very far. But this is the real cruelty, the real adventure. My God, I don't know how strong the opponent will be in the future. Rog stood up again. I'm afraid Crocodile's strength is comparable to Whitebeard. However, there is still a need to deal with this booger man. Bastard, it's better to let you blow up now than to die. Mr. Point 5 Feet's voice sounded. There was another sound of machine gun firing. Rog used the tug of the cane whip and the houses to avoid it. There are too few weapons at hand, and it is impossible to effectively fight against this guy. If you encounter an area with many plants, you may need to modify some weapons. Just as Rog and Mr. Point 5 were fighting fiercely, Vivi flew in the black duck Karoo. Miss Valentine was suspended in the air. Ha ha ha, lovely princess, today is your day to die. The beautiful woman in the dress laughed heartily. Karoo, hurry up, Vivi said nervously. The Karoo below galloped as fast as a Maxima. 100,000 kilograms of meteorites. Miss Valentine's body fell like a meteorite. In the nick of time, Karoo jumped to avoid the attack. But the whole ground trembled for a while. Is a deep pit where Miss Valentine's day hits, as if a heavy bomb was detonated there. There are cracks in the surrounding tens of meters. Oh, really? Made you dodge? No, dodged by your cute duck. Miss Valentine rose quickly into the air. My ability is to change the weight in the range of 1 gram to 100,000 kilograms. Miss Valentine said in the sky. Just as Vivi was running for his life, Zoro and Luffy and Sanji who were awakened by him also came. Zoro, you said everyone in this town is a bounty hunter. Luffy asked. Yes, these people want to kill us. Besides, Rog doesn't know how to convince their boss to stop fighting, Zoro said. Usopp and Sanji were depressed for a while. How could this be? Aren't they the ones to welcome us? We are worshipped as brave sea warriors. Usopp cried in frustration. You must be mistaken, those lovely girls are sincere. Sanji's eyes also glowed with love. Where did Nami go? Zoro said, looking around. Huh. Luffy looked at Vivi and Karoo who were running ahead and Miss Valentine in the sky. Sanji also looked up at the sky and said, wow, a beautiful woman flew from the sky. There's also a beautiful woman running on the ground. She's riding on a duck. Wait, isn't this Miss Wednesday on the ground? Sanji's heart almost jumped when he looked at the ground. When Sanji was immersed in joy, Luffy, Zoro and Usopp all looked at Vivi and Miss Valentine in the sky. You can't run away this time, 100,000 kilograms of meteorites. Miss Valentine's day passed an accurate prediction this time, and smashed down on Vivi and Karoo like a meteor. Vivi looked up, and this time it was almost impossible to dodge. Miss Valentine's face is proud and wants to hit her. Just as they were about to hit, Vivi and Karoo were suddenly grabbed and led to Luffy's position. Luffy grabbed Vivi and Karoo with both hands using his rubber power. What? Miss Valentine hit the ground heavily in surprise. Really like a small meteorite, Miss Valentine smashed a big crater in the ground, and the surrounding ground shattered for dozens of meters. Chapter 17 Rescue Vivi. Vivi looked at Luffy in panic, and said to the calm-faced man, thank you so much. But soon she calmed down again and asked, why did you save me? Luffy also glanced at Zoro on the side, and Zoro just told them about it. I want to save you, Luffy said casually. Vivi looked at Luffy speechlessly. The man had a strong candor. Sanji rushed to Vivi's side and asked, Miss Wednesday, are you all right? I'm fine, Vivi said. Sanji looked at Miss Valentine, who fell to the ground again, and said suspiciously, why did the beauty in the sky fall? Is it because her butt is too heavy? Usopp said. Sanji glared at him and said, don't talk nonsense, that beauty is so beautiful. The butt and other parts must be very light. Yes, but why did it suddenly fall to the ground? Usopp said. At this time, Miss Valentine's body became lighter again and rose from the pit. This time, it did not lift off into the sky, but went to the front of the crowd. Ha ha, who am I? Someone is here to save the beauty, Miss Valentine said cheerfully. Sanji's heart almost jumped out of his throat this time. Exquisite facial features, beautiful green eyes, blonde hair, slim-fitting dress, and elegant parasol. She's truly a peerless beauty. Sanji put his hands on his chest, his eyes glowing as he looked at him other side. Miss Valentine's Day is really beautiful, and with that voice, it's even more sexy. Hey, Sanji, you can't look good. She seemed to be attacking just now, Usopp said, already putting on his goggles. Who are you? Zoro asked. You're not from the Baroque works room, so mind your own business. I just need to take that princess's life, Miss Valentine said. Are you a princess? Vivi in surprise. So you're a princess, no wonder you're so beautiful. Sanji was about to bow down at Vivi's feet. Luffy looked calm, looked at Vivi, and then looked at Miss Valentine's Day. You mean you're going to kill her? Luffy asked. Yeah, I'm going to kill her, Miss Valentine said. Was still immersed in his worship of Vivi, and immediately reacted. Sanji rushes between Vivi and Miss Valentine. Don't hurt each other between the two beauties, Sanji said with pity. Ahahaha, you can't stop me. Miss Valentine quickly rose into the air and attacked Vivi again. It's lighter this time, lest I spend too much time getting lighter after you dodge. Vivi rode on Karu's back and immediately wanted to continue to run away. Kalu, go. 10,000 kilograms guillotine. Miss Valentine smashed down quickly. Just as he was about to hit Vivi, Luffy fired a rubber pistol. Miss Valentine was beaten. Ah, bastard, how can you do this to a beautiful girl? Sanji roared furiously. Hey, don't do this. Luffy stopped them from killing each other. Usopp said quickly. Miss Valentine, who was knocked away, stabilized her body again and quickly floated over. Bastard, you are like this. Miss Valentine scolded. Luffy stared at her and said, anyway, you can't kill her if you want to. What are you doing? You're not from the Baroque works room, Miss Valentine said. Intuition, Luffy said. Zoro glanced sideways at Luffy, thinking that Luffy had always acted on his instincts. But it is often possible to tell right from wrong. Looks like you're going to help her. Her and other bounty hunters are going to kill us, Zoro said flatly. I just know it's the best way to do it, Luffy said. Sanji looked around with a distressed expression, and said, two beauties are going to kill each other. You. Dogs in the way are annoying. I'll take care of you. Miss Valentine's Day gets lighter and rises higher. 100,000 kilograms of meteorites. Miss Valentine's body fell like a meteorite. Dangerous. Usopp hurriedly avoided. The body of this beautiful woman hit the ground like a meteorite. The ground where everyone just stood shattered into pieces. A large pit in the center is several meters deep. Hoo, it's dangerous, Usopp said, sitting on the ground. Zoro and Luffy and Sanji avoided. You hide so fast. Miss Valentine rose up and said. This time she was suspended above the crowd. You guys seem to have some skills, so I'll do it too. Miss Valentine said. Everything is heavy. Luffy and the others on the ground felt as though their bodies were being pressed down by something invisible. Usopp was crushed directly, and Vivi was crushed from Karoo. What's going on? Luffy asked. It feels like something is pressing down on your body. That's what I used to practice with rocks on, Zoro said. Vivi, what are you doing? Sanji shrugged. Miss Valentine in the air said, I can make the objects around me heavy, or very light. The highest level of weight is 5,000 kilograms, and now it's only 1,000 kilograms. Ah, like this. Then it's just like carrying some heavy things on my back. Then it doesn't hinder me. Luffy moved. Huh, what? Miss Valentine looked at Luffy, who was still able to move freely. Rubber pistol. Luffy punches Miss Valentine above. Ah, Miss Valentine's Day exclaimed for a while and was kicked away. Luffy, how can you hit her like this again? Sanji said fiercely. She's annoying, Luffy said. Miss Valentine steadied her body again. Because her body became lighter, it was easier to be knocked out. Okay, brat, looks like I need to deal with you hard. Miss Valentine's Day used the parasol to disturb the air again. As a lightweight fruit person, she is not really able to fly. Instead, the body becomes lighter, which requires the parasol to disturb the air to change position. Task this. Everything is light. Accompany Miss Valentine. Nearby stones and boxes became lighter and flew into the air. Luffy and the others saw dozens of boulders and chests suspended above their heads. Release. Miss Valentine's finger flicked, and dozens of boulders and boxes fell. On the ground, Usopp, Vivi and Karoo quickly fled. Luffy and Zoro and Sanji are all fists, scabbards, and kicks to knock rocks and boxes into the air. Seeing each other so strong, Miss Valentine's Day in the sky is speechless. After a long silence, she said, well, it looks like I need to call him over and team up to deal with you. But don't try to run away. Miss Valentine disturbed the air with a parasol to get out of here. Luffy has his sights set on Vivi again. Hey, why did they kill you? Luffy asked. That's because I am the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta. By the way, your friend is fighting that Mr. 5. He is very strong, and your friends may be difficult to deal with him. Vivi hurried said. Well, the guy just said he had other helpers. Let's go and see. Roger seems to have played against another guy, Luffy said. Chapter 18 Real Fight. At the same time, Rog had a fierce battle with Mr. 5. Dozens of houses were razed to the ground. Rog's body was also covered in bruises. Phew, cough. The effect of the energy orange is about to end. Roger gasped. You dare to hurt my face, it will kill you without a place to be buried. Mr. Point 5 fired the barrage with the machine gun he was holding. As a person with explosive fruit ability, the gas exhaled by this booger man is also a powerful explosion. After filling the machine gun, it is comparable to a revolving cannon. In the previous battle, Rog barely supported for a while with the nearby houses as cover. It is almost impossible to resist this guy's attack now. Looks like I'll have to go to the mountains to fight. Rog set his sights on the giant cactus-like mountain. Rushing to the foot of the mountain, Rog's hand holding the vine whip glowed green, and the vine whip grew wildly at an exaggerated level that was not there before. The vine whip tied a tombstone on the prickly pear peak and led Rog up. Finally, here are all tombstones. But I will never be buried here. Rog continued to use the cane whip to climb the mountain full of tombstones. Mr. Point 5 looked at Rog, and now Rog quickly rushed to the top of Cactus Mountain. It's a headache, he's still able to get to the top of the mountain. If that's the case, it's not just that it's hard to aim an attack. And the machine gun doesn't have that far. At this moment, a female voice rang out. Hey, Mr. 5, haven't you dealt with him yet? Miss Valentine said, hovering above Mr. 5. I'm not suitable for mountain climbing, you can get him down. And has that princess been killed? Mr. 5 asked. Miss Valentine's face was angry and said, I was blocked by a group of bastards. They are all powerful. You and I need to work together to deal with it. You are really useless. I didn't tell you, Mr. Five said with a sigh. Aren't you more useless? You can't even solve it alone. Miss Valentine roared. You help me drive him down from the mountain first, and then let's go to eliminate the princess and anyone who gets in the way. Mr. Five said. Miss Valentine's Day didn't say much, and directly suspended higher and went to Rog at the top of the cactus mountain. What a hypocritical woman. Mr. Five began to breathe more explosive gas into the machine gun through his mouth. At the top of the prickly pear mountain, Rog was exhausted and bruised. Energy oranges are also exhausted. Just as Rog was taking a breath, he suddenly realized that Miss Valentine was approaching in the air. Gosh, this guy is here again. Rog hurriedly manipulated the vine whip to prepare for battle. However, his body is injured a lot now, and his energy is exhausted, and his combat power is not as strong as before. Ha ha ha, I was played by a group of boys just now. Now take your anger out. Miss hearty laughter for a while on Valentine's Day. My ability is to convert weight between 1 gram and 100,000 kilograms. I will give you the most powerful one, 100,000 kilograms of meteorites. Miss Valentine's body hit Roger like a meteorite. Damn it. Rog avoided desperately. Almost only less than half a meter was directly hit. But the huge impact of the opponent's attack sent him flying. Roll off the top of the mountain. Vine whip. When Rog was about to fall, he suddenly threw out a tombstone with a cane whip. Finally, we reached the foot of the mountain. It's life-threatening. After Rog landed, he found that Mr. Five was rushing forward. This booger man had a scar on his face that he had just killed, and looked at himself with a smile full of venting. The machine gun in his hand was ready to fire a barrage of cannons that could shatter him. You've caused me a lot of trouble, but now is your time to smash to pieces. Mr. Point Five is about to attack. And Miss Valentine's Day also floated above Rog. It is now a must. Even if it's the last fight, I'll try it. Rog said with injuries all over his body. Go to the west. At this moment, 2 extremely long fists hit Mr. Five, knocking him away. You are finally awake. Roger looked aside. Hey, you're hurt like this kid, Usopp yelled. The stretched fists quickly retracted onto Luffy's body. Luffy and the others quickly rendezvous with Roger. Looks like this guy is the woman's accomplice, Luffy said. The knocked-off Mr. Point Five stood up again. He gritted Kiba's teeth and looked at Luffy and the others. Miss Valentine in the air shouted. It's these guys. You see the princess is there too. Princess Vivi also came with Luffy and the others. But she was mainly looking for Igram. Igram, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, was now lying on the ground, and Karoo found him with keen observation. Gah! Igram! Vivi immediately jumped off Karoo's back when he saw it and ran over. Igram raised his head to look at Vivi in pain and said, Princess Vivi, why don't you run away quickly? I can't let you go, Igram. And I can't escape without knocking them down, Vivi said with pity in his eyes. Mr. Point Five picked up his machine gun and walked towards Luffy and the others. Miss Valentine hovers above him. These guys are troublemakers like the brown-haired boy. I'm going to kill them all. Mr. Point Five said fiercely. It should be said that we will let these guys go to hell together. Ahahaha. Miss Valentine's Day was a lot higher. Luffy bumped his hands together and said, let the horses come over here. This exploding bastard, you want to kill such a beautiful princess. As a brave knight, I will solve you. But young lady in the sky, you should stop being obsessed. Sanji said in a different tone said. Then I'll watch from the sidelines, the 2 of you will be enough to deal with them, Zoro said. I'm cheering you on, Usopp said. Be careful, they may not be so easy to deal with when combined. Cough. Rog said vigilantly. Luffy and Sanji rushed up. Mr. Point 5 looked at the two coldly through his sunglasses. Humph. The trigger of the machine gun was pulled, and an invisible stream of explosive gas was fired. What? Luffy noticed that no bullets had been fired. As a rubber man, he can bounce any bullet and cannonball. Sanji also felt a sense of danger for a while. Even though he was flexible, the opponent's attack was invisible. Wow! Suddenly, a burst of cannons exploded beside them for a while. The violent explosion blew them out. Damn, what kind of attack is this? Luffy said again. Invisible bullet, Sanji said, half knelt on the ground. Attention, the gas exhaled by this guy is poured into the machine gun, and it shoots a burst of cannon fire. Roger warned. Pride on his face and said, I am an explosive fruit person, and the gas I exhale is also an explosive. This machine gun can only inject gas, so it is a weapon with unlimited ammunition. And me, you boys. Now I'm joining forces with him to let you all suffer. Miss Valentine in the air said. Chapter 19 Beat the Exploding Booger Man. I'll come first, everything is heavy. Miss Valentine flew over Luffy and Sanji. What's the matter? It seems to be getting heavier, Luffy said. It feels like a lot of weight is on my body, Sanji said. The two of them felt as if they were being held down by a behemoth. Ha 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 ha, now your body is weighed down by 5,000 kilograms. This is the greatest effect of the weight of everything, Miss Valentine said. Mr. Point 5 machine guns at Luffy and Sanji. Under this kind of heavy pressure, your mobility will also be greatly reduced in agility. At the same time, Mr. 5 pulled the trigger, and the explosive gas shot out like a cannonball. The violent explosion shrouded Luffy and Sanji, and the two of them evaded some attacks with great strength, but under the weight of 5,000 kilograms, the two of them would be somewhat sluggish. Many attacks are impossible to dodge. You can't escape at all. Asshole. Luffy and Sanji were hit again and again. Rog is now covered in bruises, watching the two fight against Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Although Luffy and Sanji are strong, their flexibility is bound to be greatly affected when their bodies are weighed down by 5,000 kilograms. But Luffy and Sanji should be able to find a way to deal with it, Zoro said. I believe it too, Roger said. Luffy and Sanji were very embarrassed by the strong alliance of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day. Where are their weaknesses? Luffy observed the two enemies. Luffy's eyes snapped into the air. That's it. Sanji, kick me into the sky. Luffy said. Okay. Sanji said nothing next to Luffy. Air Force. Sanji kicked Luffy away with a flying kick. He had already endured a weight of 5,000 kilograms, so even Sanji's use of the Air Force was nothing but his greatest strength. What? Miss Valentine flew up Luffy in shock. Luffy used the power of Sanji's kick to overtake Miss Valentine's Day. Well, it felt so easy right away, Luffy said. Miss, the weight of all things on Valentine's Day can only work below her. In midair, Luffy grabbed Miss Valentine and flung it up. Wow, let me go. Miss Valentine's Day shouting. Just use you as a weapon. Luffy slammed Miss Valentine towards Mr. 5 on the ground. What? Miss Valentine's Day was. Mr. Point 5 dodged quickly. Mr. Valentine hit the spot where Mr. Point 5 had just been like a cannonball. Mr. Valentine's eyes were dimmed on the ground, and he had lost his ability to fight. Luffy fell to the ground and looked up at Mr. 5. Humph, I could blow you all to pieces without her. Mr. Point 5 aimed his machine gun at the two. When the trigger was pulled, a powerful explosive gas shot out for a while. Luffy and Sanji with a barrage of firepower. Luffy and Sanji move as fast as cheetahs without the weight of everything. Most were successfully dodged. Try this, rubber. Captured. Luffy stretched out his arms and wrapped the machine gun in Mr. Point 5's hand. Under Luffy's great strength, the machine gun in Mr. Point 5's hand was snatched away. Luffy threw the machine gun like a meteor hammer for a while, then smashed it at Mr. 5. Ah! With a scream, Mr. 5 was smashed into the air. Damn, you bastard! Mr. 5 stood up again, only to find that Sanji had already rushed over. Don't think I only have a machine gun. Mr. Point 5 quickly pulled out 2 large pistols from his clothes. This is also a gas-filled firearm made by a large firearms company in South Blue. Mr. 5 quickly charged the 2 pistols with explosive gas with his mouth. Cut the meat. Before Mr. Point 5 could shoot, Sanji quickly kicked the 2 large pistols in his hand. And Luffy are going to give him the final blow. Damn it. The whole body exploded. Mr. Point 5 jump over the wall uses a full body blast. The huge explosive force covered the surrounding area of hundreds of meters, and both Luffy and Sanji were blown away. Even Zoro, Rog and others in the distance were affected by the shock. After the smoke of the explosion dissipated, Mr. 5 was still standing there, but the surroundings were in a mess. Don't think you can fight alone. Mr. 5 put on a fighting look. This guy can also fight. Sanji, who was blown away, walked in again, although his face was embarrassed, he lit another cigarette and put it in his mouth. This guy can explode all over his body, which is amazing. Luffy also walked over again, patting the dust on the straw hat. Come here, Mr. 5 said. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, rubber. Machine gun. Luffy quickly punched dozens of punches. Exploding arms. Mr. Point 5 quickly fought back with his arms. And every hit with Luffy caused a violent explosion. In other words, this guy is going to explode if he just punches him now. Woo, it hurts. Luffy's fist retracted, already covered in blood. Booger Man's arms and even his body explode with every punch. Now as long as you have physical contact with him, you will kill 1,000 enemies and damage yourself 800. Looks like a tough opponent. Attacking him will cause an explosion. But you can't stop fighting. It seems that you need one hit to win. Sanji was still approaching this opponent quickly. Let you taste my blasting punch. What? Mr. Point 5 saw Sanjiho flying above his head. The weight and speed, combined with the perfect kick, is your doom. Sanji was spinning rapidly above, like a top. The heel gathers amazing power in the violent rotation. Crushed. Quote. Sanji hit Mr. Point 5 below like a spinning top, and at the same time, a violent explosion occurred. After the smoke dissipated, Sanji put his hands on his hips and stepped on top of the Booger Man. It's okay. The force of the rotation is enough to offset some of the impact of the explosion. Also, as a cook, I hate the smoke from explosions. From the defeated Mr. 5. Admiral from the Baroque Works room were finally successfully defeated. Finally kill them, Luffy said. Also, Roger, this exploding guy is so tough to deal with, no wonder you get so many injuries. Sanji walked over to Roger and patted him on the shoulder. It's finally over, and this party is not without a price, Rog said. Crowd ended the battle, but Princess Vivi and Igram walked in front of the crowd. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for helping us today. Igram bowed to the crowd. Vivi also bowed. Then why are you being hunted? Luffy asked. Let me tell you, I'm Nefertiti, Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta kingdom. Igram is the captain of the kingdom's guard, Vivi said. Alabasta, Zoro asked. Haven't you heard of it? That's one of the few civilized nations on the Great Waterway, Vivi said. But just in the last few years, there's been unrest in Alabasta. We did an investigation and found a criminal group called the Baroque Works room to be involved. So I went into the Baroque Works room with Igram to investigate. For 3 years, Igram and I have finally found out who the Baroque Works room owner is and what his purpose is. That is to take Alabasta. Quote. Speaking of which, Vivi's face was full of thoughts. So, Igram and I need to go back to Alabasta together to get the facts out. Vivi looked at Igram again and said, okay, let's go quickly. Igram did not speak, but stood in front of Rog and Luffy with a serious face. Everyone, I implore you on behalf of the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard and thousands of people. Help escort this princess. Igram fell to his knees and pleaded with the crowd. Luffy and Roger looked at him with serious faces. At this moment, a squeamish girl's voice suddenly sounded. Escorting the princess, all right. Everyone looked aside and saw Nami sitting beside him. Nami, where have you been? Usopp asked. Nami went searching for the treasure of those bounty hunters, Roger said. Alas, nothing. These bounty hunters are so poor, Nami said. Then her eyes turned to Vivi, as if a money fan saw Jin-chan. Said, but now there is a super big business. A big treasure is waiting for us. Chapter 20 Go to Alabasta. Nami looked at Vivi and Igram again and said, okay, if that's the case. How about you give me 10 berry? Hearing the number, Nami and Igram looked at each other. If you can really escort the princess back to Alabasta, you'll be rewarded a lot, Igram said. Why, isn't it worth the price to escort a princess of a country? Or your country is in turmoil and can't raise a lot of money? Nami asked with some doubts. Forget it, Igram, and I don't want to get them involved, Vivi said quickly. Also, you said you knew the owner of that studio. Who is he? Luffy said. Everyone's good intentions are accepted, but the other party is still very strong. Knowing the identity of the other party will help you kill the disaster. Although you are very strong, you still can't defeat the crocodile, one of the king's Shichibukai. Vivi said. Zoro's face changed immediately and said, hey, you said it. The people at the scene all grew their mouths and were silent. Igram to complain about Princess Vivi's occasional stupidity. At this time, on the top of Whiskey Mountain, the unfortunate combination of Tanuki and Vulture observed everyone together. At the same time, these two guys painted the faces of everyone. What are they? Nami asked Vivi nervously. Unfortunate combination, they reported us to the crocodile, Vivi said. Oh my god, you quickly kill them. Nami quickly said to Luffy and the others. Luffy and Zoro are both talking and laughing. It turned out to be His Majesty Shichibukai, Luffy said. I don't know what he looks like. Zoro said expectantly. Sanji had grown hungry and loving, and said, it's great to escort the princess. This is what a knight should do. Usopp was a little nervous and said, the opponent is the King Shichibukai. He is a strong opponent who feels pressure. Don't be nervous, aren't we brave sea warriors? Said Roger. Fortitude entered the Great Root and was hunted by Shichibukai. Nami burst into tears. All in all, we are now the target of alligators. Zoro's eyes lit up, looking forward to the challenge. For Igram, it's better now. The Straw Hats don't want to help escort Vivi anymore. Don't worry, everyone, said Igram suddenly. Everyone looked at Igram, and saw that Igram was now wearing women's clothing and his hair was tied up. The mouth is coated with thick mouth yuhi. Uncle, why are you dressed like this? Luffy asked in surprise. Please listen to me first, now things have been exposed. There will definitely be action in the Baroque works room, and they will definitely send more powerful killers to deal with us. Also, one of the crocodiles of Shichibukai, the bounty is 8,000 before becoming Shichibukai. Wanberg. Igram said with a grim expression. Hearing this, Nami exclaimed in surprise, 80 million berry. That's 4 times as much as Arlong. Igram turned his gaze to Vivi again and said, Princess, please give me the permanent pointer of Alabasta. I will go to Alabasta disguised as you. Permanent pointers? Nami asked. Ah, don't you know, the permanent pointer can be said to be the permanent preservation version of the recording pointer. The recording pointer can guide the ship to the next island. Once the permanent pointer records the magnetic force of an island, then the relevant information of the island will be recorded. The data will be permanently preserved. No matter where it goes, it will point to the island. And this permanent pointer records the geomagnetic force of Alabasta. Igram explained. He then said to Vivi, listen, Princess Vivi. I'm pretending to be you and taking these dolls disguised as them. Straight back to Alabasta. While the pursuers in the Baroque works room are attracted to me, you ride this several pirate ships return to Alabasta. Although I have not taken this route, but from here on the base island should be able to reach Alabasta. I hope we can meet in the motherland without incident. Igram looked at Luffy, Rog and the others again, and said respectfully, "Thank you so much." Roger said to Igram, "Igram, why don't you join us? After all, there are too many eyes and ears in the Baroque works room, and they will find your bait." Igram shook his head and said, "There must be someone to act as the bait." Seeing that Igram was determined to do this, Rog no longer discouraged him. After saying goodbye, Igram left the island on a sailboat. "What a fun uncle, hope to see him again," Luffy said. Vivi watched Igram travel and said, "He's a very responsible man." While everyone was watching Igram, the sailboat suddenly exploded. In Vivi's eyes, Igram's sailboat exploded into a huge fireball. The flames and gunpowder quickly dissipated on the sea. Seeing this, everyone's originally relaxed faces quickly turned serious. "Let's all set sail now," Luffy said. Also looked at Vivi and said, "The enemy seems to be chasing after him, Princess Vivi. Let's take it away." Nami also quickly persuaded Vivi, saying, "Let's go quickly, don't let his expectations down." Nami was surprised to find that a drop of blood came from the corner of Vivi's mouth. "By the way, we have other things to do. For example, hurry up to collect supplies," Rog said to Sanji. "Well, that's what you said too," Sanji said. Rog, Sanji, and Usopp scrambled to find food and some tools in Whiskey Town. And also got some beds and furniture. Mary's men's crew area has only been hammocks, it is very uncomfortable to sleep. As for the downed Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, Rog and Usopp tied them tightly and locked them in 2 basements in the town. Sanji has always been sympathetic to Shangxiu and wanted to prevent Miss Valentine's Day from tying up the comatose. Everyone quickly took the Mary and drove out of Whiskey Hill. Mary drove out of Whiskey Hill, the sun rose quickly. "What an extraordinary night last night," Nami said. At this moment, a female voice sounded from the boat. "Be careful with your boat, don't hit the rocks." Everyone looked back and saw a tall woman wearing a sun hat sitting on the railing of the cabin. "Ah. Who are you?" Rog saw that it was Nicole Robin, or it was Miss All Sunday. Robin looked at Vivi and said, "I met Mr. 8 at sea just now." "Miss Wednesday." Vivi's face was extremely ugly, and he said, "Could it be that you took Igram just now?" "I don't care, but why are you on our ship?" Luffy asked. "Why are you here, Miss All Sunday?" Vivi asked. Nami immediately asked, "What does this mean? What number is she Miss S partner?" "She is Mr. .0's partner. In fact, we tracked her to find out who the boss is," Vivi said. "Actually, I asked you to follow me," Robin said. Luffy looked at Vivi and said, "What, she's a good person." "We already know this, and it's you who told him that we know the identity of the boss," Vivi said. Luffy looked at Robin and said, "What, she's a bad person." "What's your purpose?" Vivi asked loudly. "I see that you are so serious, so I will help you." "And Princess, do you really think you can defeat the Baroque works room and save the kingdom?" Robin asked. "Don't underestimate me," Vivi shouted angrily. At this moment, Usopp and Sanji attacked Robin from left and right. One of them has a slingshot, the other a gun. "Please, I don't like people pointing dangerous things at me." After Robin finished speaking, the two flew out. "Do you mean devil fruit?" Zoro said in shock. "What kind of power is this?" Nami said. Sanji was thrown to the deck, and when he saw Robin's face, his face suddenly turned bright. "Wow, this young lady is really pretty when you look closely," Sanji said. Robin still looked at everyone calmly and said, "Don't be like this, I haven't received any orders and don't want to fight with you." Luffy's straw hat then flew towards Robin, who gently caught the straw hat with his hand. Your Captain Straw Hat, Monkey. D. Luffy, said Robin. Luffy found out that his straw hat had been taken away, and was furious inside. Give me the hat back, you bastard. Want to fight? Huh, come down and duel. Robin was still calm and said, you are really unfortunate, to find a princess who was chased by the Baroque works room. The princess is also unfortunate, to be protected by so many pirates. And the most unfortunate thing is that you going, route is actually Little Garden. I'm afraid you will be buried there without us doing it. That's impossible, give me back the hat. Luffy exclaimed angrily. Rog saw this situation, and the vine whip in his hand was always ready to attack. Enough, lady, please give it back to someone else. The vine whip in Roger's hand shot at the straw hat in Robin's hand. At the same time Robin used the ability to blossom fruit, Rog felt that his wrist was clasped. But the vine whip does not rely on the arm to maintain the direction, the vine whip can change the direction according to its own will. The vine whip successfully wrapped Luffy's straw hat in Robin's hand. Bring the straw hat back and Roger throws it at Luffy. Thank you so much, Roger. Luffy put on the straw hat. Robin didn't say anything, and threw something at Vivi with a wave of his hand. This is. Vivi looked at the thing in his hand in shock. Permanent pointer. Robin said, this is the route to the deserted island closest to Alabasta, and not even the staff at Baroque Works know this route. It's absolutely safest for you to go here. Vivi was full of doubts and asked, why give me this? I think it's a trap. Zoro said. You decide, Robin said. Vivi is now in a hesitation, because the fate of the people on this ship is on this eternal pointer. Vivi hated the Baroque Works room at heart, but there was a little more about her mates on the ship she was on now. She wanted to find a way to help these partners choose the safest route. Just as Vivi hesitated, Luffy snatched the permanent pointer. You don't need to decide the going direction of this ship, Luffy said. Well, that's a shame, Robin said. Nami immediately punched Luffy and said, what are you doing? But she killed Uncle Bucket, and I hate her. Luffy looked at Robin, gnashing Kiba's teeth. I don't hate people with courage, but if you survive then there will be a future, Robin said. No, Luffy said. Robin left here in a giant turtle. After Robin left, Vivi finally got discouraged. I'm on this ship and I'm definitely going to cause trouble for everyone, Vivi said. Don't worry, Vivi, no matter how strong your opponent is, you have to face it bravely. Rog comforted Vivi. Chapter 21 Prehistoric Island. Mary continued on the voyage despite being chased by a crocodile from the Baroque Works chamber and one of the Shichibukai under the king. The group of people on the boat did not feel the oppression of facing a powerful enemy at all. On Mary's deck, Luffy and Roger and the others were chatting happily. Hey, here comes the special drink. Sanji came out of the cabin with a plate of green drinks in his hand. Wow, that's great. Luffy and Roger and the others all ran to Sanji's side. Roger brought a green drink mixed with ice block and drank it with a straw. The taste is cool and refreshing, sweet but not greasy, and it is really refreshing. As expected of Sanji, drinking this kind of drink at sea is really unimaginable. Rog said. Haha, as long as you like it. How about you? Sanji said with a smile. Delicious. Quote. Luffy and Usopp and Zoro all shouted. Vivi's Mount Black Duck also came. Quack. Black Duck cried when he saw the drink. Do you want to drink too? Sanji gave Black Duck a drink, but Black Duck put the straw in his mouth but couldn't hold it. I tell you, drink it like this. Sanji helped Black Duck to set the straw. Black Duck is a drink in one breath. Come again. Sanji gave Black Duck another drink after another. It's really drinkable, Usopp and the others sighed. Vivi, who was standing beside the cabin fence, looked at the group of people. Alabasta Kingdom in troubled times, Vivi is no longer worried about the safety of her motherland all the time. At this time, seeing this group of happy pirates is uncomfortable. At this time, the cabin door opened. Nami came out with a straw in her mouth while drinking. Hey, how are they? Vivi asked with a frown. Don't look at them so idle, but when it comes to the critical moment, they are the top pillars of Jinchuriki column. Here, for you. Nami gave Vivi the same drink. Vivi took the drink and took a sip with the straw. Vivi. With the refreshing taste and the sea breeze blowing, Vivi also felt a lot more comfortable. It does feel a lot easier. And the black duck below was already stunned by Sanji and the others. The pirates on the deck laughed and laughed for a while. As if this is not to fight against a powerful enemy, but an adventure and travel. Rog walked to the side of the boat and enjoyed the sea breeze. At this moment, the sea is blue, and the waves in the vast sea are undulating. Suddenly, a huge dolphin jumped out of the sea. Everyone, come and see, this is a huge dolphin. Rog said. Luffy and others came over. They saw this huge dolphin jumping in the sea. Really? The huge dolphin suddenly charged towards Going Merry. Seeing this situation, Nami shouted, everyone hurry to their respective posts. Okay. Vivi saw that the pirates on Merry, who had been lazy just now, moved quickly, turned the rudder quickly, and set sail. Because of the huge dolphins, the surrounding sea water is very turbulent. But Merry still bravely and tenaciously sailed out of this sea area in the face of this huge dolphin that was dozens of times bigger than himself. Sure enough, everyone can be trusted. Vivi believed Nami's words now. Merry entered the safe waters. At the same time, a densely vegetated island mountain, dinosaurs and various megafauna are in action. Deep in the jungle, in a hut made of white candles. A man with dreadlocks on his head is drinking yuhi tea. The man gracefully and slowly poured the yuhi tea from the teapot into a cup. Putting the teacup to his mouth and smelling the aroma of the tea deeply for a while, the man said, well, really, drinking yuhi tea means drinking authentic Earl Grey tea. Also, Miss Going Joe, you don't always drink a cup of tea in one breath. Tea is a pleasure. The man turned his head and said to a little girl beside him. Mr. 3, should we hurry up and deal with those two guys after drinking tea? Said the little girl. Man and the little girl are the senior agents in the Baroque Works room, Mr. 3 and Miss Going Joe. In the Baroque Works room, except for the boss and Miss. All Sundays. In a way, the strongest combination is Mr. Point 3 and the others. Even the fingers of Mr. 1 and Miss are powerful killers. Mr. Point 3 possesses unparalleled cunning and insidiousness, fighting his opponents with brains and strength. Miss Going Joe seems to be a little girl, but an artist with incredible abilities. Mr. Point 2, Pen, has the ability to imitate fruit at the end of the year, but in terms of overall strength, Mr. 3 and Miss Going Joe are better. Mr. Point 3 Feet's eyes were full of plainness and confidence. He first looked at a bunch of high imitation portraits drawn by an unfortunate combination. All Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, and Rog. Vivi's photo is already in his mind. I will definitely be able to catch you all in one sweep. Mr. 3 slowly tasted yuhi tea. However, we still need to subdue the two guys on this island first. After controlling them and using them, take their heads off by the way. Mr. Point 3 Feet's eyes turned to the two worn-out wanted notices again. Above are two giants, Yuhi Ghost Brokey and Dong Ghost Dolly. The reward for both of them is 100 million berry each. Well, Mr. 3, if these two guys are under control, I still need to consume 2 barrels of paint. Miss Going Joe said. That's why I made you bring so many buckets of paint. And, besides these two guys, there's also a large group of dinosaurs to control as soldiers. On this island, we'll create an army to deal with those pirates. And the princess, Mr. 3 said. Merry sailed for 4 days after leaving Whiskey Town. On the deck, everyone is looking around. After a long time, Luffy asked, Nami, is our route all right? Nami glanced at the direction of the recording pointer in her hand. Full rudder left. Merry began to drive towards Little Garden. After a long time, Mary finally came to the front of a looming island. "Well, Nami, there's an island ahead," Zoro said, standing on the mast lookout. Luffy on the bow looked into the distance and saw the trace of Little Garden. "The island is emitting white smoke and it looks interesting." Nami looked at the permanent pointer and said, "This island is connected to Cactus Island." "This is our second island on the Great Route," said Roger. Vivi looked at the island with white smoke and said worriedly, "I'm worried about what Miss said all Sunday. This island may be in danger." "The real danger is probably not the creatures on this island, and the Baroque works room has been staring at us," Rog said. Hearing this, Usopp's body trembled for a while, and said, "Will there be monsters? And the Baroque works room is secretly watching us." "Danger is everywhere, and we have to wait until the magnetism is full," Rog said. Sanji changed the cigarette in his mouth and said, "There's not enough food on board. It's just a big meal at the whiskey. Food needs to be gathered here. And if there is a lot of vegetation here, you need to get some plants that can grow food. I will make them the food supply on the ship," Rog said. Mary drove to the interior of the island of Little Garden, where there is also a river that can flow upstream. Boat sails inside the slow forest of Little Garden. Rog looked around. There were ancient vegetation everywhere. "This is Little Garden. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't deserve that poetic name," Sanji said. Suddenly, there was a sound of birds chirping in the sky. "What's the matter?" Everyone was surprised. "It's nothing, isn't it just a bird?" Sanji said nonchalantly. An Archaeopteryx flew down from the sky. Archaeopteryx grabbed Sanji with its huge claws. At this time, the vine whip in Rog's hand was thrown out and entangled the claws of the giant bird. "First meet." Sanji kicked Archaeopteryx in the head. The giant bird fell to the deck. "Wow, the meat came so quickly," Luffy said. "Is this delicious?" Usopp looked at Archaeopteryx. Sanji kicked Archaeopteryx's head with his foot and said, "These are definitely not enough, they still need to be collected. Let's land later." Chapter 22 Ability to display plant fruit. "Of course, let's go," Roger said to Sanji. For Rog, he can't wait to set foot on the land of this prehistoric island. Because your own plant fruits need to find more plant transformations to get more weapons. In addition, there is a dense jungle on this island, so you can make your own plant fruit ability show your talents. Adventure, Sanji will make us more bentos. Luffy looked excited. "My god, are these people crazy?" Usopp, who saw this scene, whispered to Nami. "I also think that they think of this island so much." Nami gritted Kiba's teeth and sighed. When the two were hoping that more people would not go to the island, Vivi also spoke after thinking. "You guys want to go to the island, I'll go too," Vivi said. Hearing this, both Usopp and Nami looked at her with tears in their eyes. "Ah, that's all right. I've got Karoo with me, too," said Vivi's sweet Isho. Karoo on the side was speechless with fright. Sanji looked at everyone and said, "Well, I need to make 3 pirate bentos and 1 love bento for Vivi. Sanji, could you please make Karoo the drink he likes? It's the one you drank last time," Vivi said. "No problem," Sanji said enthusiastically. "Well, thank you," Vivi said. After Sanji was busy for a while, he finally prepared 4 bentos and a can of drinks. "Luffy, pack all the bento." Sanji gave Luffy a backpack full of bento. "Okay, let's go everyone." Luffy jumped off the boat first. And Vivi also got off the boat. Rog looked at the 3 people on the boat again and said, "Come together, too." "Sorry, tell you, I didn't stay here out of fear. I'm Gull. I stayed here to protect Mary," Usopp said, trembling with saliva. Nami also gently stroked her forehead with her hand and said, "I'm staying here too." Zoro had a natural look on his face. He leaned against the boat and said, "I'll go later. Let's see how I feel." "All right," said Roger. "Roger, hurry up," Luffy shouted too. "Okay." Roger jumped out of the boat. Nami and Usopp, who are now on the boat, are trying to dissuade Zoro from disembarking. Rog, Luffy, Sanji, and Vivi on Karu's back were walking through the ancient forest. The surrounding vegetation is all ancient plants that have never been seen before. Wow, these plants are never seen before, Luffy said while looking around excitedly. Rog looked at these ancient plants and said, like this, then I'll show you my abilities. Let some plants grow fruit here. Okay, Luffy and Sanji both said excitedly. Then let's start. Everyone goes to a flat place first, don't walk around. Rog said. Several people came to a very flat area, where they waited for Rog to show his abilities. Okay, let's start, Roger said. This time, my body is a very powerful use of power. Luffy and Sanji found out that Rog wasn't just his hands glowing green. The whole body is emitting a rather violent green light. Under the intense green light, all the surrounding plants began to grow. From dwarf weeds to tall trees grow rapidly. Many plants bloom quickly and bear fruit. Some plants have grown taller. Wow, it's really fast, Luffy said with emotion. Rog's face was serious, and bursts of sweat came out on his face. Finally, I ended the use of the plant's fruit ability. Plants within a 100-meter radius are all growing rapidly. Some plants are much larger than their original size. Many weeds are up to the waist of a person. Oh, alright, Roger, you're amazing, Luffy said running over. Rog looked around, and he also needed to train his abilities. Because of the long-term sailing on Mary, it is rarely in areas with dense vegetation. This time I encountered the forest, so I had to practice my abilities well. Is that so? Then I'll just let the grass grow taller, Roger said. Rog stimulated the fruit ability again, and grew a grass more than 10 meters high. It's really fun, you can try it with other plants, Luffy shouted happily. Sailing on a boat, it's hard to come across plants. And I couldn't get Nami's orange trees and later coconut trees to grow too big. That would damage Mary's. It's different here now, Roger said. For Rog, this is really a place to vent. Don't dare to grow orange trees and the like too big on the boat. What is that? It seems to be an ancient durian tree. Sanji suddenly looked at a nearby tree and said. Luffy also found the tree and said, it turned out to be durian. Just pick it off. Luffy threw out his hand and took the durian off the top of the tree at a distance of 20 meters. But the husk of this durian is yuhi color. It looks delicious, eat it and see. Luffy opened his mouth to bite the durian with the yuhi-colored husk. Wait, let me test it, Roger said. Rog took the durian from Luffy. With green light from his hands, he began to examine the durian. Plant fruit ability can check whether the plant is poisonous or not. After the inspection, Rog said, you can eat it. Luffy's mouth directly crushed the outer skin of the yuhi-colored durian and chewed the pulp inside. Sure enough, it is also yuhi color, full of delicious taste. It's delicious, come and try it, Luffy said. Rog also went to the tree and took down a few durians with a cane whip. It's not bad, Rog also said, eating durian. Vivi ate a piece of durian after it was delicious. Vivi, this is a delicious tropical fruit. Vivi was about to take it. Karu, who was riding below, swallowed it. Bastard, who told you to eat Vivi's durians? Sanji immediately blew his beard and stared. Haha, it's fine, I'll just take another one, Vivi said with a smile. After eating several times, Luffy said, Roger, I still want to eat. Give me more growth. No problem, and I'm planning to grow a large durian. Rog walked under a durian tree, touched the trunk with his hands and began to use the plant fruit ability. The durian tree began to grow rapidly, from a few meters high to 20 meters high. Those durians grow to a diameter of more than 1 meter. It's great, I've eaten a large durian. Quote. Luffy stretched out his hands and pulled down a durian more than 1 meter wide. Chapter 23 Controlled Triceratops. Durian was pulled down and Luffy opened the husk. The petals of the fruit inside are the size of a pillow. That's enough to eat, Luffy said. Picked up a piece of fruit Luffy and ate it. Also opened the backpack behind Luffy and said, "You can put a piece of fruit in here. Don't be so troublesome, I'll find a durian tree to grow more later." Rog said. "That's what you said," Sanji said. "A few people are sipping durian here. Dangerous aura is approaching." A group of behemoths began to approach in the forest near the clearing. Luffy and Rog with murderous eyes one by one. The three thick and sharp horns on the top of the pelvis are always ready to accompany the body to charge and assassinate. Gah! Karoo, who has the natural sense of danger of an animal, exclaimed quickly and looked around. "What's wrong? This duck." Sanji squinted at it. "Kaloo, what did you find?" Vivi said after discovering Kaloo's anomaly. At this time, Rog felt that there must be a problem around him. Using the ability of plant fruits, Rog half knelt on the ground, and touched the ground under his feet with one hand. This piece of land is full of flowers, plants and trees, and the fruit of plants can be combined with the surrounding plants, and nature can also indirectly feel the strangeness of the surrounding environment through the plants. Rog could fully feel the approach of a group of huge creatures. "Sure enough, we're being watched," Roger said. Then there was an earth-shattering sound. More than a dozen huge triceratops rushed towards the four people and one duck. Luffy saw the dinosaurs and said, "Wow. Three-horned rhino. No, these are extinct ancient dinosaurs. Triceratops," Rog said. "How can this happen?" Sanji said, looking around strangely. "No wonder I found out that the creatures here are very ancient. Many extinct creatures are here, because the climate and magnetic fields of the islands on the Great Root are chaotic. So some islands still maintain ancient creatures. There are dinosaurs on this island," Vivi said with a grim look. More than a dozen triceratops came from all directions. According to historical and archaeological data, triceratops are generally 5 or 6 meters long. But these triceratops are more than 10 meters long. Terribly large. "Vivi, you're behind me. I'll protect you." Sanji, S1 was in front of Vivi. Luffy was excited, moved his limbs and said, "They want to attack us, then it's easy to say. These triceratops, they attack us in such a group." Rog conjectured looking at the group of triceratops. "Baroque Works room is also here. These triceratops attacked like this, don't they say?" However, more than 10 triceratops had already surrounded the four. Like powerful heavy cavalry, they aimed at the four with 3 sturdy spears in front of them. Ow! After a while of roaring, more than a dozen triceratops rushed towards the 4 of them. "Get out of the way," Roger yelled. At the same time, the vine whip in his hand was thrown upward, and his body was dragged to the top of the durian tree with the vine whip. Luffy grabbed Vivi and Karoo and reached the top of the tree with rubber hands too. Sanji also quickly climbed to the top of the durian tree. More than a dozen triceratops slammed into the trunk of the durian tree. The durian tree has grown to a very thick state under Rog's plant fruit ability, and it takes 7 or 8 people to hold hands to hold it. However, in this way, the trunk of the durian tree was also severely damaged, and a large crack opened at the lower end of the trunk. From here, Rog looked at the triceratops below, and there were actually circular patterns on their backs. Nothing but a yellow-green circular pattern. This pattern is the drawing of Miss Valentine, the little girl who can manipulate colors in the Baroque Works room. The yellow-green pattern is the color of friendship, that is, being able to control these dinosaurs. Sure enough, Miss Valentine was partnered with Mr. 3, which must be what Mr. Point 3 instructed her to do. And figuring out this way to control dinosaurs can completely create an army on this prehistoric island. "Sanji, Luffy, don't you think it's weird?" Roger asked suddenly. "What's wrong?" Luffy said. "Look, these triceratops have a circle-shaped pattern on their backs. These guys couldn't have drawn it by themselves," Rog said. "Could it be that someone manipulated them?" Sanji asked. "Yeah, it's most likely someone from the Baroque Works room," Roger said. It is indeed possible. The Baroque works room is very afraid of us, so I want to get rid of it as soon as possible. Vivi said with sweat on his face. At this time, more than a dozen triceratops on the ground began to attack the durian tree again. The durian tree shook violently, running so fast that it quaked and screamed in fright. Now is not the time to say otherwise. Let's deal with them quickly, Sanji said. Luffy, please take Vivi to safety, Roger said. No problem, Luffy said. Also, if we attack the pattern on their backs, Rog said. You think there's something wrong with that pattern, Sanji said. I feel like they're being controlled by that pattern, Rog said. Sanji and Roger looked at each other and said, okay. Luffy stretched and pulled Vivi and Karoo to a safer area nearby. Okay, now it's time for us to fight, Rog said. The giant durian tree under the two of them finally fell down under the fierce attack of the triceratops. Roger held a cane whip in his hand and tied a nearby tree. Then swayed to the ground. Sanji also jumped to the ground. Ow! The group of triceratops let out an angry roar. This is the forest. You must taste my power. Rog kept an eye on the group of triceratops. Touch the ground with one hand. Green light emanated from the hand. Grass rope. Bondage. At the same time, the weeds under the feet of the dozen or so triceratops grew rapidly, entangling the legs of the triceratops like ropes. The triceratops roared and pulled their feet, but it was as if they were bound by real ropes. These weeds are now as tough and strong as well-made twine. If the body of ordinary creatures, they will be cut by these grass ropes. However, these more than 10 triceratops are strong after all. And the power is amazing. Soon, they increased their strength and broke free of the straw rope. It doesn't seem to work. But this is a forest, and I still have many ways to do it. Roger looked around quickly. In the forest is your own world. Just you. Rog looked at a sturdy ancient tree nearby. Rush to this ancient tree. Rog hugged the tree with both hands, and the green light flickered violently. Except for the hands, and even the whole body is flashing green light. Soon, this ancient tree seemed to be conscious. The thick roots were pulled out of the soil. Chapter 24 King of the Forest. Dryad. The roots and branches of ancient trees changed rapidly, and they had limbs like humans. Even human eyes and mouths appear on tree trunks. The King of the Forest. Dryad. Rog used the plant fruit ability to quickly transform the tree. Now the tree serves Rog like a stout dryad. The tree spirit took great strides and walked towards the triceratops. Ooh! The group of triceratops also roared in the face of the dryad, and then charged towards the dryad. Just to try the tree's power to transform into a dryad. Rog stood on top of the dryad, manipulating the behemoth to fight. The triceratops swooped in front of the dryad, and the dryad waved its sturdy arms and grabbed the two sturdy long horns of the triceratops. You think you're great, don't you? Roger said. The tree spirit under his feet lifted the triceratops, huge body with its horns and horns. The tree spirit threw the triceratops away like a strong man lifted a bull. With a loud noise, the triceratops fell heavily several dozen meters away. Well done, Dryad, said Roger. The king of the forest is to transform the thick trees in the forest into tree spirits. Of course, the strength has something to do with the object being transformed, and also has something to do with Rog's ability to use his own fruit. It seems that this ancient tree was transformed into a tree spirit. In addition to the amazing physical strength of Rog, the tree itself is very thick and burly. Two more triceratops rushed over. Now is not the time to spend with them. Rog is very clear that to eliminate the opponent, he must erase the pattern on the back of the triceratops. The dryad clenched his fists and opened his mouth to shoot green juice at both fists. The dryad then threw a fist at one of the triceratops in the back. A huge force knocked the triceratops down, erasing the pattern on its back at the same time. The dryad quickly hit the other triceratops. A heavy punch knocked down the triangle long yi. The juice on the fist also successfully destroyed the pattern on the opponent's back. The two downed Triceratops got up again. The pattern was destroyed. It should have worked. Rog observed the two Triceratops and said. The eyes of the two Triceratops no longer had the hostile expression they had before. They looked around and left here strangely. As expected, Sanji said after seeing it. There are still more than 10 Triceratops, and all the groups on their backs need to be erased and destroyed before they can stop attacking. Luffy also returned to Vivi and Karoo after sending them to safety. Wow, I'll deal with them too. Luffy exclaimed happily. It just worked. Attacking the patterns on their backs made them stop attacking us, Rog said. Can't you knock them all down? Luffy said, clenching his fists. It's possible to defeat them, but it takes a lot of time and energy. And the Baroque works room must be eyeing us in the dark, Roger said. Again, this time I'll have the Dryads spit sap all over their backs so you can destroy them. Rog manipulated the Dryad to rush towards the Triceratops. The Dryad threw two giant fists against the Triceratops. At the same time, their mouths kept spitting green juice up their backs. Luffy stretched his rubbery arms and leapt onto the back of a Triceratops. Combining the juice with fists ruined the pattern. A Triceratops rushed to the front of Sanji, and Sanji jumped to the back of the Triceratops. Just destroy this. Luckily the sap is a green vegetable liquid. Sanji also successfully destroyed the pattern with his feet. In this way, the patterns on the back of the dozen or so Triceratops were quickly destroyed by the three of them. The group of Triceratops whose patterns were destroyed quickly quieted down a lot. Rog, Luffy and Sanji watched the group of restored dinosaurs together. The violent aura they had just now disappeared. At least they don't attack us anymore, Sanji said. Rog, who was standing above the Dryad, looked at the group of Triceratops. The Triceratops are now back to normal, no longer controlled by the yellow-green circle. But they are still a bunch of tough creatures. After the fight, Sanji lit another cigarette and said, I really want to get one as prey now. I think you should forget it. This group of Triceratops is a group. If they attack, I'm afraid they will just fight with them collectively. Rog said. The three of them were not afraid, but it would be bad if the people in the Baroque works room were secretly doing something wrong during the battle. Sanji waved his hand and said, okay, then let's look for new meat. And, where's Vivi? Bring her here, Roger said. Okay, Luffy said. Luffy quickly left here and brought Vivi and Karoo to a safe area nearby. You guys are really good. This group of Triceratops was actually beaten away, Vivi said when he saw the group of Triceratops leaving. By the way, Vivi, you and Karoo get on this Dryad. It's safer here than anywhere else, Roger said. Karoo opened his duck mouth wide and looked at the Dryad at Roger's feet in surprise. The Dryad lowered his hands and Vivi and Karoo jumped on them. Then one person and one duck came to the top of the Dryad's head. Come up, you two, Roger said. Okay. Luffy held out his hand. 4 people and 1 duck are all gathered on the top of the tree spirit. Great view, it's safe here, Sanji said. Let's have lunch, Luffy said. If you don't say it, I want to say it. I created this tree spirit just now, and my stomach is already hungry. Rog said. Didn't you eat durian just now? Sanji said. I've fought just now, and I need to replenish the food. Rog said. Yes. Luffy took out the bento and ate it. Hey, don't eat my and Vivi's bento, Sanji said. The 4 of them sat on the top of the 10-meter-high tree spirit and started a picnic. By the way, Vivi, I want to ask you something, Roger said. Huh, Vivi said. You also saw the patterns on the backs of those Triceratops just now. Those were the people in the Baroque works room, right? Roger asked. After thinking for a while, Vivi said, indeed, there is a painter among the senior agents in the Baroque works room. Codenamed Miss Going Joe. She is the only non-devil fruit ability. Can manipulate everything about creatures just by color. Also yes, She is paired with Mr. 3. Someone can manipulate creatures by drawing. It's very powerful, Sanji said while eating a bento. Vivi nodded and continued, but I'm more worried about Mr. 3. That's a man who will do anything to achieve his goals. He really directs the Miss. Going week. They are actually in the Baroque works room, except for the owner Crocodile and Miss. The strongest combination all week outside. Then on this island, they must be planning to attack us in the dark. Even Mary won't be safe. And as everyone saw just now, they controlled the dinosaurs. The creatures on this island are their potential servants. Except for plants, of course, Roger said. Well, that's right, Miss. Going Joe's colors can only control humans and animals. We also have you here who can control plants. You can create such a powerful dryad to prove your strength. Vivi said. But the enemy on this island is in the dark, and we are in the light. We are really passive, Rog said. Chapter 25 White Wax Armor on Tyrannosaurus. Let's go back to Mary first, Vivi said. Luffy reluctantly said, the adventure is over so soon. Of course it's not over, but go back to rest first. Then I'll talk about the next move, Sanji said. Also, we can properly get some meat and fruit we need. Then go back. By the way, the pirate bento you made is really delicious. Rog said. After being complimented, Sanji immediately said with a smile, as long as you like it. Also, Luffy, don't gobble it all the time. Vivi, do you think the bento is okay? When the four of them sat on top of the tree spirits to discuss their next move. In the ancient forest. Next to a tree, a blanket is laid out. There are teapots and cups and a basket of pancakes on it. The innocent Miss. Going Joe is very cute drinking tea and eating pancakes. Mr. Point 3 stood aside with his hands on his chest. Well, the group of Triceratops I sent just now seems to have been defeated. Mr. 3 said in a long voice. No, it should be said that the pattern on their backs was damaged. Miss. Going Joe said. Mr. Point 3 looked at Miss. Going Joe as if he were his faithful pet. So, although your ability can control them. But the pattern is too easy to be destroyed. Mr. Point 3 Feet's mouth showed a smug smile. Mr. Point 3 looked at a huge Tyrannosaurus beside him again and said, this time it's time for a stronger soldier to appear. Ow! Tyrannosaurus roared at the man like a huge bulldog. Then it began to take big strides, walking in the direction of the target. After watching the Tyrannosaurus go away, Mr. Point 3 looked at the teapot beside Miss. Going. Well, I still like to sit in a chair. Especially with tea. Three-shaped hair on Mr. Point 3 Feet's head quickly burned, and the white candle liquid on his arm turned into a chair on the ground for a while. Chair quickly solidified, and Mr. Point 3 sat on the chair very leisurely. Pick up the teapot and pour tea into the cup. Look, you eat in a hurry. Children are greedy and love snacks. When drinking tea, you should taste it slowly. On Rog and Luffy's side, 4 people and 1 duck rode on top of the dryad and began to return to the original road. It's a nice view to sit here. It's like a giant's head, Luffy said. There really seems to be giants on this island. Haven't you read those nautical books that Nami collected? It is said that there are really huge castle-like humans in the prehistoric island called Little Garden. Luo Greg said. Having said that, Rog also thought about the 2 powerful giant warriors. And Yuhi Ghost Brokey, since those Triceratops are under control. The 2 giants may also be under control. The dryad walks in the forest. At this moment, a roar sounded suddenly. What's that? Luffy said, looking forward to the left. It's a dinosaur, and it's the king of dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus, Sanji said. Wait, look at this Tyrannosaurus. It's covered in armor, Rog said. The head, torso, and thighs of the Tyrannosaurus at the front left were covered with thick white armor. Looking at this Tyrannosaurus, I'm afraid they were also controlled by them. Vivi said. The Tyrannosaurus roared furiously for a while, and then began to dash forward with 2 thighs. Rog manipulated the tree spirit below to clench his giant fist and block the Tyrannosaurus's head. What a powerful force, Rog said. The Dryad was almost knocked down by the huge force of the Tyrannosaurus. You dare to eat us, try this. Luffy pulled his hands back and quickly slapped the Tyrannosaurus again in the head. Rubber bazooka. Under Luffy's tremendous force, the Tyrannosaurus recoiled a few times, but the head was hit unscathed. Huh, why doesn't it work? Ah, it hurts. Luffy's hands swelled up like they were hitting iron. Ow! Tyrannosaurus turned around, and its thick tail swept towards the Dryad's head. The Dryad had 2 arms in front of him, blocking the attack. Sanji jumped up and kicked off the top of the Tyrannosaurus' tail. Tail meat. With the sound of broken bones, the Tyrannosaurus's tail was kicked and fractured. Ow! The Tyrannosaurus screamed, and immediately turned its head to bite Sanji. Dangerous! Vivi yelled nervously. The Tyrannosaurus moved quickly, with the upper and lower jaws biting Sanji in the middle. Sanji's feet abruptly spread its exaggerated huge mouth. The Dryad, hurry! Roger manipulated the Dryad to hit the Tyrannosaurus's head hard from the side. At this time, Sanji's feet also spun quickly. Internal ground meat. Quote. Sanji's powerful legs smashed the inside of the Tyrannosaurus' mouth and managed to escape. The Tyrannosaurus's mouth spattered a lot of blood and shattered Kiba teeth. The armor covering the body of this Tyrannosaurus is really hard, like iron. Sanji said. Rubber cannon. Luffy aimed at Tyrannosaurus' body and punched dozens of times in a row. But it was all the rubbing sound of iron being hit for a while, without any damage. Woohoo! My hand! Luffy gasped. Yuhi was swollen with both hands hitting the Tyrannosaurus, iron-like armor. Rog observed the Tyrannosaurus. Just now, the Tyrannosaurus was only injured inside its tail and mouth. And like its head, torso and thighs are covered with armor. Vivi, this armor is actually a kind of wax if you look closely. I'm afraid this is Mr. Point 3 Feet's masterpiece. Rog said. Indeed, the candle liquid created by Mr. Point 3 Feet's body is as hard as iron when solidified, said Vivi. Rog looked at the Tyrannosaurus and said, no wonder it doesn't have a yellow-green circle on the outside of its body. After it was painted with that pattern, the outside was covered with wax armor. And this armor has 2 functions, one is to enhance the Tyrannosaurus' defense, one is to protect the pattern. Quote. That is, without removing its armor, the pattern cannot be destroyed, Vivi said. Yes, said Roger. Anyway, it's about destroying its armor, right, Luffy said. But, how can this guy's armor be destroyed? The hardness is comparable to iron, Sanji said on the ground. Rog quickly saw the cigarette butt beside Sanji's mouth, and suddenly had an idea. Now we don't have oil or something. So I need to quickly find out if there are oil plants around. For example, palm trees and olive trees. Rog said. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus attacked again. He slammed into the Dryad suddenly. This time, the tree spirit was also a little bit labored. Damn, this Tyrannosaurus is really powerful, Rog said. Wait, you see there's a palm tree there, Vivi said. Rog looked to the right, and there was a palm tree hundreds of meters away. Okay, head over there. But I need cover. Luffy, Sanji. Excuse me, Roger said. No problem, Luffy and Sanji said. Roger manipulated the Dryad to quickly walk towards the palm tree. Chapter 26 Destroy Wax Armor. The Dryad rushed to the palm tree. Roger jumped off the tree spirit and stood beside the palm tree. Roger touched the top of the palm tree with both hands. Begin to use plant fruit abilities. The hands flashed green, and the plant tissue inside the palm tree underwent dramatic changes. The palm tree itself began to grow rapidly, and the original height of more than 4 meters quickly grew to more than 10 meters high. Each cluster of palm tree fruit also grows to the height of 1 person. Phew, okay, Rog said with his hands down. Standing on top of the Dryad, Vivi looked at the palm tree and asked, okay. It just looks bigger. Rog wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, it's not just like this, in addition to the volume, I also changed the composition. 80% of each fruit is palm oil. Okay, bring these over now. Roger let the dryad put down his hands and return to the top of the dryad's head. The dryad then began to pluck clusters of palm fruit from the palm tree. Now there is finally something that can destroy the opponent's wax armor. Roger manipulated the dryad to walk towards the Tyrannosaurus. At this time, Luffy and Sanji fought fiercely with the Tyrannosaurus in white wax armor. Hoo-hoo, it's so tiring. It's useless to play. Luffy gasped as the ball in his hands was about to become a ball. Sanji immediately reprimanded, "Idiot. Who told you to attack with such force? Just hold it back. Keep you waiting," Roger shouted. The dryad rushed from behind the two of them, and then waved the palm fruit in his hand and threw it at the body of the Tyrannosaurus. Palm fruit smashed on Tyrannosaurus armor. Swarms of shiny palm oil soaked the Tyrannosaurus all over its body. "Sanji, borrow a fire from you," Roger shouted to Sanji. "I lit it." Sanji threw the cigarette butt at the Tyrannosaurus. The cigarette butt hit the Tyrannosaurus, and the fire burst into the sky. "Look, it's armor really," Vivi said quickly. "Melted," several people said together. The Tyrannosaurus wax, which was originally as hard as steel, melted away. Rog can now clearly see the yellow-green pattern on the Tyrannosaurus' chest. "Okay, now I can finally kill it," Rog said. The Tyrannosaurus was covered in hot wax liquid, whimpered and rolled on the forest floor to shake off the wax liquid. After standing up again, he looked at Rog and Luffy, Sanji, Vivi and Karoo with angry eyes. "Rubber. Bazooka. First meet. Quote. Dad, give him the final blow." Under the violent attack of the three, the Tyrannosaurus fell to the ground. Luffy jumped on the Tyrannosaurus head and looked at the behemoth that fell to the ground. "Sanji, is this edible?" Luffy asked. "It looks like this guy is very athletic, and the meat must be very tight. I'm afraid beef is not as good as its meat. Let's go back to Hyundai. Rog, I have you." Sanji kicked the Tyrannosaurus and said. "No problem." Roger manipulated the dryad to pull the Tyrannosaurus's tail and walk it in the direction of Mary. Sanji quickly ran to the palm tree where Rog had just changed his plant fruit ability. Sanji kicked the tree trunk, and a cluster of palm berries fell from it. Carrying the bunch of palm fruit, he went to Roger and the tree spirit. "Your palm nuts look good. I can use them for stir-fries and other things on board," Sanji said. "There are still many plants in this forest. In addition to collecting, I can also modify them to make them more useful," Rog said. "Right." Luffy slapped his fists hard. "The durian I ate just now, I want to bring back some," Luffy said to Rog with a smile on his face. Rog looked around and said, "The one just now was destroyed by the Triceratops. So I need to find another one to transform. However, I see that you are very tired. Is this really okay?" said Vivi, who was beside Rog. "Ah, you mean too much use of plant fruit powers." "Yes, today I used the devil fruit powers on a large scale, but my stamina was consumed." "But it's not a problem," Rog said. After finding another durian tree, after Rog transformed it into a large durian tree, Luffy and Sanji collected 20 durians in a row before returning to Mary. On the Mary, Usopp and Nami waited anxiously on the ship for a while. "Usopp, can you stop walking around?" Nami said while sitting on the deck. "Now Luffy and Rog are all going to this dangerous forest to make a fool of themselves." Zoro was so bored that he went for a walk in the forest just now. "It's just the two of us. Can I not be upset?" Thorpe said angrily. Nami sighed and said, "They're all guys who can't be quiet for a moment. And they're all people who love to jump into fire pits. I always feel like..." "Wait." Usopp immediately looked into the distance. A huge figure came over. "What?" Nami looked at the side facing the island in horror. A huge figure came over. As if carrying something. The two of them immediately turned bloodless, and saw a huge figure more than 10 meters tall. The whole body is like a thick tree with limbs. Strange. Monster. just as Nami and Usopp were trembling with fear. "Hey, we're back!" a familiar voice rang out. Usopp looked at the target carefully. He immediately said, "Huh. It's Luffy and Roger," Nami said happily. "The comers are not monsters, but the dryad controlled by Roger, and the 4 people and 1 duck standing on top of the dryad." Dryad walked to Mary's side, and Sanji immediately jumped onto Mary. After Sanji looked at Nami carefully, he said with a smile, "Miss Nami, you are safe. I can rest assured." "Hey, why didn't you ask me?" Usopp complained. "But, this huge tree monster, could it be that you created it by Rog?" Usopp looked at Rog standing on top of the dryad, and thought about Rog's abilities. "Yes, this is the king of the forest. Dryad. It is my powerful partner who transformed the powerful trees in the forest," Rog said. The dryad puts the Tyrannosaurus down. Luffy jumped on the Tyrannosaurus and said, "Usopp, here's the food we brought." Usopp's eyes widened and he said in surprise, "Dinosaurs. Or Tyrannosaurs. Now we can have Sanji cook us a Tyrannosaurus meal," Luffy said. Vivi and Karoo also returned to the deck. "Both ladies are very well. This is my honor as a man." Sanji looked at Vivi and Nami with love. "There are still some fruits, these durians for everyone." Rog put those huge Yui-colored durians that were placed on the dryad's head on the deck. Rog also jumped onto the deck and asked Usopp, "Where's Zoro?" "That green algae head." He was so bored that he panicked. While Usopp was complaining, I saw a moment of restlessness in the forest. Then Zoro's figure appeared, but he also dragged a huge dinosaur with his arms. "Hey, you're all here. I got the prey too, and what is this?" Zoro asked when he saw the dryad. "The dryad I made. It's our partner," Roger explained immediately. "Plant-turned-monster. It looks good," Zoro said. Sanji immediately stood beside the boat and looked at the prey that Zoro brought back. "Yours is a triceratops?" Sanji asked. "Yes, I went for a walk. I didn't expect to meet this 3-knife-style guy, just bring it. After all, the food on the ship seems to be exhausted," Zoro said. Zoro then continued to observe Roger's dryad, and Sanji began to examine the triceratops. "Okay, let's have a party tonight. Dinosaur dinner," Luffy said happily. "And a large durian," said Usopp, saving a durian. Chapter 27 Dinosaur Meat Banquet. It's night time soon. In Mary's kitchen, Sanji is in full swing with dinosaur meat and durian. Tyrannosaurus steak, doused with a fragrant chan sauce. Chan sauce mixed with pepper, salt and pepper, chan oil, sugar and spices on top of a plate of Tyrannosaurus steak. Yuhi grilled triceratops tenderloin with some sesame seeds. On a plate of Yuhi's delicate dinosaur meat cut from the back of a triceratops, which is grilled. Durian platter, all natural and ready to serve. Sanji looked at the various delicacies laid out on the table beside him. Dinosaur curry rice, dinosaur fried meatballs, dinosaur soup stew, all good. Quote. Arrange all dishes on a push table. On Mary's deck, Luffy and Usopp and the others were all rowdy. It's time for dinner. Quote. Sanji pushed the table full of delicious dinosaur dinners to the crowd. Wow, what a delicious meal, Usopp said with emotion when he saw the seductive Tyrannosaurus steak. Huh, you just ate it. Usopp saw that Luffy, who was beside him, had already stuffed an arm-sized Tyrannosaurus steak into his mouth at a speed he couldn't see. I want to eat quickly, too. Usopp also quickly used a knife and fork to get an arm-sized Tyrannosaurus steak on his plate. It's really delicious. Sanji, this dinosaur meat is full of game, and the chew is stronger than beef, Roger said, swallowing a large piece of Tyrannosaurus steak. After hearing this, Sanji said with a smile, is the meat of ancient creatures more wild? The taste is very chewy, right? Well, in the future, I will compare the meat of the sea kings and this dinosaur meat. Hey, is there no wine on board? Zoro said while eating Yuhi's roasted triceratops tenderloin. Vivi, Nami, You guys enjoy it. Sanji didn't pay any attention to Zoro at all, but continued to betray the two beauties. Zoro, I have prepared the wine in advance. Let's toast. Roger took out 2 rum bottles. Vivi is very dignified, cutting the dinosaur meat unhurriedly, and feeding Karoo on the side. Nami hesitantly looked at the stewed dinosaur soup that Sanji had accepted for her. Eating dinosaurs. It's unbelievable. Nami finally ate the food in front of her. Under the gecko at night, Mary was lit up and a joyous dinosaur meat banquet unfolded. Roger's dryad on the side is standing guard. This behemoth is strong enough to withstand ordinary opponents. Luffy looked at the tree spirit beside him and asked, "Hey, does this guy need to eat and drink?" Rog removed the rum bottle from his mouth and said, "No, it's a plant. It can be sustained by moisture and soil alone." Usopp swallowed a piece of meat and asked, "Really, but will this dryad act like this all the time?" "The king of the forest I created so far. Dryad can maintain activity for a while, but it will lose its ability to move. But it will be enough for a few days. The autonomy is relatively low, and most of the battles still require my manipulation," Rog explained. "Anyway, it's enough to look like you can scare people," Usopp said. "Wow, and durians, I need to clear my mouth." Luffy gorged on giant durians after eating as much dinosaur meat as everyone else. After a feast of eating and drinking, it finally came to an end. Everyone was lying on the deck, looking up at the sky. Prehistoric Island is very bright. Except for the heat, the overall scenery is really good. Full of mystery. Rog and Sanji start chatting together. "You said there was more than one controlled dinosaur in wax armor that you encountered during the day?" Sanji asked. "That's what I'm worried about. There are countless dinosaurs living on this island. The opponent must have put some of them on this wax armor. In this case, even if we can succeed in the battle, destroying them will also cause considerable trouble. In fact, there is another problem I am most worried about on this prehistoric island," Rog said. "What?" Sanji said. "Look at this." Roger took a book to Sanji. "Is this a book borrowed from Nami?" "Huh, that's what this page is about." Sanji looked serious. On Prehistoric Island, this dangerous island is like little garden to its inhabitants. Because, the real masters here are 2 giants. Their power is enough to destroy everything. When I wrote about this place and after you see it, I'm afraid I'm the first person to survive and escape from this island." Sanji looked at it for a while and said, "You mean these 2 giants?" "Yes, since the place can control the dinosaurs. Then I am afraid they also control the 2 giants. And these 2 giants have extremely powerful power, but we have not found any trace of them here. This is suspicious. If the guys at Baroque Works use them to attack us, that's the biggest headache," Roger said. "Of course the explorer may have exaggerated his fear of them. But let's be careful," Sanji said. At this time, Rog had Isho on his face and said, "You mustered up your courage again because you wanted to protect those 2 ladies." "Of course." Sanji proudly lit a new cigarette. "You really stick to cigarettes. Zoro sticks to wine, Luffy sticks to meat," Roger joked. "Also, Usopp is bragging, Miss Nami is money, and Princess Vivi is the country. How about running fast?" "It's ga," Sanji said. "And me?" Roger asked. "You are a plant that never leaves your mouth," Sanji said. Then the 2 laughed. In this moonlit night, everyone fell asleep. The dryad was still standing guard beside Mary. Deep in the jungle, in a white wax hut, Mr. Point 3 and Miss Going-Jo sat at the table drinking tea together. "It's really beyond my imagination. The opponent's strength is really strong, and they actually learned about the weakness of the wax I made. In this case, the battle plan needs to be redrawn," Mr. Point 3 said while tasting Earl Grey tea. On the side, Miss Going-Jo is eating pancakes. She is a carefree little girl. As for the worries of the battle, it is entirely up to Mr. 3. Although I know the position of their ships now, but with their strength, the chances of our successful raid at night are pitifully low. And they can also run away by boat. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to scare the snakes tonight. What's more, it will take a year for the magnetic storage of this island to be full, and some have time to clean them up. Mr. 3 said earnestly. Thinking about it, the criminal with a good mind lit up his eyes and said, then use them to enter the island tomorrow, set up traps, and deal with them ruthlessly. If it is not possible to attack by force, then it is to use deception. Excellent criminals are crime done by the mind. Isn't it, Miss Going Joe? Mr. 3, the tea is gone. Miss Going Joe said. You won't make it yourself. Mr. 3 yelled immediately. But then he immersed himself in his high IQ crime plan and said, forget it, let me make tea. Making Earl Grey tea is like a perfect crime, and ordinary people can't do it. Chapter 28 Mr. Point 3 attacks. Prehistoric island, the sun rises over the sea to the east, and a mild morning light shines on the island and Mary's deck. Luffy got up from the deck. Ah, it's morning again, Luffy said, stretching his waist. There was a gurgling sound in the stomach for a while. Sanji, it's time for breakfast. Luffy looked around. Sanji was cutting the Tyrannosaurus meat and Triceratops meat that he had not eaten yesterday. Well, all right. Rog has your dryad soak these in the sea for a while and then hang them on the sails. Sanji said, pointing to the cut dinosaur meat. Okay, the dryad is up to you. Roger manipulated the dryad to lift the dinosaur meat and walked towards the nearby beach. Sanji threw away the cigarette butt he had smoked, and lit a new one and looked at Luffy. You're awake, and now we're making bacon. You're here to help too, and you'll have breakfast after you're done, Sanji said. Luffy complained and said, come on, I'm hungry. If you don't give breakfast, I'll eat the leftovers from last night. Last night you ate all the food we couldn't eat. Sanji shook his head. Oh, really? Luffy said deflated. At this time, Rog manipulated the dryad to come back and carry other dinosaur meat. Luffy, see if you're slouching and hungry. I used a nearby durian tree to grow some durians this morning. Look over there, Roger said. Luffy immediately smiled and jumped directly to the other side's durian on the shore. Thank you so much. Zoro was also exercising on the shore and he saw Luffy gorging himself on it and said, what a foodie. Usopp and Karu, who ran fast, were also walking on the shore. Because there were a few Zoro people nearby, there were no beasts and dinosaurs. So this brave sea warrior is also able to move around at will. Nami stood on the Mary deck, looking around. Vivi stood by the coconut tree at the stern of the boat, thinking about the situation. Now the civil unrest in Alabasta is no longer going on all the time. Vivi still misses his motherland and his father very much in his heart. Vivi is also anxious about what is going on in Alabasta. What kind of situation her father, the merciful Lord Kun, Nefertiti Cobra is facing now. The Alabasta civil war has entered a fever pitch. However, the rebel army and the king's army are in a fierce war of attrition. But maybe one day, there will be a decisive battle. By then, it will definitely be a lose-lose. And Crocodile is sure to be able to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Thinking of this strong and brave girl can't wait to return to Alabasta immediately. Hi, Miss Vivi, Sanji suddenly called out to Vivi who was thinking. Vivi glanced at the smiling handsome blonde and said, Sanji, how long do you think we need to stay here? Sanji looked at the deck again and asked, Miss Nami, do we need to stay here for a long time? I'm afraid it will take a long time here. But it would be nice to have a permanent pointer to Alabasta, Nami said. Permanent pointer, what a good thing. If only I could get it. Sanji said. Actually, there is another way. Roger said, jumping off the top of the dryad. That is to get off the island and grope for Alabasta. Even if you can meet an island with people, maybe you can find a way out. After hearing Rog's words, Vivi and Nami looked at each other. If there is no permanent pointer, and it's very long, then we'd better get out of here, Vivi said. I also agree, this kind of island is too scary. Nami raised her hands in agreement. Definitely not enough to stay on this prehistoric island with hidden murderous intentions for a long time. Although Rog really wanted to have a fight with that Mr. 3, but now the situation is urgent, he still proposed this idea. Even if Mr. Point 3 has a permanent pointer in his hand, then he is already a subordinate of many traps on this island. In the end, it is hard to say whether that guy will die or not, and will destroy the permanent pointer. Everyone keep working. I'll make you some tropical breakfast later, Sanji said. Okay. Over the prehistoric island, a group of pterosaurs quickly gathered. They flew together. The abdomen of each pterosaur is painted with the yellow-green pattern of Miss Valentine's friendship. Once the creature is drawn with this pattern, then it will become Miss Valentine's friend. On top of a pterosaur, Mr. Point 3 sat on it. Looking down from here, the scenery above prehistoric island is unobstructed. Whether it is the erupting volcano, the wide central lake of the island, or the two huge bone mountains, and the boundless ancient forest, all the views are unobstructed. I have to say, Miss Valentine is very capable. Although she is just a little girl who only likes to eat pancakes. And since you dinosaurs are Miss Valentine's loyal friends, they are also my friends. So, you guys naturally listen to my command without reservation. Quote. Mr. Point 3 said boastfully, but his face was still a little nervous. After all, he rarely flies in the air. Moreover, although the pterosaurs below are absolutely reliable, sitting on top of them in the wind makes people somewhat fearful. Yesterday's temptation and preparations are ready. There is no hesitation. The magnetic storage of this island is full for a year. Here, fumble to Alabasta. Then I need to strike first. Quote. Mr. Point 3 Feet's face immediately became full of insidiousness and said, force them to play a game of death. Mr. Point 3 looked around at the pterosaurs and felt relieved for a while after talking to himself. In fact, not to mention the pterosaur, even Miss Valentine paid little attention to his plans. Just do it with a paintbrush. However, Mr. 3, a criminal with high IQ, is used to expressing his heartfelt words like this. Mr. Point 3, who was sitting on the back of the pterosaur, seemed to have reached the target location. Mary stops by a river in the south of prehistoric island. Okay, now start attacking and disrupting them as planned. Then grab a few decoys to lure the others into playing the death game. Mr. 3 stood up from the pterosaur's back. No one would have thought of an attack from the sky. This is also a blow for you. Mr. Point 3 Feet's hairstyle with the word 3 on his head began to burn, and the white candle liquid on his arms began to flow. Candle. Épée. A 10-meter-long épée made of a huge candle quickly took shape and shot down at Mary below. After this épée was formed, it quickly solidified, and its hardness was comparable to that of steel. Rog, who was on the shore, had already used the dryad to marinate the dinosaur meat. When he was about to rest, he suddenly found that a huge object in the sky smashed towards Mary. Watch out! Mary away quickly. Mary left under the great power of the dryad. And the huge white candle épée hit the dryad. Chapter 29 Nami and Usopp kidnapped. Rog, who was standing at the top of the tree spirit, was only half a meter in front of the heavy sword that fell from the sky. Damn, don't tell me he's here. Roger hurriedly jumped off the dryad. Miss Nami, Miss Vivi. Sanji hurriedly jumped into the air. Mary was pushed away by the dryad just in time, and Nami and Vivi were unharmed. We're fine, Vivi said. Nami looked at the heavy sword that fell from the sky on the tree spirit, and said in surprise, my god, it's just a little bit short. Zoro looked into the sky and saw dozens of pterosaurs flying above the sky. The attack came from the air. Zoro said with the handle of the knife in his hand. Luffy looked up into the sky and saw the patterns on the belly of the pterosaurs. Look, these guys are controlled too, Luffy pointed into the air. Usopp put on the goggles on his hat and looked up at the sky. There seems to be someone on these guys, Usopp said. Rog looked at the fallen tree spirit. The Forest King's body was inserted into the 10-meter-long épée, which was already a fatal blow. Fortunately, you have also completed your mission, Rog said. Looking up at the sky, I saw a group of pterosaurs, and the pterosaurs with yellow-green circle patterns on their abdomens were hundreds of meters in the air. Damn, how dare you hurt Miss Vivi and Miss Nami. Sanji bit Kiba and looked at the same sky. There was a long voice in the sky for a while. Oh, you are those pirates. Are you just a bunch of brats? On the back of a pterosaur, a man with the word 3 stood on it. Mr. Point 3 officially meets the Straw Hat Pirates. Mr. 3, you finally showed up. Vivi looked at Mr. Point 3 on the pterosaur's back solemnly. Mr. Point 3 looked at Vivi with sly eyes and said, Princess Vivi, you seem to be very wary of me. I can feel your fear. Today you and this group of pirates who don't know what danger are going to feel fear. Quote. Well, that tree spirit. Oh, this brown-haired boy is the one who can create such a behemoth. You can't be a fruit person too? Mr. 3 asked. That's right, I am the fruit power user. And the plant fruit power user. Rog said, standing next to Mukuro, the tree spirit's remnant. Well, it's a very interesting ability. I hope you can also become my collection. But it will take some time. Mr. 3 said. Mr. Point 3 looked at the pterosaurs around again. Okay, attack as planned. Mr. 3 ordered. The 20 or so pterosaurs started to attack downwards according to Mr. Point 3 feet's order. God, these guys are attacking. Usopp's eyes popped out of fright. Groups of pterosaurs all flew down toward the ground. The pterosaurs aggressively attacked the Straw Hat Pirates. Mr. Point 3 flew above the heads of the crowd in a pterosaur. He waved his hands, and the candle-white liquid flowed out. The liquid quickly turned into 2 wolf kiba sticks. Candle, wolf kiba stick. Mr. Point 3 threw a huge white wolf kiba stick towards the ground. Wolf kiba's stick hit the ground where Luffy was. Wow, that sturdy wolf kiba stick is actually made of candles, Luffy said. It's not over yet, said Mr. Point 3 standing on the back of the pterosaur. Mr. Point 3 feet's arm. The liquid candles quickly turned into a 20-meter-long spear. The spear shot down at Zoro below. Zoro dodged with agility. I didn't expect that he could make such a strong weapon out of candles. Zoro said by the way, after slashing with snow. The pterosaurs began to capture the people of the Straw Hat Pirates. A pterosaur rushed towards Sanji. You, how dare you frighten Miss Nami? Sanji quickly burst out with an explosive momentum, and even the pterosaurs who were getting closer were terrified. Wing meat. Quote. Sanji's body flew up, aiming at the wings of the pterosaur with a kick. The wing of the pterosaur is its fragile part, and this foot directly shoots down the pterosaur. 2 pterosaurs rushed towards Zoro. Eagle wave. Zoro swung 2 air currents with his knives with both hands, killing the 2 pterosaurs like a giant eagle in flight. A 3-headed pterosaur flew towards Luffy. Wow, like me so much. Come on, rubber, machine gun. Luffy threw dozens of punches in a very short time, hitting the 3-headed pterosaur to the ground. On Rog's side, there were also 3-headed pterosaurs attacking. Okay, rattan whip, tandem. Rog swung a cane whip as thick as a sailboat rope in his hand. At this time, the thickness, flexibility and toughness of the vine whip have increased several times compared to the past. The vine whip tied the 3 pterosaurs to their necks, just like a herdsman dragging a group of animals. Okay, vine whip, choke. The vine whips on the necks of the pterosaurs tightened quickly, which was the neck of the 3-headed pterosaurs being severely restrained. Immediately after, there was a rattling sound of bones, and the 3 pterosaurs with their necks broken off fell to the ground. Yet more pterosaurs pounced on Vivi, as well as Nami and Usopp. Gosh, these guys must be focusing on Vivi. Roger snapped. How dare you bully Nami? Sanji angrily rushed towards those pterosaurs. Mr. Point 3 in the sky saw the battle situation on the ground. HMPH, I won't be as you wish. Since large weapons are not enough, you may not be able to avoid small ones. Mr. 3 Feet's hairstyle with the word 3 on the top of his head burned, and this time it burned more than ever. Candle. Sword rain. Mr. 3 Feet's arm than before. But this time hundreds of very sharp daggers were formed. The dense white candle daggers shot down like rain. Bastard. So many daggers. Sanji roared. This is to stop us. Rog said. When the 4 strongest members of the Straw Hat Pirates were restrained, the pterosaurs quickly caught Nami. Ah, let me go, Nami said in horror. Hey, don't arrest me. I have 10 million subordinates. They will take you. Usopp was also successfully captured by the pterosaur. Vivi was also caught by the waist with the pterosaur. Don't think about it. Critical moment. Vivi slashed the pterosaur's claws by waving the peacock saw urgently. Vivi landed, and Karoo quickly covered Vivi with his body. At this time, Roger and Sanji and Luffy and Zoro were already rushing over. Mr. 3 ordered the pterosaurs to retreat quickly. Damn, let go of Nami and Usopp. Luffy said. A rubber bazooka hit the pterosaur holding Usopp. But at the last moment, the other pterosaur beside the pterosaur blocked the attack stubbornly. What? Luffy was shocked. Vine Whip. Rog's Vine Whip swung towards the pterosaur that grabbed Nami, but was blocked by another pterosaur. They're actually covering, Roger said. Standing on the back of the pterosaur, Mr. 3 launched a candle. Sword rain. Dense swords shot down. The 4 had to hurry to escape. The pterosaurs took the opportunity to continuously raise their heights. It reached an altitude of hundreds of meters where no one could attack. Listen, pirates. Very good, very good. These 2 people were caught by me. If you want them not to become my favorite wax figures, then hurry to the lake island before sunset. Mr. 3 who successfully kidnapped Nami and Usopp stood on the back of the pterosaur and shouted proudly. Chapter 30 Go to Huxon Island. Bastard. You kidnapped Miss Nami. Sanji roared furiously. Ha ha ha. Be angry, be nervous. A death game is waiting for you to play. Mr. 3 Feet's voice kept moving away. Island in the heart of the lake, it seems that he must have a lot of traps there. Zoro said. At this moment, everyone else saw Luffy. He has always been giggling, and now he has a serious look on his face. Island in the heart of the lake, let's set off immediately. Rescue Nami and Usopp, Luffy said very solemnly. For partners, Luffy sees more than life. It is not a man who realizes the conspiracy by kidnapping other people's partners. Let's go now everyone. By the way, are you all right, Vivi? Vivi who was covered by Karoo and asked. I'm fine. Nami and Usopp were kidnapped by him. I'll go with you to rescue them too, said Vivi, the strong-willed princess. Luffy looked at the others and said, no problem, let's go. In order to make everyone fight better, I will create a partner that allows everyone to effectively resist the opponent during the battle. Rog walked at the forefront of the crowd. The others followed suit, only to see Rog in front of a palm tree. Rog put his hands on the palm tree, and almost his entire body glowed green. The king of the forest. Dryad. The palm tree quickly grew larger and became more than 20 meters high, a sturdy tree that could be carried by 7 or 8 people. Then began to transform. Thick limbs grew on the trunk, and finally, in the center of the trunk, huge eyes and mouths grew. Palm tree turned king of the forest. Dryad complete. This dryad was bigger and stronger than the previous one. The green light on Rog's body dissipated, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, go up, it will be faster this way. Among the lush ancient forests of prehistoric island. A strong and burly tree spirit carried 5 people in a duck to the island in the center of the lake. Standing on the top of the tree spirit, the 5 people are all looking ahead, and on the island in the middle of the lake in the distance, they are the 2 partners who were kidnapped. At the same time, in the lake in the center of prehistoric island, a group of pterosaur guys swirls from above the island in the center of the lake. Nami. Usopp, who was caught by the pterosaur, kept crying and shouting. I can't do anything about it. We can't escape in this situation. Nami looked around nervously. The two were taken by the pterosaurs all the way to the island in the middle of the lake, the largest lake on the island. Okay, we've reached our destination. Put them down, said Mr. 3, who was standing on the back of the pterosaur. The pterosaur spread its claws, and Nami and Usopp were thrown to the ground on the island in the middle of the lake. It hurts. Don't you lighten when you throw it? Nami roared towards the flying pterosaur. Usopp looked around, and on this island in the middle of the lake was already a small castle made of a white candle cast. The top of the castle has a large candle carving with the letter 3. Ha ha ha, welcome to my castle. Mr. Point 3 was riding put him down. This sinister man looked at Nami and Usopp with extremely proud eyes. Who asked you to kidnap us here? Nami said. How dare you kidnap Captain Usopp? My 1 million, no, 10 million subordinates are rushing here. Usopp said. Mr. Point 3 raised his hands narcissistically and said, the perfect crime needs bait, so I have to invite you too. But I still have some good Earl Grey tea here. Would you like some? Look at me, Nirvana. Flame star. Usopp quickly took out his slingshot and shot a flame star. Mr. Point 3 waved his arm, and a wall stood in front of him. The fire star hits on it without any damage. Idiot, even if we hit, we won't be able to run after that. The surroundings are so dangerous. Nami punched Usopp with her fist. Mr. Point 3 walked around the candle-turned wall and said, you better not resist. This guy doesn't dare to kill us yet. He wants to use us as bait. We are just trying to persevere and not let this guy hurt our bodies. Nami whispered to Usopp. Mr. Point 3 shouted to the castle again. Miss, Going Joe, you bring some tea here. Okay, a young voice sounded. Nami and Usopp saw a very cute little girl coming out of the castle door. Little girl wears a sun hat, and her face is painted with 2 chubby patterns in Yuhi color. Has 2 small braids. She has a basket in her hand. 3 above Mr. Point 3 feet's head burned, and a pile of white candle liquid flowed out of his arm. The white candle liquid solidified into the shape of a table and 4 chairs. Okay, Miss, Going Joe. You can bring out the tea for the guests. Mr. 3 said. Miss, Going Joe opened the basket, took out teapots, cups and pancakes, and placed them on the candle table. Usopp bit Kiba and looked at Miss Going Joe and said, such a little girl is actually an enemy. Mr. Point 3 sat on the chair and said, sit down. At the same time he began to pour tea from the teapot king's cup. Miss Going Joe also sat down in a chair and started drinking tea and eating pancakes. I want to talk to you guys, so you don't have to be polite. Mr. 3 said. Usopp said dissatisfiedly, since you kidnapped us, why are you being so polite? Sure enough, Earl Grey tea is never tired of drinking. Well, why do you ask me? Like a criminal with a high IQ, he needs to talk about his thoughts with a super confidant. Even the enemy, Mr. 3 enjoys drinking said over tea. In fact, Mr. Point 3 often talks about his thoughts to Miss Going Joe. But that's no different than talking about a pet. After so many days in ambush on this prehistoric island, he can talk to even the enemy if he wants. The pterosaurs were still hovering over the island in the center of the lake and the surrounding area. Okay, I'm tired too. Then I'll talk to you. Nami sat down on a chair. Usopp stood aside, but he was tired after being caught by the pterosaurs for so long. Forget it, I'll sit down too. Usopp folded his hands and looked at Mr. Point 3 sternly and sat down. Mr. Point 3 was drinking tea slowly and talking about his thoughts. This island is really hot. There are so many dinosaurs. I think you know, the strongest dinosaurs on the island are already under my control. Also, I have 2 ace cards in my hand. Quote. Nami's eyes widened and she asked, 2 aces? Yes, 2 monsters that can destroy everything. About 10 days ago, when I came to this island, I found that there were 2 giants who used to be rampant here. About a long time ago, there was a giant pirate. The regiment ran rampant on the sea. Their leaders, Toridori and Yuhi, Baroque, were invincible existences. They disappeared for no reason 100 years ago. But when I got here, I found them all here. And they were actually dueling. So I just managed to trap the two of them, and then used Miss Joe's pattern to control them. Well, I don't know how much effort was spent at that time. However, now they are my ace, _. Speaking of which, Miss Joe also interjected. It took 2 barrels of paint to control them. Chapter 31 The Unstoppable King of the Forest. Mr. Point 3 put the teacup on the table and said, so, even if your partner defeats our dinosaur army, you will have to face these 2 super strong opponents. Nami and Usopp looked grimly at Mr. 3, who was already confident. Well, why don't you drink tea? Mr. 3 asked. On the other hand, Roger and Luffy stood on the top of the tree spirit and headed towards the island in the middle of the lake. Zoro folded his arms across his chest, constantly watching what was going on around him. The view from the depths of the island today is truly spectacular, Zoro said. Surrounded by lush ancient forests, 2 huge peaks tower over the island. An active volcano in the distance erupted from time to time. In the center of the island is a huge lake with an island in the center of the lake. Such ancient scenery is indeed rare. Hey, our partner is a matter of life and death. I'm not in the mood to see the scenery, Sanji said with a glance at Zoro. I didn't look at the scenery, I looked at the surrounding environment. Because the enemy is always in ambush on the way. Zoro also glanced at Sanji and said. Rog looked at Luffy. Luffy's face was rarely serious just now. But now it's more relaxed. Now Luffy's face wasn't anger, but confidence to win. The scenery on this island is indeed rare, and we will definitely save Usopp and the others. Luffy sat down on top of the Dryad's head. Rog looked at this man who had always been brave and could really feel the persistent character of the other party. At this time, Vivi's face was firm. Although she didn't say a word, she wanted to rescue Nami and Usopp in her heart. It was because she was escorted by the Straw Hat Pirates that Nami and the others were in danger. Dad, hurry up, Roger said. The Dryad below has also become a bit faster. The Dryad strode closer to the lake. Well, there seems to be movement, Zoro said suddenly, aware of the strangeness in his surroundings. Suddenly, dozens of Triceratops rushed out. About 30 Triceratops rushed out from the surrounding jungle. Rog looked around and saw that these Triceratops were covered in white wax armor. It looks like a group of heavy cavalry. What, these guys are wearing armor like that Tyrannosaurus? Luffy said in surprise. There are so many, there is no fire to destroy their armor. Sanji also looked around and said. Rog looked at the Triceratops rushing over, full of confidence. You don't have to be afraid, I have a way to deal with them. Rog said. Really? Sanji asked. The 30-odd Triceratops in front of them were all wearing wax armor that was as hard as steel. Without fire, there was no way to deal with them. Roger manipulated the Dryad to open his mouth. The Dryad spewed a huge liquid from its mouth. The liquid hit the 5 Triceratops first. Now everyone picks some leaves from the top of the tree spirits' heads and ignites them, and then throws them in. Of course, Sanji's cigarette butts can also be used, Roger said. Sanji took the cigarette butt out of his mouth and said as if he understood something, so that's how it is. Sanji then threw the cigarette butt at a Triceratops. This Triceratops was on fire. After a while of howling, everyone saw that the white wax armor on its body melted away. Oh, like that, the armor melted like last time, Luffy said. Okay, the tree spirit continues to spray olive oil on all the armors of the Triceratops, Rog said. The tree spirit continued to open its mouth wide, spraying out thick olive oil liquid. More than 30 Triceratops were sprayed with olive oil. Let's do it like this. It's too much trouble to do one by one. Luffy, you should also cooperate for a while. Sanji said. Sanji quickly gathered dozens of twigs from here at the top of the Dryad. Light them up with a lighter. Throw them at each other, Sanji said. Luffy grabbed the burning branch and said, no problem. Rubber. Throwing darts. Luffy's hands quickly and continuously waved the burning branches. The burning branches hit the Triceratops one after another. The bodies of the Triceratops were already covered with olive oil, and they burned immediately when they encountered the flames. The surrounding forests were all affected and burned together in the fire. The reason why palm trees were chosen as trees to be transformed into tree spirits, the king of the forest, is to be able to emit palm oil. Rog said. The waxy armor on dozens of Triceratops quickly melted. Soon the ground was filled with candle liquid. Oh, so we still need to fight them, Zoro said. Many Triceratops have the pattern on their backs destroyed when the candle melts into a liquid. But some are still intact. Kill those who are still in the way, Roger said. There are also 7-headed Triceratops still controlled by the pattern of Miss Valentine. Rog manipulated the Dryad to walk forward. The Triceratops charged towards the Dryad. The Dryad aimed at the nearest Triceratops that rushed, knocking it over with one punch. Zoro also wields a blade to fight. Sanji's feet also helped clear the way. Luffy also punched the Triceratops in his way. Soon the remaining triangle, Long Yi, was knocked down, and everyone rode the Dryad to speed up the going. Suddenly there was a sound of shaking the mountain. The surrounding ground trembled for a while. What is that? Zoro asked. A long-necked dinosaur with a huge body ahead blocked the way. Wow, what a long neck, Luffy said. Rog looked and saw a huge, hill-like Brachiosaurus blocking his way. There is also a group of scars on the head of this Brachiosaurus, which looks very fierce. Compared with Triceratops, this Brachiosaurus is like a hill, comparable to a giant. It is much larger than a tree spirit of more than 10 meters. It's huge, but it doesn't have wax armor on it, Roger said. Seeing the approaching Dryad and the crowd, the huge Brachiosaurus let out an angry sound. Then it roared up to the sky, and there were more earth-shattering sounds nearby at the same time. Rog and Sanji looked around, and saw more than a dozen Brachiosaurus that were slightly smaller than it approaching. This group of Brachiosaurus is slow, but the volume is comparable to a hill. They can crush a house with 1 foot. Coupled with a long neck, it is dozens of meters high. Looks like we need a tough fight. Where are these guys' patterns? Of course, if you can't find them, then you have to fight hard, Roger said. This group of giant Brachiosaurus did not know which part of their body was painted. If it is under the stomach, then it is very troublesome. Just hit. Miss Nami can wait for me to rescue, Sanji said, moving his ankle. In the face of the love offensive, any powerful monsters and enemies are despised by Sanji. Chapter 32 Arrive at Lake Island. Rog looked at the group of Brachiosaurus. These guys were huge behemoths like hills. Fighting these group of dinosaurs really took a long time. These guys are really not soft persimmons. Fighting them requires all-out effort, Rog said. Luffy was already gearing up and said, that's a lot, it's hard enough to get through. Actually, I have a better way, Roger said. What's the best way? These guys don't obediently block our way, Sanji said to Rog. Rog pointed to the largest Brachiosaurus with scars on its head, and said, that's it, knocking down the leader will have a great impact on the opponent's command. The opponent can be said to be a leaderless group of dragons. Zoro also looked at the largest Brachiosaurus with a scar on its head, and said, indeed, the leader of the other side is their core. Like this, just take down the biggest one, Luffy said. Now we are definitely going to fight these Brachiosaurus. But now they have the headlines to resist us with their huge body. If we deal with their leader, then it will make them passive. Rog said. The Brachiosaurus has also gathered, and the most important thing is that the Brachiosaurus with scars on its head is roaring angrily at the Dryad and Rog. Come on, you long-necked monsters, dare to stop me from saving Miss Nami. Kick you all away. Sanji yelled at the Brachiosaurus. The Brachiosaurus roared even louder at Sanji. Hey, Cook, they won't accept you, Zoro said. Damn, Sanji said. Vivi looked at Rog and said, Rog, your ability is very popular here. We have to speed up, so it's up to you. No problem. After all, where there is a forest, it is my world. Rog said. The group of Brachiosaurus in front of them did not have wax armor, so the role of the tree spirits transformed from palm trees was not so prominent. Rog's body began to emit green light violently. The ability of plant fruit is now mobilized to the maximum. The types and densities of the surrounding plants were well presented in Rog's mind. Well, there are still some of these plants that can help us deal with these big guys. Rog said. The tree ant took a big step, getting closer and closer to the group of Brachiosaurus. The Brachiosaurus stretched their necks and wanted to attack the Dryad and Rog above them directly with their heads. Stab assault. A group of thick ground thorns suddenly grew under the feet of the three-headed Brachiosaurus at the front, piercing the feet of these big men abruptly. Ow! The Brachiosaurus burst into earth-shattering screams, and the three-headed Brachiosaurus began to collide with each other in pain. Wow, they have bucket-thick thorns growing under their feet, Luffy said in surprise. Our target is only the leading Brachiosaurus. Other disturbances will do, Rog said. Relying on this method, Rog manipulated the ferns on the surface to grow into thick thorns to disturb the Brachiosaurus. All the way to the strongest, is also in front of the head-scarred Brachiosaurus. Ow! The leading Brachiosaurus let out a terrifying roar. Okay, now is the time to give the opponent the most direct attack. Rog said. Okay, Luffy said. Luffy's hand was on Brachiosaurus's head, his arms extended rapidly. I'm here. Luffy used his long, exaggerated arms to reach the Brachiosaurus' head. The head of the Brachiosaurus, Luffy stood on the big guy's head. Hey man, I want to give you a fight. Luffy threw his fist at the behemoth's head and punched it hard. Brachiosaurus was beaten and screamed. However, this guy is huge after all, and it is not so easy to defeat. It's not over yet. Rog took out a thick sapling that he had prepared. Giant ironwood sword. Under the green light, the thick sapling in Rog's hand quickly grew and turned into a giant sword with a hardness comparable to steel of 10 meters. It's so big that it can be moved. Zoro asked. Well, of course I can't hold it. Roger said with a wry smile. Then what did you conjure it for? Zoro groaned. It's for it, isn't it, Dryad? Rog looked at the Dryad under his feet. The Dryad held a huge ironwood sword in his hand. The Dryad with the greatsword in his hand now looks like a berserker. The Dryad rushed to the front of the Brachiosaurus. The giant ironwood sword in his hand is aimed at the right front leg of the Brachiosaurus, which is a sword. After a while of blood and flesh, the Brachiosaurus' right front leg was severely injured and lost its balance. It's not over yet, left front leg. The Dryad waved the giant ironwood sword and aimed another sword at the left front leg of the Brachiosaurus. The Brachiosaurus, which was hit extremely hard, knelt forward. It's up to you and Luffy to get his neck off, Roger said. No problem. And Zoro said. The two jumped up together. Zoro pulled the snow out of his hand, and Sanji's feet were also aimed at Brachiosaurus' neck. Luffy, who had been entangled with Brachiosaurus on his head for a long time, also waved his fist and attacked again. Under the group fight, the leader's arm, Long Yi, fell. Sure enough, after the Brachiosaurus fell, the remaining dozen or so Brachiosaurus, Long Yi, fell into chaos. Dad, hurry up, Roger said. The Dryad carried the faster going of the crowd and kept away from the group of Brachiosaurus. Tree Spirit went for a long time, and finally came to the front of a wide lake. Is it here? Zoro said. Well, look at that island. Roger said. In the middle of this lake, a not too big island is there. How come? There is also a building on the island, which seems to be a small castle. Sanji said. On the island in the middle of the lake, it is the Wax Castle. Nami and Usopp are here, Vivi said. We're here to get you out, Luffy said. The sun in the sky is already setting, and there are still some pterosaurs swirling above the island in the center of the lake. At this moment, Rog and Luffy suddenly saw two huge figures walking towards them. The two gigantic figures were both human-shaped and more than 20 meters tall. "It's a giant," Sanji said. The two giants are Dolly and Brocky. On Brocky's shoulders, a man in a sleeveless dress was sitting. "It is Mr. 3. Seeing the Dryad and Roger and Luffy and others, Mr. Point 3 showed his evil smile. "After all the hardships, I have to say that your group of pirates are really strong. Okay, let's not talk about anything else. Now is the final test you face." When everyone saw the two giants, they all looked at the two behemoths. Rog, Zoro and Luffy could feel the powerful murderous aura emanating from these two giants. Chapter 33 Final Test. Standing on Brocky's shoulder with a sinister face, Mr. Point 3 looked at Rog and Luffy and Vivi, Sanji and Zoro at the top of the Dryad with both eyes. "There's not one left. It's better this way. Today, you all have to accept the most cruel test here. These two giants are able to destroy you," Mr. 3 said. Rog, Luffy and others looked at the two giants. Clearly, these two giants were also contained through the color trap of the Miss. Going weak. "So, Mr. 3, I ask you, where did you hide Nami and Usopp?" Roger asked the sinister guy. Mr. Point 3 looked at Rog and said, You will feel hopeless soon. They are at the castle on the island in the middle of the lake. But you look at it, it is a castle made of candles. Soon there will be a castle made of candles. Will melt, and they will be fused with the molten candle liquid." Quote. Everyone looked at the castle above the island in the center of the lake, and saw that there was a circle of candles around the castle there. "Before long, I'm afraid there will be melting. And Usopp and Nami are in the castle. Bastard. Miss Nami is there." Sanji was anxious. "So, you need to defeat these two giants in a limited time," Mr. 3 said. "Damn, Nami and the others are in danger," Luffy also said. Rog looked at Sanji and said, "Sanji, hurry up and save Nami and the others." Sanji looked at Rog and then at the white candle castle on the island in the middle of the lake. "Okay, it's over to you." Sanji jumped off the tree spirit's head. "Miss Nami, I will save you." Sanji ran towards the lake. "I'm going down too, and I can help Sanji contain the enemy," Vivi said. Roger asked the Dryad to put Vivi and Karoo down too. Vivi rides on Karoo's back and helps Sanji. "The only way is to split the army, and now it's time for us to face these two behemoths," Rog said. Luffy and Zoro, who were also standing at the top of the Dryad, both looked grim. The two giants in front can be judged to be super strong enemies just from the murderous aura they exude. Mr. Point 3, who was sitting on Brocky's shoulder, looked at the three of Rog and the Dryad and said, "There are so many young people who are not afraid of death. But my friends Brocky and Dory are stronger." "Yes." Dory and Brocky both shouted in unison. The surrounding world trembled a little under the loud shouts of the two of them. Both giants are unmatched warriors among the giants, and they are also close friends for many years. Although it is controlled by the color trap of Miss Going Joe, the spirit of the warrior still exists. "Look, 3 humans are standing on top of a wooden monster," Yuhi Ghost Brokey said. "You're mistaken, is this a dryad?" "A creature of legend," said Blue Ogre Dory. "Since these two are going to fight with you, then let me introduce you first. We are the Straw Hat Pirates. This time we want to rescue our comrades, so we have to fight those who stand in our way," Rog said. Dory nodded and said, "Well, fighting for your friends is admirable. But we have to fight you for the friendship of our friends," Brocky said. "We are all fighting for friendship." Luffy and Rog and Zoro and the two giants all said loudly. Blue Ogre Dory. Yuhi Ghost Brokey. The two giants also announced their names, and at the same time, Brocky's body began to emit a Yuhi-colored light, which is a kind of fighting spirit emitted from the body into a concrete form. Dory's body also glowed blue. Both of them were wearing huge cloaks and holding giant blades, exuding vindictive aura. It looks majestic. The real powerful warrior is the portrayal of these two men. Heaven. Dory slashed with a terrifyingly huge sword. Break up the ground. Rocky swung down with a terrifyingly huge axe. Two shock waves connected by Qing Yuhi broke out, slashing the tree spirits under the feet of Rog and the three, and the shock wave left two huge marks of being cut open in the forest hundreds of meters behind. But at the critical moment, Rog and Luffy and Zoro all jumped away. Fortunately, this shock wave is fine as long as it is not directly hit. However, the Dryad was completely destroyed, and the huge limbs of the Dryad flew everywhere. The movements are really flexible, but humans have the advantage of being smaller in size. Rocky said. Rog and Luffy and Zoro all fell to the ground. Rog looked at Mr. Point 3 on Brocky's shoulder, and immediately pulled out the vine whip in his hand. I still need to kill you. The vine whip in Rog's hand grew at an astonishing speed, and his arms flashed green light, injecting the vine whip with the powerful growth ability of plant fruits. Oh, Mr. 3 immediately activated the candle ability, forming a shield in his hand. But what surprised him was that the vine whip, like a snake, bypassed the shield and tied his body instead. I see. This time, Mr. Point 3 Feet's body was covered with candle liquid. Mr. Point 3, who had turned himself into a wax figure, to the ground. Mr. Point 3 Feet's body melted quickly, and his wrapped body was revealed again. Rog quickly withdrew the vine whip. You are a fruit person. And the fruit ability of plants is really rare. Mr. 3 said to Rog. Yes, I am a plant fruit person. Rog said. Exactly, now your two partners are fighting against a giant. Let me fight with you like that. Mr. 3 said. Okay, let's have a duel. Rog looked at Mr. Point 3 calmly. On the sidelines, Dory and Zoro, Brocky and Luffy also fought. At the same time, Vivi and Karoo and Sanji all rushed to the side of the lake. Nami, hold on, I'm here to save you, Sanji said. Just when this man full of heroic saving beauty was about to go into the water for a swim. Wait a minute, Sanji. You and I will ride the Karoo with me, Vivi said. Sanji's eyes filled with love immediately, and he clasped his hands together and said, Okay, Vivi. Vivi, who was riding on Karoo's back, moved forward suddenly and said, Sanji, hurry up and do it behind me. Sat happily behind Vivi. For a knight, sitting behind a beautiful woman is. Before Sanji could finish speaking, Karoo was already jumping into the lake with a quack. In the lake, this duck runs really fast. Oh, it's really fast. Vivi, I remember you said that Alabasta is a desert kingdom. Running fast is like a duck that grew up in the desert. I don't want to swim like this. Sanji looked at Karoo who was riding under him. Said. Fast as a duck that is unique to Alabasta. It's very empathetic. And amphibious, it can do everything but can't fly. Karoo is the best of them. Fast, Vivi said. I see, Sanji said. Running as fast as a rowing boat, they quickly sent the two to the island in the center of the lake. Chapter 34 Sanji's hero saves beauty. When he reached the island in the heart of the lake, Sanji immediately jumped off. Karoo and Vivi are also standing on the island. A small white candle castle in front of me. I didn't see Nami and the others, maybe they were in the castle. Vivi said. The castle is melting, and the candles around it need to be put out quickly, Sanji said. At this moment, the pterosaurs hovering in the sky began to fly down. One of them is to grab Vivi. Watch out. Sanji suddenly kicked the pterosaur head away. The pterosaur fell into the lake beside it. Vivi, I'll deal with these pterosaurs. Go and put out those candles, Sanji said. No problem, Karoo, let's go. Vivi said to Karoo. Vivi sat on Karoo's back, pulling out the peacock saw with both hands and waving it in a circle. Gah! Karoo's face was grim, two huge duck legs swaying back and forth. Vivi's peacock saw, cutting the flames from the candles around the castle. Running fast, Karoo went around in a circle with astonishing speed, and at the same time Vivi cut off all the burning candles. Well done, Vivi, Sanji said, kicking the pterosaur. More than a dozen pterosaurs flew down, but they were all shot down by Sanji's flying kick. Sanji, Vivi said. Okay, let's go to the castle quickly. Sanji immediately ran towards the castle. There are also some rooms inside this candle-made castle. After entering the hall, look for the two of them separately. Here, Vivi yelled. Also came to a room on the left where Vivi was. Here, both Nami and Usopp's hands and feet are bound together by candle shackles. Sanji, Vivi, you are here to save us. Usopp said with tears and snot. Miss Nami, I'm here to save you. Sanji said with love in his eyes. Don't talk too much, help us get rid of the shackles. Nami said. It takes flames to melt these candles, and the castle is not very strong. We'd better get out of here, Vivi said. Sanji also looked around, then said, Miss Nami, hold me. Usopp, I'll hold you. Sanji hugged Nami with one hand and Usopp with the other, and rushed out of here quickly. Vivi is not far behind. The two rushed out of the white candle castle that was about to collapse. This white candle castle is already extremely fragile under the baking of the candles just now. After a while of collapse, the castle finally fell. Huh, it's dangerous, Sanji said. Usopp looked at the fallen castle and said, it's unbelievable that we escaped. Now I'm trying to quickly melt the candle shackles on Nami and Usopp, Vivi said. Sanji looked at Nami and said with pity, by the way, Miss Nami's body is still bound by these hateful shackles. Vivi removed a jar of palm oil from Karu's backpack. It's fuel. Vivi handed it to Sanji. Okay. Sanji sprinkled palm oil on the ground and lit it with a lighter. Under the baking, the candle shackles on Nami and Usopp's hands and feet melted away. Wow, we're finally free again. Usopp cheered. Huh, what a horrible experience, Nami said. By the way, what is that? Nami said, looking at the two giants by the lake. They are giants controlled by the enemy, Vivi said. By the way, when Mr. Point 3 chatted with us, he also said that they controlled a powerful and terrifying giant. Usopp said. Sanji looked over to the lake, where Rogue, Luffy, and Zoro were engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy. Let's hide here first, we just need to be able to protect ourselves, Sanji said. Next to the lake, the three of Rogue fought fiercely with Mr. Point 3 and the two giants. Rogue and Mr. Point 3 had an extremely fierce battle. He, if you think I can just change some weapons to fight, it's too bad. I'm a person who can fight hard with others, Mr. 3 said after some small-scale fights with Rogue. Then wait and see, Roger said. Okay, candle, heavy knight armor. 3 on Mr. Point 3 feet's head burned. A large amount of candle liquid shot out of his arms. The candle liquid quickly became the size of a house and then changed shape rapidly. Roger stared intently at what the candle man made. The candles finally turned into a heavy knight's armor, but they were 10 meters high. Ahahaha, this is my trump card, heavy knight armor. Mr. Point 3 is on the head of the heavy knight armor. Soon the head was closed by the knight's helmet, leaving only some gaps for ventilation. The armor made of this pair of candles is angular and full of strength. It's very powerful, right? But I still need to color it to further show its power, Mr. 3 said. At this moment, a triceratops came out with a chair on its back. There was a little girl on the chair holding a paintbrush and ink cartridge. Miss, going weak, color me as planned, Mr. 3 said. Miss, going Joe waved a watercolor brush and painted on Mr. Point 3 feet's heavy knight armor for a while. Very good, now more hockey. Mr. Point 3 feet's heavy knight armor has a silver metallic color. It looks like real silver armor. This 10-meter tall silver-colored armor can overwhelm many enemies just in terms of momentum. Okay, since you use a big man, then I need to use a big man to fight you too. Rogue rushed to a nearby sturdy fir tree with scales. The king of the forest. Dryad. Rogue hugged the cedar tree with both hands, his whole body glowing green. The ability of the plant's fruit began to rapidly transform the cedar tree. The cedar tree quickly grew taller, reaching about 10 meters, and become thicker. In the end, the trunk of the fir tree grew 2 strong arms, and the roots also rose from the ground to become 2 thick legs. At the upper end of the torso, the dryad's eyes and mouth grow. Rog used the vine whip to get to the top of the dryad. "With this, I will fight you," Rog said. Wearing heavy knight armor, Mr. Point 3 looked at Rog's Forest King. Dryad. "Well, not bad. I admit that the guy you created is really strong." "It's definitely strong. Then let's have a showdown," Mr. 3 said. "Okay, King of the Forest. Dryad vs Heavy Knight Armor. This battle is guaranteed to be unforgettable for you and me," Rog said. After speaking, the King of the Forest, the Dryad, put on a fist-clenching posture like a strong man. Chapter 35 Rog vs Mr. Point 3. Eat my sword first. Mr. Point 3 Feet's Heavy Knight Armor raised his long sword with his right arm and chopped down at the Forest King, the Dryad. Forest. Dryad's arms fiercely grasped the opponent's sharp sword with both arms. "Well, what a lot of strength," Mr. 3 said. The Heavy Knight Armor and the King of the Forest, the Dryad, stalemate each other. King of the Forest, the Dryad's strength is even better, and he slammed the Heavy Knight's armor away. The Heavy Knight Armor stabilized his body again, and Mr. Point 3 inside looked at the Forest King. Dryad. HMPH, if that's the case, I'll attack you. Mr. Point 3, the Heavy Knight Armor swung a long sword and slashed at the head of the Forest King, the Dryad, where Rog was standing. Forest. Dryad's arm fiercely resisted the long sword swung by the Heavy Knight Armor. The opponent's weapon is as hard as steel, even though the hardness of the Forest King tree spirit is far more than that of ordinary wood. Forest. Dryad's left arm was almost cut off. Rog quickly used the plant fruit ability, and his body emitted green light. The King of the Forest below. The tree spirit's severely injured left arm quickly regrew. "Since you are hiding in the armor, then I can deal with you in a different way." Rog manipulated the Forest King below. Dryad, this huge plant-type creature opened its huge mouth. Rog jumped in quickly. After entering the interior of the tree spirit, the King of the Forest, Rog could feel the changes in this behemoth and the surrounding environment through his own plant fruit ability. The Dryad's line of sight when he sees his surroundings is his own line of sight. The voices heard around the Dryad were the voices he heard. He is able to highly manipulate the Dryad's movements. Now Rog is just like those warriors in the animation, but he is manipulating a giant tree spirit. "Wow, you can also enter the monster that this plant has turned into." Mr. Point 3 Feet's voice came. Rog manipulated the King of the Forest. Dryad, this behemoth began a more coordinated battle. Forest. The Dryad charged towards Mr. Point 3 Feet's Heavy Knight Armor under Rog's control. After approaching each other, he hugged each other. "What are you doing?" Mr. 3 in the Heavy Knight Armor shouted in horror. Forest. Dryad has already raised the Heavy Knight Armor. "Let you taste what wrestling is." Roger's voice came through the Dryad. Heavy Knight's armor was thrown dozens of meters away by the tree spirit, the King of the Forest. The opponent fell heavily on the ground. Miss Going Joe, who was sitting on the back of the Triceratops, saw Mr. Point 3 being thrown out together with the Heavy Knight Armor. "Ah, Mr. 3, looks like I'd better stay away." Miss Going Joe quickly let the Triceratops she was riding on leave here. At the same time, Rog in the tree spirit, the King of the Forest, did not dare to relax in the slightest. To give the enemy a chance to breathe is to create destruction for oneself. After the Heavy Knight Armor stood up again, the King of the Forest, the Dryad, punched again. This Heavy Knight Armor was knocked down again. Left fist, right fist. King of the Forest, the Dryad, made full use of his huge advantage over the opponent to suppress the enemy's breath. "Enough, candles, giant walls." Mr. Point 3 urgently activated his candle ability. The candle liquid flowed out of the gap in the giant helmet, quickly forming a huge wall in front of it. This huge wall is more than 10 meters high. After temporarily evading the attack, Mr. 3 in the heavy knight armor quickly retreated. Damn, the opponent is stronger than me, but not as strong as my armor. Mr. 3 urgently analyzed the battle situation. Then only use the longer advantage of the weapon. Mr. 3 was in the armor for a while and the candle liquid flowed out. Liquid candles flowed through the gaps in the giant helmets, while heavy knight armor tossed swords and shields. Candle, spear. A 20-meter-long spear solidified and was held in both hands by the heavy knight's armor. Oh, it came with a long weapon. Rog, who was inside the Forest King, the tree spirit, saw the other party's new weapon and said. Mr. 3 in the heavy knight armor growled, this time the long weapon will decide the outcome. The heavy knight armor swung a spear toward the Forest King, the Dryad. Stab. After a while, there was the sound of metal and wood joining, and the tree spirit, the king of the forest, was pierced by the opponent's spear. After all, the opponent's weapon is comparable to the hardness of steel. It's really good brains. Spears are to restrain melee combat, said Rog in the tree spirit, the king of the forest. Ah ha ha, you bastard, I want you to die without a burial. Mr. 3 growled through the heavy knight armor. Now the Libra of victory seems to have fallen to Mr. 3. But you forgot one thing, said Roger suddenly. At the same time, the tree spirit, the king of the forest, grabbed the spear that pierced through himself with both hands. I have the upper hand in power. Immediately, Mr. 3's face changed. Of course, he was blocked by heavy knight armor, so no one else could see it. Forest. The tree spirit held the white candle spear in both hands, and took the weapon with great strength. Now, the situation is that I have a long weapon again. Forest King. Dryad turned his spear and aimed it at Mr. 3's heavy knight armor. What? Mr. 3, who was in the helmet part of the heavy knight armor, suddenly turned pale. The spear immediately pierced the head of the heavy knight's armor. The heavy knight armor quickly blocked it with its arms. Makes the spear slightly off. However, there was a harsh shattering sound for a while, and a large piece of the helmet of the heavy knight's armor was also shattered. Mr. 3 was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out, but immediately the king of the forest, the tree spirit, stabbed him again. This time Mr. 3 quickly grabbed his head with the arms of the heavy knight armor. After all, this pair of heavy wax armor is still as hard as steel, and can block the attack of spears of the same quality. After his arms were severely damaged, Mr. 3 hurriedly escaped using the heavy knight armor. Now my ace is still so stretched against this guy, Mr. 3 said angrily. However, I still have a last resort. The reason why this heavy knight armor is the trump card is that there are more flexible ways to use it. Mr. 3 managed to manipulate the heavy knight armor to distance himself from the Forest King, the Dryad. More candle liquid seeped out from the gap in the helmet. These candle liquids did not turn into anything else, but quickly condensed on the lower body of the heavy knight's armor. Forest. Rog and the Dryad looked at what tricks this guy had. I saw that the shape of the armor on the lower body of the heavy knight armor changed rapidly, becoming a Tyrannosaurus. Ahahaha, I kept you waiting. This is the super form of heavy knight armor. Dragon Knight. Mr. 3's proud roar sounded. Chapter 36 The King of the Forest and the Heavy Knight Armor Showdown, defeating Mr. 3. Dragon Knight. Riding on a dinosaur is a dragon knight. It should be a dragon riding in a myth. Rog could not wait to complain. Anyway, now I'm back on the edge again. Now, the power and speed of the heavy knight's armor has leapt tremendously. Your stinky wood can't wait to die. Mr. 3 growled loudly. But, it seems that the shape is not cool enough. The upper body is the Miss Goingjo's silver color painting shape, and the lower body is still pure white candle color. Where did this little girl go? Forget it, it's still up to you. Not so much anymore. Quote. Mr. 3 manipulated this lower body Tyrannosaurus and the upper body knight armor combination monster rushed over. Mr. 3's dragon knight heavy knight armor rushed towards the king of the forest. Dryad. In King of the Forest, Dryad felt that the opponent's speed and strength had indeed greatly increased. Bang! The King of the Forest. Dryad was knocked to the ground by the Dragon Knight's heavy knight armor. This volume greatly surpassed the King of the Forest. Dryad's candle troll violently bit the King of the Forest. Dryad with the Tyrannosaurus head in the lower body. Forgot to mention, the kiba teeth of the Tyrannosaurus head on the lower body of this armor are now as sharp as steel. Mr. 3 said proudly. King of the Forest felt that he was suppressed and unable to move. But this is the forest area. Rog transmits his own plant fruit ability to the outside earth plants through the Forest King. Giant thorns. Several thorns as thick as wooden barrels grew from the ground, entangling the Tyrannosaurus head of the Dragon Knight's heavy knight armor. It can't stop me, Mr. 3 said. That's enough. By Rog, the Dryad shoved his arms sharply, pushing away the enemy that was pressing on him. With this opportunity, he and the King of the Forest, the tree spirit, escaped. Forest. Dryad stands up again. It's so strong, it really deserves to be a plant fruit person. Mr. 3 said. King of the Forest is now concentrating on how to deal with this guy. The Forest King. Dryad was transformed from an ancient cedar tree, so no palm tree has the ability to spray palm oil. What else is there to do besides fire? Looks like that's all there is to it. Rog manipulated the Forest King, the Dryad, to rush towards the Dragon Knight's heavy knight armor. Mr. 3 was a little surprised, but quickly regained his composure. Feeling can't beat me, crazy. King of the Forest, the Dryad, quickly pounced on the upper body of the Dragon Knight's heavy knight armor. Both arms firmly grasped the huge helmet of the armor. Mr. 3 is in the helmet, and he observes the surrounding environment to fight. What? It's like this. But you can't crush a helmet that is as good as steel. No matter how powerful this tree spirit is. Mr. 3 was surprised and said at the same time. Who said you're going to crush the helmet you're in? Rog's voice came through the Dryad. Ah, this is. Mr. 3 feet's eyeballs are about to pop out. I saw a group of branches sticking out from the front, which is the gap in the helmet. What happens when some twigs from the Dryad's hands enter your area? Rog's tone now regained his confidence to win. Ah, hurry up, calm down. At this time, Mr. 3 finally felt the fear of death. He has brutally killed opponents more than once, but this time he faced unprecedented fear. No way. Candles. Lift. Mr. 3 gave the order, and quickly the entire huge Dragon Knight heavy knight armor began to melt, and changed back to the candle liquid again. And the King of the Forest controlled by Rog. Dryad was also wrapped in candle liquid. Not good. This guy uses the residual Mukuro liquid of the armor as a weapon, and wants to wrap the King of the Forest. Dryad, wait for the candle liquid to solidify again. I will turn into a huge wax figure with the King of the Forest. Dryad, quote. Rog was also in a hurry, and quickly let the Forest King Dryad spit himself out of his mouth. Then he was thrown back to the ground by the tree spirit, the King of the Forest. Use the vine whip and nearby trees to safely land on the ground. Rog looked at the Forest King, Dryad and the other party's armor. I saw an incomparably spectacular scene, the King of the Forest. Dryad was hugged by the Dragon Knight's heavy knight armor, and the molten candle liquid quickly wrapped the King of the Forest. Dryad. Thank you, mate. Rog watched the Forest King, Dryad and the opponent's armor perish together. Under the sunset of prehistoric island, the tree spirit, the King of the Forest, merged with the Dragon Knight's heavy knight armor and became a huge wax figure. Sanji, Usopp, Nami, and Vivi, who were on the island in the center of the lake, also saw this spectacular sight. What a great battle, Usopp said emotionally. I didn't expect that Rog's fighting ability is really strong, Sanji said with a little humor. Mr. 3 is far more powerful than expected, but Rog is also very powerful. Rog came back to his senses and saw Mr. 3 fleeing from the huge wax figure. I want to run, but there is no way. Rog rushed over quickly. Mr. Point 3 was out of breath. He had just used the devil fruit ability a lot. His body was severely exhausted and he was already very tired. Damn, the other party still has such a strong person. And the two stupid giants who are controlled have not prevailed. Just as Mr. Point 3 was running wildly, suddenly Rog's figure stood in front of him. Mr. Point 3 looked at Rog. Although this brown-haired man had a messy body, his face also looked tired and strong. But those eyes were full of unstoppable aura. Well, you and I are both very tired. How about our truce? Mr. 3 said. But Rog looked at him without saying a word. Well, maybe you have the conditions. Mr. 3 said. I'm afraid you still have that thing on you. A permanent pointer to the kingdom of Alabasta, Rog said. Oh, really? That permanent pointer was destroyed. I didn't do it on purpose. It was really damaged during the battle just now. After Mr. Point 3 finished speaking, he took out a broken permanent pointer from his clothes. I see, Roger said. At this moment, a sinister light flashed in Mr. Point 3's eyes, and a dagger flew out of his arm. Vine whip. Rattan net. The rattan whip in Rog's hand quickly formed a dense rattan net in front of him. The dagger was blocked. Ah! Mr. 3 roared in horror when he saw that the sneak attack failed. But Rog's vine whip quickly returned to its original shape, and at the same time a whip came over. Yuhi-colored scar on the insidious guy's face, knocking him unconscious. I didn't think I could achieve peace with you. Rog left a sentence, but stopped looking at Mr. Point 3 who was lying on the ground. Chapter 37 Prehistoric Island Carnival Night after the war. Rog walked towards the place where Luffy and Zoro fought the two giants just now. Luffy and Zoro also managed to knock down two giants. Standing in front of the two fallen giants, Luffy and Zoro are both scarred. I saw Roger come over. Zoro also said, hey, your place is over too. It's tiring, but I haven't been so relaxed in a long time, Luffy said. The guy in the straw hat is always so full of energy. Zoro, instead, is a swordsman who is always calm. I really did my best to kill them, Roger said. Well, but didn't kill them, Zoro said. That's right, they're just under control, Roger said. At this moment, Nami and the others' voices sounded. Zoro, Luffy, and Roger all looked at Nami and the others happily. Hey, Sanji, Vivi. You rescued Nami and Usopp. Luffy shouted happily. It's such a pleasure to meet you, Usopp said, crying. You'll be fine. Rog looked at Nami and Usopp happily. Zoro looked at Sanji, and now Sanji is still in a neat suit, but he was in charge of saving people and he was not hurt. The stinky chef didn't do a bad job, Zoro said. Okay, Chlorella, do you know how great it was for me to rescue Miss Nami, who was full of fear? Sanji Kabuto scolded Zoro. The two were chatting again and again. Rog's eyes turned to a little girl beside Vivi and Karoo. By the way, let me tell you something. This little girl was found in the nearby forest after we left the island in the heart of the lake. She is Miss Going Joe from the Baroque Works room. Vivi said. Ah, she's Mr. Point 3's partner, Luffy said. Yes, don't look at her small. But she is a supervillain who does evil, Usopp said exaggeratedly. Miss Going Joe was so scared that she almost cried. Don't be like this, you scared her. Roger squatted down quickly to comfort the little girl. Rog stared at Miss Going Joe's big watery eyes. You're so young, I'm afraid you were coerced into doing it with them. Don't be afraid, but I want to ask you. Where are the patterns on those two giants? Rog asked. Miss Going Joe was aggrieved and squeezed out tears. The pattern is at their feet, Miss Going Joe said. Afterwards, Zoro chopped off the shoes of the two giants' feet with a knife, and sure enough, there was a yellow-green circle pattern of friendship under each of them. After destroying the two patterns, the two giants regained consciousness after a while. But this time they won't attack the crowd again. Luffy and others also explain what happened. So that's what happened, said Dory, with his exaggerated beard. "We're being controlled these days," said Brocky, with his noisy beard and big nostrils. "Ha, it's fun to be able to fight you guys," Luffy said happily. Dory looked at Luffy and the others and said, "It was fun fighting you guys." Brocky also said, "It's been the first time in 100 years that an alien human has defeated us." 100 years. Everyone was shocked. "Yes, 100 years ago we came here to duel because of some kind of agreement. But we fought for 100 years without any results." Dory and Brocky then laughed together. "This time we also learned a powerful warrior other than us." Brocky looked at Luffy and the others with admiration. Usopp then began to talk to the two giants with great interest, and Luffy was also very happy to talk. Soon, the two men became one with the giant. Nami and Sanji talked to Roger about other things. Mr. 3 has a permanent pointer in his hand, but it's broken. Nami asked. "Yes, but in this case, I am afraid we need to leave this island quickly. It is not good to stay in this kind of place," Rog said. "Alas, such an intense fight. Nothing to gain," Nami said. "No, my faithful rescue of Miss Nami has tested my chivalry." Sanji looked at Nami with love. "I asked the two giants just now, and they said it would take a year for the island's magnetism to be full," Nami said. "So let's quickly fix it and set off, even if we go to find an island. Maybe after finding an island, we can get a permanent pointer," Rog said. "I don't want to stay here any longer. So many horrible things have happened here in just over a day," Nami said. "Since it is definitely impossible to stay here, then leave as soon as possible," Vivi said. "After everyone is done talking, talk to Luffy and Usopp." "Ah, leaving so soon. I still want to have a party with these two uncles," Luffy said. "That's it. Light a bonfire at night and roast dinosaur meat and ancient fruits," Usopp said energetically. "But we're running out of time," Nami said. At this moment, Dory suddenly said, "Wait, are you going to get out of here? Then tomorrow is good." "Why?" Zoro asked. "Because a huge island-eating monster is cruising around the island. It doesn't matter if you come, as long as you go, the monster will attack," Brocky added. "So, as long as you stay one night, we'll help you get rid of it tomorrow. That monster will be eliminated during the day. Please, and you are our benefactors. So we need to repay you," Dory said. Everyone looked at the two giants with different expressions. "That's it, everyone can stay. After all, is it someone's kindness?" Luffy said happily. Although Luffy made a point, but after all, there were giant island-eating monsters infested, the others still accepted it. The sun also continued to set in the west, and it was night again on Prehistoric Island. In the middle of the night, in a clearing beside the lake on Prehistoric Island, a bonfire blazes into the sky. "It's delicious. It's been a long time since I had a drink," Brocky shouted happily. "Hey, this wine is really good," Dory shouted happily. Usopp held up the glass with his long nose and acted. Made everyone laugh. "Look at me, rubber. Flying meat." Luffy threw a piece of dinosaur meat into the air with a rubber arm before it fell and hit him in the mouth. Dinosaur meat fell from the sky. Usopp shouted happily. Sanji also smiled and said, "Does this count as a waste of food?" "Forget it, as long as you end up stuffing it in your mouth, it doesn't count. This night is enough to drink all the wine on the ship." Zoro took a big glass and drank the wine in one go. "Well, it can be considered a relaxation. I am tired," Nami said. "Rog and Vivi are talking to Miss Going Joe." "Oh, were you rejected as a child because of your unique ability to draw?" Vivi said. Miss Going Joe nodded and said, "Well, I can suggest people's behavior through painting. So everyone hates me. You can't do it here, that's it. Or you can sail with us for a while, and then you're going to find your life in a safe place," Roger said. Miss Going Joe was silent. After all, this little girl had done a lot of bad things with Mr. Point 3 before, even if she was instructed by Mr. 3. "Well, okay. Suddenly the little girl said happily. Ah, you promised so fast. Vivi and Rog were both ashamed. Chapter 38 Leaving Prehistoric Island, Hakoku sees off. After the carnival at night, it was finally the next morning. Day is back on Prehistoric Island. On the shore of the island, the Straw Hat Pirates all carried the things they needed to marry. Various dinosaur meats, and ancient fruits found on this island. Rog also collected enough plants of all kinds on the island. For Rog, this island was really a big fight. In the forest zone their own can be fully developed. Come on, these fruits have dinosaur meat, Sanji said. Can dinosaur eggs work? Luffy said to Sanji, holding up a half-human dinosaur egg. Wow, such a big egg. Usopp's eyes were about to pop out. Well, make a large omelet. Don't be stunned, move quickly, Sanji said. Zoro moved the barrels back to the boat. Alas, all the wine has been drank. Now it's full of fresh water. After complaining a few words, the alcoholic swordsman continued to carry the barrels full of fresh water. Mary is now full of needed supplies. The ship finally carried the crowd and sailed away from the island. Ah, finally able to leave, Nami said. Yeah, it was a tough fight, Vivi said. Look, the two giants in front of us bid us farewell, Sanji said. Luffy, who couldn't be idle for an hour, immediately jumped to the bow and shouted, Hey, you come to see us off. At the mouth of the river at this point, Dory and Brocky were standing there, armed with weapons, ready to say goodbye. Good way, Dory said. Hey, I've got an admirer, Brocky said, looking at Usopp on Mary's deck. Hey, Master Brocky, I'm going to Aruba. That warrior's holy place, Usopp yelled. Good luck to you, Dory and Brocky said together. Mary finally sailed out of the estuary and returned to the sea. Well, it's time for us to help them, Dory said. Let our friends sail with peace of mind, Brocky said. Right in front of Mary, the sea suddenly rose sharply. Mary looked forward in shock. A huge creature came out of the ocean. This creature has two huge eyes, and the shape is actually one goldfish. Everyone on Mary said in shock. This goldfish-shaped island eater is not inferior to the whale laboon in Twin Cape. And its shape is a goldfish that should be small, which is even more exaggerated. Bigger than laboon's eyes stared blankly forward, as if the sky and the sea could be captured by it. The island eater has appeared, Brocky said. Don't panic, everyone, keep sailing, Dory said. The island eater has a surprisingly huge mouth, which can indeed eat the island. Even Marine's 10 warships or 10 large pirate ships were swallowed together. This guy will be swallowed if we go any further, Zoro said, pressing down the scabbard with his hand. My God, such a terrifying creature. Nami turned pale with fright. We're going to be eaten, Vivi said. Karoo was too frightened to speak, and even forgot to call Ga. Can you really believe what they say? Sanji said, clenching Kiba's teeth. Straight into the mouth of such a huge goldfish, no one will believe that it can survive. Sail straight, Luffy said. Yes, this is what the sea warriors said, you must go. Usopp said. Don't be afraid, everyone, close your eyes. Sail straight, Roger said. The giant goldfish kept swallowing the sea water, and finally Mary got into its astonishing mouth. Then the giant goldfish closed its mouth. We were eaten, Nami cried on the deck. It's useless to say anything, now I have to wait for fate. Zoro said calmly. What the hell is this? Sanji was also very anxious. Everyone, wait until you can see the sun again. Rog said. At this moment, the two giants standing on the shore of the island's river mouth waved their weapons. Hakoku. The earth-shattering sound made the surrounding sky and sea tremble. Dory's hand and the great axe in Brocky's hand were both swinging out. The huge shock wave broke both of their weapons, and even Aruba's powerful weapons could not withstand this powerful shock wave. And the goldfish was pierced through an astonishingly huge hole from front to back. Mary, and the whole ship took off. On Mary's deck, whether it's Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, Vivi, Nami, Miss Valentine, or Roger, they all looked forward in shock. "We're flying," said Usopp. "Yeah, Mary's flying," Luffy said. When everyone looked back, a large hole had been pierced through the giant body of the Island Eater, from which they could see Dory and Brocky waving goodbye. "Everyone has a smooth journey." Quote. The two giant warriors shouted. "Thank you." Mary shouted in unison. Under the action of gravity, Mary returned to the surface of the sea. The body of the huge Island Eater also sank into the sea. Dory and Brocky, who were standing by the river estuary, watched everyone go away. "Brocky, I suddenly remembered. We fought for that reason. But it wasn't very clear," Dory said suddenly. "If you say that, it's all 100 years ago. But it seems that there are still some shadows in my mind," Brocky said. Suddenly, the volcano on Prehistoric Island erupted. "Look, it's time for us to keep fighting again." "Brocky, that's not going to change. Even if there's no real reason," Dory said. "Well, but it's too small. Let's fight by the lake. It's a big place, and it's a friend's memory," Brocky said. The two giants returned to the lake, where a huge wax figure of the Forest King, Dryad and Heavy Knight armor merged into one. "Well, it's really nice to have this wax figure next to our duel arena," Brocky said. "Yeah, I like the wax figure too. The warrior logo," Dory said. Come, have a fight." Two giant warriors fought fiercely in the clearing beside the wax figure. 100 years ago on Prehistoric Island, two giant warriors once captured a sea king. But they have to compete with one another, which has a bigger prey. And so began a century-old battle that continues to this day. The wax figures on the side continue to witness this great battle. Chapter 39 Fumble Going with Approaching Giant Objects. Mary left Prehistoric Island, he continued on the Great Route. Since the magnetic force of the magnetic pointer is not fully stored, the ship carrying the Hat Pirates fumbles forward. Mary's deck, everyone was thinking about the future route under the scorching sun of the clear sky. "Hey, is this really good? We're sailing like headless fish," said Usopp, sitting on the deck. Ow, so what can I do? There is no permanent pointer to Alabasta now," Zoro, who had just woken up again, said. Luffy sat on the bow and kept looking at the scenery. However, it is still a vast sea, and there is no trace of land in sight. Vivi on the observation deck at the top of the mast. "This group of people is really, Miss Vivi is always worried about the safety of her country now. They are always so lazy," Sanji said, breathing out a smoke. After leaving Prehistoric Island, Vivi is often at the lookout at the top of the mast. Vivi, who was on the observation deck at the moment, although his face was still calm, his eyes were full of anxiety. Alabasta's current civil war. Her father must be working hard to deal with it. The fast-running Karoo waited under the mast for his master to come down. At this time, Nami suddenly pushed the gate of opening out of the cabin and walked towards the mast. "Miss Nami, do you need a glass of orange juice? You must be thirsty under the scorching sun in the sky now." Sanji immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. "Well, then give me a drink," Nami said. Sanji turned his head to the observation deck at the top of the mast again and said, "Miss Vivi, let me get you a glass of orange juice too." "Well, Sanji, thank you then." Vivi turned to Sanji on the deck and said. Karoo by the mast also opened his mouth and shouted, "Gah." "Understood, it's yours too. Besides Miss Nami and Miss Vivi, everyone else will have it." Sanji went back to the kitchen to prepare. Nami walked under the mast, looked at Vivi above, and said, "You've been up there for a long time today, come down." "No, I'm quite comfortable here," Vivi said politely. Nami couldn't persuade Vivi either, so she sighed. At this moment, there was another sound of the wooden door. Rog came out of the cabin, and then Miss Valentine also came out. Nami looked at Rog and said, Rog, since you left from Prehistoric Island, you've always spent your energy on the plants you brought in. It's time to breathe more. Rog said politely, well, but a lot of new plants have been transformed that can be used for weapons in life. Rog turned his head again and looked at Miss Going-Jo. Marian, you really don't leave the pancake in your hand, Roger said. Marianne is Miss Going-Jo's real name, and this little girl who loves tea is also in love with the tea made by Sanji when she arrives on Mary. But this chef Sanji's craftsmanship is amazing, said the cute little girl. If you mean me, that's right. Sanji had come out of the cabin at this time, holding a plate and a pile of orange juice in his hand. Well, I didn't expect it. You little girl really likes to tell the truth. Sanji crouched down and said to Marianne with a smile. Sanji's cooking skills are very good, but like Luffy, Zoro and Usopp, they all eat and drink. At best, they are delicious. However, Nami, Vivi and Rog all praised very politely. This little painter girl who had just boarded the ship spit out her true feelings, which made Sanji even more happy. Rog looked at Marianne, the little girl who was able to draw amazing color traps, but actually had a good personality. As long as she is kind to her and almost eats, then she is her little friend. This kind of little girl was able to be used by the Baroque works room for her own use, and it must have been caused by the temptation of others. Marian, your ability is truly remarkable. You can do so much just by drawing, Rog said. Marianne shook her head and said, it's a talent. I've been interested in drawing since I was a child, and I didn't expect it to be so useful. Vivi on the observation deck at the top of the mast again, and said, well, it's easy to be a child. You can always eat snacks. After listening to Marianne, she said, actually, I also have troubles because I need to practice drawing all the time. Nami looked at Marianne, and suddenly a flash of light came to her side. Marianne, you can make a big difference, Nami said. Huh, Marianne looked at the young lady with short orange hair suspiciously. Can't you paint a relaxing blue? Nami said. You're wrong, it's green, corrected Marianne. Okay, it's green. Then you draw green on Vivi's body, so that she can become more relaxed and relaxed. Nami said. Vivi at the top of the mast looked out and said, well, yes. Will she be angry afterwards? You can just redraw it again. Anyway, I'll help you round the scene. Nami said. Rog looked at Nami and Marianne. It turned out that Nami wanted to use Marianne's leisurely green color trap to temporarily make Vivi less anxious. But finding a way to get to Alabasta as soon as possible is the solution. I have worked hard for days to transform the plants I got from Prehistoric Island, and created a lot of new plant weapons. If only Alabasta was also a forest kingdom, Rog said. Last time in the forest area above Prehistoric Island, Rog showed Kamui. The forest area is really Rog's world, otherwise if you are in the desert area, you can only fight with the plants you carry. But this is enough, not all the time can occupy the right time and place. Mary was just groping and going. Vivi also stayed there for a long time at the top of the mast, and finally wanted to go down. But at this moment, she suddenly saw something in the sky in the distance. What's this? Vivi picked up the telescope and looked. I saw a slender oval-shaped white object in the distance in the sky moving. But it doesn't look like a cloud, like an artificially created object. Vivi put down the telescope and said to the deck below, you all pay attention, there is a moving object in the distant sky. And it is in the opposite direction from us. Everyone on the deck looked up to the sky after hearing this. Now the distant oval object is getting closer, and others are gradually able to see it. Luffy didn't think it was far enough, so he just stood on the bow and threw his head out for 100 meters to see. Hey, that thing is still far away. Even if you lengthen it that much, it's not much use, Zoro said. Rog also walked to the bow and looked at the approaching object in the distance. That thing turned out to be closer. Mary is also heading in which direction? Gradually the objects in the sky became clearer. Rog looked. That was actually a airship. A white giant airship flies above the blue sky. Chapter 40 Huge Airship, Unknown Fate. The white giant airship was suspended in the sky and flew. The gas-filled oval behemoth was getting closer and closer to Mary's sky. Wow, look, a huge balloon, Luffy said excitedly. Oh, what a weird thing. It looks like a huge balloon. But there seems to be something under the balloon, Sanji said, observing the approaching huge airship. Chopper jumped over Zoro's head and looked at the huge airship approaching. Wow, what a strange thing. Is that a flying fish? Or a flying sea king? Chopper said with wide, chubby eyes. Zoro patted the chopper overhead and said, Hey, come down. Who else would make such a giant balloon to play with? It's boring. Nami looked at the airship in the sky, pouted and said, It's strange, I've read so many sweaty sailing books, but I've never heard of anyone making such a big balloon. Vivi above the lookout at the top of the mast is also down. Rog looked at the huge airship that was constantly approaching. What the hell is going on? But there must be someone on this airship. The huge airship was constantly approaching, and the pods at the lower part of the huge airship were also clearly visible. At this time, inside the huge airship pod, in a large captain's room, a group of bare-armed marine soldiers in white clothes were working. An officer dressed as a general in a white cape stood among the crowd. The general was a middle-aged man, and there was hardly much flesh on his thin face. Below a pair of blade-like eyes is an exaggeratedly sharp hooked nose. Suddenly, a marine sergeant ran up to him and raised his hand in salute. Hawk, Rear Admiral, a small pirate ship has now been spotted in the sea ahead below. SGT. The Rear Admiral stared at the sergeant with sharp eyes, making him shudder. HMPH, is it a pirate ship? Then just capture it directly. Hawk Rear Admiral waved his slender and powerful right hand and said. If the sergeant in front of him can describe these hands, they are similar to the claws of an eagle. Sergeant glanced at Hawk's Rear Admiral's hand and said quickly, Yes, go to action immediately. Hawk Vice Admiral looked carefully at his right hand after the sergeant had left. The pirates don't have a good one, and this airship is in the testing period. It's best to use the pirates for experiments. After finishing speaking, Hawk Rear Admiral's right hand clasped together like eagle claws grabbing prey. The crisp sound of the bones and joints could be heard clearly throughout the cabin. On Mary's deck, Rog, Luffy, Sanji and others all looked up at the airship above. After flying for a while, the giant airship finally flew above Mary. It's so big, everyone sighed. That is suspended above Mary looks down on Mary on the sea below like a giant looks down on humans. I didn't expect that there is a pod under this huge balloon, it seems to be a kind of cabin. Nami looked up at the giant airship above and said. Beneath the giant airship is a huge white painted pod with windows. The volume of this pod alone is more than 10 times that of Mary. Is it a flying ship? Sanji said, removing the cigarette butt from his mouth. However, this flying vessel actually has a huge oval-shaped balloon attached to the hull, Zoro said. Rog looked up at the huge airship and said, If there is a pod, then there must be someone here. And you can see that there is a propeller behind the airbag. It must be through that thing to propel this guy to fly. However, down who is in the earth? There are many, many powerful pirates on the Great Route. Is it the airship of a certain pirate, or? At this moment, Luffy raised his hands and said happily, Okay, then let's go up and have a look. No, Zoro and Nami and Usopp all shouted. I'm afraid there are strange people on this strange flying ship, maybe it will cause trouble. Nami said with clenched fists. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary person who can create such a monster that flies in the sky. Usopp said. After all, we still don't know the details of each other, we have to look at it first. Zoro said calmly. For Zoro, he wasn't afraid of surprises. But what kind of person is in such a huge airship, if the other party has malicious intentions? And the airship has weapons, so the Straw Hat Pirates and Mary have nowhere to run. Hey, look, it seems to have lowered its altitude, Rog said while looking at the airship. As soon as everyone looked carefully, it turned out that the airship had dropped in height. Originally the airship was about 2,000 meters in the air. Now it seems to be only 700 or 800 meters from the sea. Difficult. Could it be that we are being targeted? Usopp said nervously. Really? Gah. Karoo and Marianne were frightened together. Luffy was even more excited. He didn't feel the danger and wanted to get on the airship immediately. You are still in a daze. Hurry up and turn the rudder, or paddle, Nami sternly reprimanded. Let's do it now, Miss Nami, Sanji said lovingly. Yes, hurry up and do it. Usopp hurriedly moved. But the speed of the airship, combined with its size, made it too late for Mary to even get out of it. Suddenly, the flying pod shoots 4 giant grappling hooks at Mary below. Ah! What the hell? Gah! Good friend, quote. Nami, Usopp, Karoo, and Marianne all shouted in horror. 4 grappling hooks hit 4 places on either side of Mary's hull. Behind the grappling hooks are huge iron chains. Then there was a huge tremor, and Mary began to rise. Or being hoisted up by the airship's grappling hook. We've been kidnapped, Sanji said, looking at the grappling hooks and chains. Iron chains, damn it, Zoro said, walking on the iron chains with snow and slashing. Ha ha ha, we're in the air, Luffy said happily. Who the hell is this? Vivi said anxiously. Rog looked at the airship that was approaching above and said, I am afraid that they are not good people when they are like this. An unknown fate awaits everyone, and Mary is already hundreds of meters in the air. There is no escape now, and everything on the airship is waiting for everyone. Chapter 41 Angel Class Airship, Saros. Mary was carried under the huge airship by 4 huge iron chains. La la la, we're under the flying boat, Luffy said happily. Nami punched him angrily and said, we're being kidnapped now, and you're so happy. My god, we were kidnapped, Usopp said anxiously. The huge airship above is hundreds of meters away from the sea, and there is no way to escape now. Who the hell is that? Zoro looked at the huge airship above with a puzzled expression. Let's see everything first, Sanji said. Well, look, someone came out, Vivi said. A new built-in door opened on the airship. From inside, a group of naked, strong-armed, burly marine soldiers landed on Mary's deck with ropes tied around their waists. This group of marines is much stronger than ordinary marine soldiers, and has more weapons and equipment mounted on them. They are all armed with machine guns or individual artillery. There is steel plate protection next to the hat on the head, as well as on the chest and joints. See, Marine. Mary's deck was shocked. It's Marine, Roger said. Seeing this huge airship, Rog also guessed that in addition to those made by pirates, it might also be something from Marine. You pirates, hurry up and capture, said a strong marine soldier with a big beard. It's Marine, that's good. Luffy's face changed immediately, and he clenched his fists and was about to attack. Wait a minute, Roger quickly blocked Luffy and said. They're Marine, get us, Luffy said. But look at our situation now. Mary is hundreds of meters in the air. They can drop us at any time. And here, Mary can't take so much firepower, Roger said. Sanji also hurried forward and said, yes, they all have machine guns and artillery in their hands. Mary will probably be blown up if they are here. Damn, these guys. Luffy had to close his fist. The bearded marine soldier said, so hurry up and capture. Otherwise, you will be blown away directly with this pirate ship and fall into the sea. It's impossible to get hold of it, but we can get on this pod first, Rog said. The Marines seemed dismissive. Nor look at your situation, said the bearded marine soldier. At this moment, the vine whip in Rog's hand suddenly swung out. Vine whip, choke. The marine soldier's throat was entangled with a cane whip. At the same time, Zoro also shot, and he quickly reached the middle of the 2 marine soldiers, with Shui Zuo and Gui Che in his hands, each lying on the neck of a marine soldier. Sanji's foot directly kicked the individual artillery in the hands of a marine soldier. Luffy's rubber hands quickly grabbed both of them. "You guys," said the marine soldier, whose throat was tangled by the Roger vine. Marine soldiers present are the elites of Marine headquarters, and they are also the commandos of this airship. But the other party acted so quickly that they quickly realized that they were not dominant. And now they only have one rope to connect the airship. If they are broken, they will fall to the sea below. "Although we are pirates, we also want to enter this place with dignity," Rog said in a tough tone. "Damn it," said the lead bearded marine soldier. Now he clearly feels that these young pirates are not fuel-efficient lamps. "Okay, you can go first. We'll have Hawk Rear Admiral to deal with you," marine soldier said. "Okay, then you put away your weapons first," Roger said. This marine commando also memorized machine guns and handheld artillery first. At the same time, the door that opened under the pod was still open. "Okay, let's go in," Roger said. Luffy raised his hands and said happily, "It's great to go in. I didn't expect to be able to avoid fighting." Zoro put away the knife, but was still ready to unsheath it at any time. Nami looked at the open door and said, "I'm afraid there's a trap in here." Yes, don't go in," Usopp said. "Don't go in. Mary is caught by them now. If we don't talk, can we go?" Roger said. As soon as Rog said it, everyone became silent. Now that Mary was hanging under the airship, if the other party dropped it like this, Mary would be shattered to pieces. Rog is also sure that only by negotiating with the other party can he be rescued again. Rog threw the vine whip to the entrance above and was taken up by himself. Luffy uses his rubber ability to bring the others up too. Everyone entered the airship pod through the built-in door. This pod is really huge, comparable to the interior of a huge sea ship. The place where everyone is located is a huge room, and there is a huge passage in front of it, and the passage is flanked by small passages of various rooms. On the side there are huge glass windows. "Wow, it's bigger than Mary's cabin," Luffy said. Usopp looked around with a serious expression, and said, "There must be a hidden murderous intention here." I seem to smell the food. "There's a kitchen here," Sanji said. Those marine soldiers were also around. They all looked grim, but no one dared to act rashly. "Okay, take us to your rear admiral. Let's talk to him," Zoro said. "Okay, lead the way," Roger said to the bearded marine soldier. The marine soldier was unhappy and led Roger, Luffy and the others to the front passage. Everyone was very vigilant and walked to the end of the front passage. Here is a large cabin surrounded by square glass windows. In the middle, a large table is placed in the center. Everyone working here was stunned when they saw Rog, Luffy and the others who were brought in. Then the soldiers with guns here quickly surrounded. "Hey, Zack, why didn't you tie them up?" asked a man in a colonel's uniform. "These guys are very strong. As soon as we got to the pirate ship that was hoisted up, they quickly countered us," said the bearded marine soldier. "These guys," the school official said in shock. "Marine commando on this airship." The school official was about to continue to ask, and when he was about to attack, a voice suddenly sounded. "No need." Rog and Luffy and Nami and the others saw the seat at the front of the table turn around. A man with sharp eyes and a face like a sea eagle sat there. The man was wearing a general's uniform and a wide cloak. "Welcome to Marine's new weapon, the Angel-class airship Saros." Then the man stood up and looked at the crowd with sharp eyes. Rog made eye contact with the man, feeling that the other's gaze was about to pierce into his body. "You're that Hawk Rear Admiral?" Roger asked. "Yes, first a Marine's Rear Admiral, who is in charge of this experimental weapon now." "Hawk Rear Admiral," the other party said. Chapter 42 Bird Fruit. Eagle Form. Rog looked at this Hawk Rear Admiral, and the other party's eagle-like eyes stared at the Straw Hat Pirates who were present, not letting anyone go. What? Airships? Experimental weapons? Luffy shouted. Yes, this Saros was built under the auspices of Dr. Vegapunk of the Science Force of the World Government. It is the first of the Angel-class airships. This airship can be said to be the symbol of the first Marine Aviation Force in history. Hawk Rear Admiral said. Science Corps? Sanji asked suspiciously. Yes, in addition to the most famous Marine, the world government also has other armed forces such as the Scientific Force. The Scientific Force is a force that specializes in the development and experimentation of various advanced weapons. Of course, they will also be used by Marine and other intelligence forces after they are developed. We are still Marine, just using the weapons of the Science Unit. Hawk Rear Admiral explained. Rog nodded and said, then your airship is attacking pirates in the Great Route for actual combat tests, right? Correct, pirates are the best target. Speaking of this, Hawk's Rear Admiral's eyes became very sharp. Then you didn't destroy our ships directly at the beginning, but captured them. I don't think this huge airship is without heavy weapons. Rog said again. Yes, the reason why I didn't destroy your ship in the first place was to capture the pirates and torture you. Then escort them to Marine's prison. Hawk's Rear Admiral tone became very vicious said. Damn, it turns out that this guy wants to look like this. Sanji said. It was meant to be caught and tortured, you bastard. I'm going to knock you out. Luffy said angrily, clenching his fists. Really, although you countered my Marine commandos, you still have to face the real powerhouse on this airship. Hawk Rear Admiral said. You guys go down first. Hawk Rear Admiral said to Marine who was surrounded by Rog and Luffy and others. The Marine soldiers distanced themselves. Now I'm going to show you my strength. Marine Rear Admiral, who looks like an eagle, spreads his hands. I saw that his entire body and face began to change drastically. His originally thin and slender hands became like the claws of an eagle. The body has grown larger, but overall is still thin. The face has changed from a human appearance to that of an eagle. Wow, that's weird, Luffy said in surprise. It's the face of a bird, Usopp said. More like an eagle, Zoro said. It seems that you are also capable, Rog said. Opponent is obviously Zone's Devil Fruit ability, and Zone generally has 3 forms. Human form, animal form, and beast form. Hawk Rear Admiral is now in human form. Yes, I am bird fruit. Eagle form. Hawk's Rear Admiral's voice became sharper. Well, now, I will compete with you one by one. If you lose, you will all accept my torture and go to prison. Hawk Rear Admiral looked at everyone with the eyes of an eagle staring at his prey. But, damn, is he very confident? Usopp's face was cold sweat. The others present, even Zoro, could feel the powerful murderous aura possessed by this Marine Rear Admiral who had transformed into a human beast form. The eagle-headed guy said, I'm going to have a wheel battle with you. Are you still not satisfied? If you win, I'll let you go. And of course, I'll bring your boat back to the sea safely. Don't you dare, Hawk Rear Admiral asked. What dare you? Watch me knock you out. Luffy said angrily. Okay, then let's start. But it's not convenient to fight here. So go to a large warehouse on this ship first. Hawk Rear Admiral said. A Marine sergeant led the way, then in a large warehouse on the airship. The Straw Hat Pirates are on one side, and Hawk, Rear Admiral and Marine are on one side. Okay, you come out first. Hawk Rear Admiral said. I'll come first. The first member of the Straw Hat Pirates to appear is the sunny Captain Luffy. Luffy clenched his fists, a simple face filled with fighting spirit and confidence to win. Luffy, come on. Usopp raised his hands and cheered. Yeah, fuck him, Luffy, Nami shouted with her mouth too. Rog, Sanji, and Zoro looked grimly at the battle that was about to begin. Vivi, Karoo and Marianne looked at it all silently. Hey, Nami, I've got something new here. Usopp cheerleader's gloves. Here's one for you. Usopp gives Nami a cheerleader glove decorated with strange flowers. It looks weird, Nami said, taking the glove. HMPH, you can see it too. The plants decorated on it are ancient plants on prehistoric island. It's cool to be decorated on cheerleaders' gloves. Usopp said proudly. Marine's side, Marine's soldiers were talking. Hawk Rear Admiral is in the habit of taking on prisoners again. It was always like this before, pirates were captured and then competed. Of course, do you need some powerful pirates? Although his character is very mean, he can always let us watch the abuse of pirates like this. Many pirates are simply killed in the contest. Although this gang subdued the commandos, they were facing the Hawk Rear Admiral. Hawk Rear Admiral walked to the middle of the warehouse, and Luffy was also 10 meters away from him. Okay, can we start? Luffy said, looking the man in the eye. Okay, you go first. Hawk Rear Admiral said confidently. Okay, rubber, pistol. Luffy stuck his right fist out at his opponent. Just as the fist was about to hit the opponent, the figure of Hawk Rear Admiral disappeared. What? Nami and Usopp were shocked. No, strictly speaking, the speed is extremely high and the effect is similar to teleportation. Zoro observed carefully. Well, your attack is quite flexible. You are the ability person of Rubber Fruit. Hawk Rear Admiral suddenly appeared behind Luffy and said. Rubber, bullets. Luffy threw the fist that was going forward behind him. The figure of the other party moved away when it was about to hit. This time Luffy looked around quickly, and there was no shadow of each other. Looks like you lost. Above Luffy's head, the figure of Hawk Rear Admiral suddenly appeared. Eagle kick. The opponent's leg kicked down Luffy's head. Rubber. Anti-aircraft guns. Luffy punched upwards. This time, the distance from the opponent is very close, which is the perfect time to attack. Eagle kick. Thousands of attacks. The opponent moved quickly at a very close distance, as if they had formed more than 10 clones, and kicked Luffy for a while. Ah! Luffy was kicked on the ground of the warehouse under the intensive attack, and even the wood on the ground shattered into a large piece. Humph! You want to counter me in melee combat. Hawk's Rear Admiral figure returned to the ground. Chapter 43 Fierce Hawk Rear Admiral. Hawk Rear Admiral looked at Luffy, who was knocked to the ground, with an eagle-like smile on his face. Luffy, it was, said Usopp, full of shock and anger. This guy is very powerful, Sanji said after watching the battle. At this moment, Luffy struggled to stand up again for a while. It's not over yet. Luffy bit Kiba and stood up. Hawk Rear Admiral looked at Luffy as if he were looking at his prey, and said, oh, what a tough guy. Then I'll beat you to the point where you can't stand up. Luffy's hands were rattling this time. Even though his body is rubber-like, he can make a bone-like sound when he squeezes his fingers hard. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy's fist slammed into Hawk's Rear Admiral quickly. Luffy punched so fast, it seemed like dozens of punches were hitting Hawk Rear Admiral. Hawk Rear Admiral moved quickly, and Luffy stepped up his attack. This time, the fists were all attacking within a semicircle except for the feet. Hit. Luffy's fist clearly hit his opponent. But at this moment, everyone present was shocked to see that Hawk Rear Admiral held Luffy's two fists firmly in midair with two eagle-like hands. What? Luffy looked at Hawk's Rear Admiral in surprise in midair. My biggest traits are speed, observation, and my two talons. Hawk Rear Admiral said proudly. The next two claws grabbed Luffy's fists, instead throwing his body away. You can't get up again this time. Hawk Rear Admiral slammed Luffy onto the floor of the warehouse, and then threw Luffy to the top and four walls of the warehouse. A loud bang, Hawk Rear Admiral finally threw Luffy to the ground, sinking his whole body into it. Rubber boy, it's really tough. Hawk Rear Admiral said. Like many people who were attacked by him in the past, they lost their lives, but after all, Luffy is a rubber man and is very resistant to fighting. However, I'll finish you off immediately. Hawk Rear Admiral jumped up suddenly, the eagle claws of his hands crossed in front of his chest. Flying Eagle Claw. Broken chest. Luffy grabbed a tube on the side wall of the warehouse and quickly pulled himself away. But the other party also quickly changed direction. PFF'd. While of blood, Luffy's chest was cut open by Hawk's Rear Admiral's two eagle claws in front of everyone. Luffy, Nami and Vivi and Usopp shouted in horror. Gudong. Luffy fell heavily on the floor of the warehouse. The crowd rushed over. Luffy, wake up, Nami said nervously. You are so tenacious in your life that you can't just die like this. Usopp said nervously, wrapping his arms around Luffy's body. Wait, his heart is still beating, Vivi said, checking Luffy quickly. Damn, this bastard. Sanji gave Hawk a stern look at Rear Admiral. Rog looked at this Hawk Rear Admiral, and the other party made a very deadly killing move. Those razor-sharp eyes and claws didn't want to give the fighting opponent any chance of survival. This man, he shot too hard. Zoro also said. Hawk Rear Admiral looked at everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. He swung his eagle claws and pointed at Sanji again. Next, you come, Hawk Rear Admiral said directly. Sanji stared hard at Hawk's Rear Admiral with his left eye under his curled eyebrows. HMPH, a man will not refuse a challenge. Sanji also walked to the center of the warehouse. The battle just now had already cracked the ground of the warehouse. Sanji lit a good cigarette and held it in his mouth. You come first, Hawk Rear Admiral said. Sanji is also ready to face this confident and sharp enemy. You Bird Rear Admiral, let me ask you one. If you really get rid of me and that green algae head and that brown-haired boy, will the others still fight? Sanji asked. HMPH, it depends on your wishes. If you admit defeat, then I will consider not dealing with those people personally. For example, I won't deal with any orange-haired girl with my own hands. But if they go to prison, they will not be able to do it. It's not my business, Hawk Rear Admiral said. Then listen up, Chlorella, Roger. If I can't win, then you must hold the last line of defense. Sanji said. Zoro and Rog both looked at the man with curly eyebrows. No problem, Roger said. Zoro didn't say a word, but he was already a blade ready to be unsheathed. I'm up. Front of Hawk Rear Admiral. First meet. Sanji's foot kicked Hawk Rear Admiral's head. Hawk Rear Admiral was full of confidence when he was about to grab Sanji's feet with his claws. At this moment, Sanji's feet quickly changed direction and kicked towards Hawk's Rear Admiral's legs and knees. Leg meet. Just as Sanji's feet were about to hit the opponent's legs and knees, Hawk's Rear Admiral's body moved away quickly. Damn. Sanji's attack failed. At this moment, Hawk Rear Admiral was behind Sanji. Flying Eagle Claw, sweeping the Thousand Army. The opponent's eagle claws were swept horizontally with Sanji's head. At this critical moment, Sanji suddenly fell forward. Eagle claws swept from above. Taking advantage of this gap in the opponent's attack, Sanji's body quickly turned upside down. Back meet. Sanji's foot kicked Hawk Rear Admiral's ribs in a handstand. This time, the opponent was unable to leave quickly because the arc was too large when he used the Flying Eagle Claw. Sanji's feet finally rubbed against the edge of his opponent's ribs. But this time, Hawk Rear Admiral moved to the rear in time. Sanji's foot only scratched the ribs. Really fast. Sanji's astonishing discovery, Hawk Rear Admiral quickly moved away. This time, his perfect continuous attack just gave the opponent some bruises on the ribs. Oh, your movements are really nimble. And more nimble than that rubber man in melee. Hawk Rear Admiral said, distanced himself from Sanji. Luffy's rubber ability is very advantageous in mid-range and long-range attacks and in dense attacks. But once within a meter or two, the flexibility is not as good as Sanji's leg attack. Not as good as Zoro's melee blade either. Damn, although I can feel some of the opponent's attack style. But it's still too fast. Sanji looked at his opponent worriedly. My speed is the biggest advantage. In the state of human and beast form, my speed can be used to catch bullets with my claws in melee combat. Hawk Rear Admiral said. Looks like I need a more intensive attack too, Sanji said. Chapter 44 Speed and Claws. Really? Hawk Rear Admiral said sinisterly. Sanji jumped up and narrowed the distance with Hawk Rear Admiral. Level 3 ground meat. Sanji's feet alternately and rapidly kicked out. In just 1 second, more than 10 kicked out. Hawk Rear Admiral was also hit a few times in the body and moved away quickly. Indeed, a mass attack is a good idea, Hawk Rear Admiral said. To deal with a guy like you that relies on speed, you must use a higher attack density. Sanji fell to the ground. He then quickly approached Hawk Rear Admiral. This time Sanji jumped over Hawk Rear Admiral's head. Skewer. Sanji's whole body was spinning like a top. Approaching Hawk's Rear Admiral, his left leg aimed at the opponent's body, which was a blow that concentrated his rotational power. Boom. The floor of the warehouse was shattered heavily by Sanji's left leg. It's moving really fast. Sanji reorganized his movements and said. Flying eagle legs. Hawk Rear Admiral aimed at Sanji's back and it was a blow. Marine Rear Admiral's movement speed in this human beast form is astonishingly fast. Damn. Sanji suddenly blocked the opponent's attack with his right leg. This blow was so powerful that Sanji's entire body was bounced off the wall of the warehouse by the opponent's power. Sanji was kicked away too. Usopp yelled. Sanji regained his footing. Mouth Kakuzu is bloodshot. Really, I blocked the attack with my legs, and I was kicked here by my spare strength. Sanji looked at Hawk Rear Admiral seriously. This guy's speed and strength are not ordinary strong. HMPH, your legs are the only way to attack. Compared with people who use fists and feet together, your legs are indeed a very powerful weapon. I think your strength is more than that. Hawk Rear Admiral used sharp looking at Sanji, he said. Indeed, let's take a look then, Sanji said. Sanji quickly ran towards Hawk Rear Admiral, his body jumping into the air. Secondary ground meat. Quote. Sanji kicked more than 30 feet in the blink of an eye. Hawk Rear Admiral blocked his chest with his arms and claws, protecting key parts. This attack seems to have had an effect. Hawk Rear Admiral was hit in the shoulder etc. Crush. Sanji spun around in midair, and finally kicked Hawk Rear Admiral's head. Flying Eagle Claw. Solitaire. Hawk Rear Admiral finally grabbed Sanji's feet with claws. He himself forcibly withstood the huge impact, and even the floor of the warehouse under his feet shattered. What? Sanji's expression became extremely surprised while still in midair. You've lost. Hawk's Rear Admiral roared like a hawk. Flying Eagle Claw. Crack. Hawk Rear Admiral Sanji's captured right foot pierced with both claws. At the same time, the sound of huge bones shattering resounded throughout the warehouse. There is a solution. Hawk Rear Admiral slammed Sanji to the side of the Straw Hat Pirates. Sanji hit the ground in front of him hard. Sanji you. No, Usopp said in shock. Bit Kiba and stood up. However, everyone saw blood flowing from his right foot, and the leather shoes were already scratched. Even the shape of the feet is a little Vivi deformed. It's fine. I have to continue with him. Sanji Kiba said biting. HMPH, don't you say that your right foot is already broken. You can't win with both feet, can you still fight with one foot? Hawk Rear Admiral said. Others also felt the dureness of the situation. At this time, suddenly the blade sounded for a while. With the sound of the blade unsheathed, Zoro walked in front of Sanji. Cook, leave it to me, Zoro said calmly. Sanji didn't say more, but watched Zoro come forward to deal with this enemy. Hawk Rear Admiral looked at Zoro carefully, and the young swordsman unsheathed all 3 of his knives. 2 in his hands, 1 in his mouth. Oh, you're a 3-sword style swordsman. It's really tricky. I'm good at hand-to-hand combat, but it's a lot more stressful when facing an enemy who uses a blade. I've competed with many swordsman generals in Marine, and I bet it's not taking advantage at all. This way I will solve you faster. Hawk Rear Admiral said. Hawk's Rear Admiral's entire body cannot withstand the damage of the blade. His duel with a swordsman like Zoro was actually an instant victory. Zoro's whole body actually burst out like a swordsman, but his body was still calm. Static breaking is the highest level of a swordsman. Aren't you going to shoot? Hawk Rear Admiral said. Zoro looked at the guy without saying a word. Flying Eagle Claw, Tianling Guy. Hawk Rear Admiral moved sharply above Zoro and aimed at Zoro's head and grabbed it. At this critical moment, Zoro's head snapped upwards and his arms crossed upwards. Ghost Slash. Zoro slashed with 3 swords. Hawk's Rear Admiral's claws slammed into Zoro's 3 blades. Hawk Rear Admiral's body moved quickly. Zoro's blade is very flexible in melee combat, and Hawk's Rear Admiral's claws have a short attack range, so you need to take advantage of speed instead. Well, the blade does make me a bit tricky. Hawk Rear Admiral moved back to the ground and said. Your speed is really fast, said Zoro, who was still holding the blade. Zoro can be said to have battled with many swordsmen, and he is cautious about the speed of the opponent's sword. It can be said that Zoro is the best at grasping the opponent's speed in the Straw Hat Pirates. Rear Admiral in front of him actually surpassed the attack speed of an unknown swordsman with only his pair of claws and his movement speed. The 3 sharp and long precious swords cannot reflect the advantage of the long blade. Zoro quickly retracted the scabbard with the snow in his mouth. Holding the word, Waidao, and Gito, in both hands, he started to fight with the opponent. Eagle Wave. Zoro seized the opportunity and swung 2 sword chi at Hawk Rear Admiral. Hawk's Rear Admiral disappeared quickly, but the sword chi knocked out a group of marine soldiers who were watching the battle nearby. Zoro used the Eagle Wave. Hawk Rear Admiral suddenly appeared behind him. Eagle Claws. Hawk's Rear Admiral's claws grabbed Zoro's back. Zoro turned around with the 2 knives along with his body. Rhinoceros. A tornado-like blade storm slashed all around. But there was a loud bang. Zoro flew out from below. Flying Eagle Leg. Amputation. Hawk Rear Admiral was lying on the ground almost on his back, with one leg kicking Zoro from below. And his claws and arms blocked most of the attacks above. Hawk Rear Admiral is back on his feet. Zoro hits the warehouse wall. The man gasped and regained his footing. Go on, Zoro said. Fine, I'll really keep you from holding your knife. Hawk Rear Admiral is full of more ferocious murderous aura. Chapter 45 Rog vs Hawk Rear Admiral. Hawk Rear Admiral's body moved quickly, rushing towards the front of Zoro. Zoro quickly pulled out the 3rd knife from the scabbard and put it in his mouth. Knife Wolf Flow. Zoro's 3 knives fluttered like willow leaves waving in the wind. His entire body is also very flexible. At this time, it seems that the attack from any direction will be effectively defended. Zoro now appears to be inside a shield formed by a blade storm. It's really hard to start, Hawk Rear Admiral said. But I can crack your attack with a ranged attack. Hawk Rear Admiral pulled away. This time, in the eyes of everyone, this Rear Admiral took off all his clothes. Hawk Rear Admiral, who is in human beast form, is now full of feathers on his upper body and arms. Eagle Feather. Dart Attack. Hawk Rear Admiral aimed his arms at Zoro, and the feathers on his arms shot at Zoro like darts. What? Zoro stared at the dozens of sharp feathers in shock. Daolongliu can defend against 10 powerful weapons. But these dense feather dart attacks are pervasive. The harsh slashing sound of the blade resounded throughout the warehouse, and a large number of feather darts fell off. But there are still a lot of successful hits to Zoro's body. The feather darts were as powerful as bows and arrows, and Zoro was traumatized and nearly fell to the ground. Eagle Legs. Hawk Rear Admiral knocked Zoro to the ground with the final blow. How? Nami said in shock. Zoro also failed. Usopp said anxiously. Sanji bit Kiba and said, the swordsman also lost. Damn. Hawk Rear Admiral looked at everyone and said, how about you? You have lost 3 people in a row. Sanji also looked at Rog and said, you are the last line of defense. Rog looked at Sanji and the others. Leave it to me. Rog walked towards the center of the warehouse. Hawk Rear Admiral looked at the brown-haired young man who stepped forward. You're the last one, and I'll knock you down. Hawk Rear Admiral made a smug voice. Can we start? Roger asked in a flat tone. HMPH, it seems you have some confidence. Hawk Rear Admiral said. Roger stared closely at the Marine Rear Admiral with eagle claws and took out 2 pineapple-like plants from his clothes. Pineapple, Hawk's Rear Admiral frowned. Rog calmly grabbed the 2 pineapples in his hands. Don't worry, these 2 pineapples are my weapons that have been transformed with fruit abilities, Rog said. Rog concentrated on using the fruit ability, and the lower half of the 2 pineapples changed rapidly, and finally became like 2 fists. The size has also changed from the size of an ordinary pineapple to larger than a human head. This is my newly modified plant weapon, the pineapple glove. Rog said with 2 pineapple gloves on his hands. Usopp, who was watching the battle, widened his eyes, observed the 2 pineapple gloves in Rog's hands, and said, it's really a strange weapon, actually using pineapples as gloves. Your ability has always created such a strange weapon. Sanji also said. Hawk Rear Admiral looked at Rog with displeased eyes and said, HMPH, you kid isn't trying to trick me, right? Soon you will see the power of this weapon. Rog put on pineapple gloves on his hands and got into a fighting posture. You have to dare to play with me, I want you to look good. Hawk's Rear Admiral body quickly rushed towards Roger. Flying eagle legs. Hawk Rear Admiral kicked Roger's head at an astonishing speed. At this moment, the sharp green pineapple leaves on the front of Rog's 2 pineapple gloves quickly grew to book meters long. Wrapped around Hawk Rear Admiral. What? Hawk's Rear Admiral body jerked back. But the fast-growing pineapple leaves cut several wounds on his leg like a soft saw. The people present, whether it was Usopp and Nami or the other marine soldiers, were shocked. Rog's seemingly odd 2 pineapple gloves actually have this kind of attack power. You are a mysterious weapon, and there is such a strange weapon. Hawk Rear Admiral said in shock. There were already several bloody cuts on his legs. This is just a weapon that I have transformed. I am a plant fruit person who can control and transform plants as weapons. Rog said. Hawk Rear Admiral widened his sharp eyes and said in surprise, the fruit of a plant, there is such a fruit. It is indeed a rare devil fruit, but this fruit contains infinite possibilities. Rog said. Hawk Rear Admiral looked at Rog, then raised his arms. You saw it just now, how do you dodge my long-range attack? Eagle feather, dart attack. Hawk's Rear Admiral's arms shot out dozens of sharp feathers. The pineapple leaves at the front of Rog's 2 pineapple gloves quickly formed a cloak and blocked the front. These pineapple leaves are so resilient that they block attacks like a very dense barbed wire. It can even defend against long-range attacks. Then I will attack you more closely. Make your 2 fists useless. Hawk Rear Admiral said. Hawk Rear Admiral moved extremely quickly this time, and moved directly behind Rog. Damn. Rog also broke out in a cold sweat. The opponent's speed is still a great threat. If you don't do it right, you're in danger of dying. Flying Eagle Claw. Hawk Rear Admiral grabbed Rog's back suddenly. A burst of blood spurted out, and although Rog dodged to the side, his back was still severely slashed. Rogue, Nami screamed. Damn, could it be that Rog also? Usopp bit Kiba and said, gnashing his teeth. Could it be that our last line of defense is? Sanji said with a grim expression. A sign of failure once it was successfully attacked by Hawk Rear Admiral. Ahahaha, no matter how hard you struggle, you will still fail in the end. Hawk Rear Admiral said hawkishly. Rog's back was injured and regained his footing. Pain came from behind. Blood splattered on the floor of the warehouse. Now Hawk's Rear Admiral's speed is the biggest killer. To turn the situation around, he must restrain his speed. It's not over yet, continue. Rog said. Hawk Rear Admiral looked at Rog and said, you really want to die? Let me tell you, although my rank is Rear Admiral, my strength is comparable to many Marine Vice Admiral. Speaking of which, you are such a young pirate. It is also the first time I have seen it. The strength is not bad. But it is a pity that you met me. There is no absolute formidable opponent, everyone has weaknesses. You are no exception, Rog said, looking directly into the opponent's sharp eyes. Hawk's Rear Admiral stared at Roger, his sharp eyes showing anger. Then I'll take a lesson. Chapter 46 Victory. Rog took out a rose from his clothes this time. This rose has 3 roses, which Roger put on his shoulders. What, rosé? Hawk Rear Admiral looked at Roger strangely. This is not an ordinary rose, it is a plant weapon I transformed, a 3-headed flaming rose. Rog said. But if you think about it carefully, have you mentioned your plant fruit ability? Hawk Rear Admiral said. With this, then I can beat you. Rog said with his eyes fixed on the other side. In addition, the leaves at the front ends of the 2 pineapple gloves that Rog wore on his arms also rotated like propellers. Oh, looks stronger, Hawk Rear Admiral said. Hawk Rear Admiral clenched his fists and moved quickly. Even so, then I can destroy you. Hawk Rear Admiral quickly moved above Rog. Flying Eagle Claws. Hawk's Rear Admiral grabbed Rog's head with both claws at the same time. At this moment, the 3 flaming roses on Rog's left shoulder aimed at Hawk's Rear Admiral. 3 flames shot straight and hit Hawk Rear Admiral's arms and head. Ah! Hawk Rear Admiral roared. At this moment, Rog seized the opportunity and slammed the front end of the pineapple gloves on his arms to his body. The front end of the pineapple glove was already spinning like a chainsaw, and Hawk Rear Admiral's body was hit hard. Immediately, blood scattered in the air. Asshole! The traumatized Hawk Rear Admiral quickly moved to the floor of the warehouse. Huge cuts were slashed across his chest and abdomen. Rog actually won, Usopp said in shock. It's true, turning defeat into victory. Sanji also sighed. Rog was also out of breath, and the attack just now took a great risk on his own. Although the 3-headed flaming roses reacted extremely fast, the opponent was extremely fast. It was just a matter of minutes before the outcome was decided. Huh, it finally succeeded, Rog said. It's not over yet. Hawk Rear Admiral roared like an eagle. This time it caused him great damage, and this Marine Rear Admiral's eyes were full of anger. Are you going to keep fighting? Roger said. No, I've decided to kill you all. Hawk Rear Admiral yelled in a voice that everyone could hear clearly. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at Hawk Rear Admiral in shock. Hey, you bastard, you agreed just now that if we win, then let us go. Sanji said contemptuously. HMPH, what principles do you teach pirates? Pirates are the incarnation of evil. Sin deserves death. Since you are pirates, there is nothing to say. Hawk Rear Admiral roared angrily. Usopp said with a serious face. What, the dignified Marine Rear Admiral is so shameless. Hawk Rear Admiral glared at Usopp fiercely, making Usopp's legs tremble with fright. I should have arrested or even executed you directly, but I just wanted to torture you villains who came out to be pirates. Now, first order all Marine soldiers on this airship to kill any pirate members. Hawk Rear Admiral said. Wait, Vivi suddenly stepped forward and said at this time. Huh, Hawk Rear Admiral said. Although we are pirates, what evidence do you have to prove that we are villains? Have we attacked civilians? Have we robbed business travelers? Vivi said righteously. Hawk Rear Admiral looked at Vivi in shock and absurdity, then laughed. Ahahaha, the pirate flag has been hoisted, and I have become a pirate. I actually said that I am not a bad person. Luffy, who was injured before, also woke up, and he immediately understood what was happening in front of him. Bastards, you're just treachery and framed us as bad guys. You're the bad guys. Luffy said, clenching his fists. Hawk Rear Admiral looked at Luffy and said, the loser can be alive again. Ah, it hurts. Luffy grinned at Kiba immediately. My Hawk Rear Admiral just now began to hurt again. You want to kill us all, my knife will not agree. The injured Zoro also looked at Hawk Rear Admiral with the blade in his hand. Hawk Rear Admiral, if you want to fight like this, then let's fight on this airship. Either you die, or I die. Rog walked to the front of the Straw Hat Pirates and said. Okay, now this SOS Airship is all a battlefield. Hawk Rear Admiral said sharply. Then the Marine Rear Admiral waved his hand and said, kill them. Dozens of Marine soldiers on standby in the warehouse rushed over together. Go. Marine soldiers charged with guns and swords. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy threw out more than a dozen fists in the blink of an eye, knocking Marine soldiers to the ground. Eagle wave. Zoro's double sword swung a powerful sword energy, knocking Marine soldiers flying. You bastards. Zoro kicked the Marine soldiers down one by one. Nami and Usopp and Vivi also cooperate with each other to fight. Okay, pineapple gloves. Spiral attack. The front ends of the two pineapple gloves on Roger's hands rotated like a chainsaw, cutting down the Marine soldiers. The leaf at the front of the pineapple glove is as sharp as a soft knife, and it spins with amazing power. Marine soldiers will be bounced off even if they attack with a saber. The three flaming roses on Rog's left shoulder locked the three Marine soldiers. 3 straight flames shot out, burning the 3 soldiers to the ground. Dozens of Marine soldiers were quickly brought down. Hawk Rear Admiral covered the wound on his chest and quickly left the warehouse. There are hundreds of elite soldiers on this airship. You can kill them all if you can. Also, if I treat the wounds, it will be your doom. Leaving a word, Hawk Rear Admiral disappeared without a trace. The floor of the warehouse is already filled with fallen Marine soldiers. It's all over, Luffy said. This bastard, don't blink. Sanji said. Hey, we're still stuck on this airship. Think of a way to escape, Zoro said. Yes, I don't want to be trapped here. Although Captain Usopp has great courage, it is not a good thing to stay here for a long time. There is also a fast run and that Miss Going Week is also here. We need to leave quickly. Isn't it? Vivi is in a hurry to get to Alabasta too. Usopp said. My real name is Marianne, and I'm all ready from the Baroque Works room, Marianne told Usopp. Yes, we need to get out of here quickly, Nami said. However, we still have a very important point. Roger said. Huh? Usopp asked. Since the SOS airship can fly, we simply seize control of the airship, Rog said. Chapter 47 The Capture of the SOS, and the Psychedelic Purple. Take control of this airship, everyone exclaimed. Yes, since it will take a long way to get to Alabasta, then just grab this airship. Rog said. The people looked at each other. Indeed, capturing this airship helped us a lot to get to Alabasta quickly, Vivi said with serious thought. And Mary is still hanging at the bottom of the airship pod, and we need to gain control of the airship anyway, Rog said. That's great, Luffy said happily. Capturing this airship will definitely have to face a lot of enemies. However, I, Captain Usopp, will lead my men to fight bravely. Usopp said with a puffed chest. Then what's the nonsense? Hurry up and act, Zoro said with a katana in his hand. Hey, the green algae head is in a hurry. Let's act quickly. Sanji didn't forget to tease Zoro. But everyone was injured to some extent. You need to pay attention. After all, the enemy is more familiar with the environment here. Rog said. We really need a doctor, Nami said. Everyone suffered a lot of damage in the previous battle with Hawk Rear Admiral. Come on, Marianne, you're on Karu's back. We need to act together, Vivi said. Marianne quickly got on the fast back. Rog looked at the talented painter in the former Baroque Works room. Marianne, you can help us a lot here. But let me elaborate, Roger said. Marianne looked at Rog, then nodded. Ah, all right. The little girl who was good at drawing took out the palette and brushes according to Rog's instructions. Ah, using her color cueing ability, Sanji said. Hey, don't you want her to paint the Birdman Marine Rear Admiral with the kind of pattern that can generate friendship? Usopp asked. Of course it's not possible, and in that case we need to defeat him first. But like that, it's superfluous. What we need is to use Marianne's pattern to produce maximum interference, so that we can successfully defeat the enemy here. Roger waved his hand and said. Roger said a few more words to Marianne, then said, okay, it's time to start. Marianne came to Usopp with a palette and brushes in hand. Marianne directly began to paint a purple circle pattern on Usopp's shirt with a brush. Hey, what's this? Usopp yelled in distress. Let's look at Usopp now, Rog said. Everyone looked at Usopp, and saw that there were two other Usopps beside Usopp. How could this be? Nami said in shock. What's wrong? Usopp asked in confusion. Well, you have two extra shadow clones. Roger said. Rog looked at Marianne again and said, this is Marianne's psychedelic purple. It can make objects painted with patterns appear to other viewers to have the same avatar. Really? Captain Usopp has two more little brothers. Usopp said immediately with his eyes shining. Hey, it's just identical twins. Nami complained. Look at it, I want it too, Luffy said immediately. Roger continued to the others. So, I asked Marianne to draw this pattern for everyone. It can disturb the enemy in battle. The crowd immediately cheered. Draw it for me now, it's so fun, Luffy said, rushing to Marianne's side. It's good, but it will stain your clothes. But for safety's sake, let's draw it. Nami raised her mouth and weighed the pros and cons. Sanji regretfully patted his black suit, which is not good for drawing. He had to take off his suit jacket, revealing the white shirt underneath. No way, there are too many enemies here. And that damn rear admiral, I'll draw it too, Sanji said. Zoro gave him a disdainful look and said, Cook, haven't you always called yourself heroic? Why are you painting this pattern now? That's because my foot was injured, and don't you paint. Look at the wounds on your body, it's like being shot into a sieve by a bow and arrow. Sanji said immediately. I didn't say you don't need to draw. It's just that you always claim that you can smash all powerful enemies with just your legs. So I ask you, Zoro said as he asked Marianne to draw him a pattern. After a lot of hard work, Marianne finally painted a purple pattern in the shape of a circle for everyone and everyone who ran fast. Rog now also drew a purple circular pattern on his chest, standing in front of the crowd to observe the crowd. Very well, we have gone from 8 people and 1 duck to 24 people and 3 ducks. The Marines will be terrified when they see this. And even if they can continue fighting, I'm afraid they will know. Roger said happily. Oh, 3 Usopp, 3 Sanji, 3 Zoro, 3 Nami, 3 Roger, 3 Vivi, 3 Fast, 3 Marianne. So cool, Luffy delighted shouted. Usopp looked at the crowd and said, Captain Usopp's army set off. Good. Everyone left the warehouse and started going. Well, since we're going to capture this airship, how many people do we need to take down? Nami asked suddenly. Everyone, Roger said. Really? Usopp asked in surprise. Of course, the Marines on this airship are all our enemies. Sanji said with a new cigarette. Don't worry, are we all young and sea warriors, and now everyone else sees us as 3 of us. Rog patted Usopp on the shoulder and said. Ah, the thought of having 3 phantoms gives me a lot of relief. No, it was that Captain Usopp who led everyone to victory. Usopp's face became full of momentum again. Look, there's a group of enemies ahead, Zoro said. A large group of heavily armed Marine commandos rushed forward, and these Marine commandos charged with machine guns in both hands. It's not a good comber. Then, Luffy, let's come first, Roger said. The front ends of Rog's 2 pineapple gloves quickly grew to several meters long and formed 2 hat-like covers. The 3 flaming roses on Rog's shoulders were already aimed at 3 Marine soldiers. Marine Commando commander gave the order, target the pirates and fire. The opponent picked up the machine gun in his hand and fired for a while. The bullets densely hit the protective hat formed by the leaves at the front end of Rog's pineapple glove. But it didn't penetrate. The hardness of these leaves is comparable to that of thin iron plates. The opponent can't penetrate. Chapter 48 Elite Marine Commando. What's wrong? The other party seems to be using a weapon modified by a plant. These leaves can't even penetrate bullets. The major who commanded the Marine Commando said in surprise. And sir, the number of these enemies seems to have increased, said a Marine Commando soldier. Indeed, I remember reporting that there were only 8 of these enemies in total, and 1 duck. There were even children among them. How could it be? Marine Commando Major said. But at this time, Rog also launched a counterattack. The 3 flaming roses on Roger's shoulders aimed at the 3 soldiers with machine guns of the Marine Commandos. 3 flames shot out in a straight line, hitting the 3 Marine Commando soldiers accurately. What? Flames? Marine Commando Major said in shock. They were also the first to discover the flames shot in a straight line. Next, after more than 10 seconds, 3 more straight flames shot out, and 3 more Marine Commandos were hit and fell to the ground. What a bunch of pirates that can't be underestimated. Hurry up and use the smoke bombs. The Marine Commando Major ordered quickly. Marine Commandos remove some of the smoke-marked ball bombs from their bodies. Okay, all cover up. After the smoke bombs were thrown to the ground and exploded, a huge smoke was quickly formed in the large passage of the airship. What? These guys are gone, Luffy said. I didn't expect to use smoke bombs. Roger said. Usopp immediately clenched his fists and said dissatisfiedly, these guys actually use smoke bombs, which is simply copying Captain Usopp. Really, why are you going like this? You can't see the front. Nami said worriedly. All pirates, what you are facing is only to capture. We are the elite Marine Commandos on the Saros, with combat capabilities and weapons that you can't fight at all. The voice of the Marine Commando Major came from the smoke. At this time, Rog had a calm expression on his face, and said, well, I admit that you are elite Marines. It is much stronger than ordinary trash fish. But it is very easy to deal with your smoke. The leaves at the front of Rog's 2 pineapple gloves spread quickly, no longer looking like a hat. Then it started to spin like a propeller. The leaves of Rog's 2 pineapple gloves are like fans, blowing away the smoke in the passage. The smoke in the passage was blown away, and the Marine Commandos appeared again. How could it be? Marine Commando Major said in shock. The smoke bomb is one of the killers of the commando. It is used here and the Marine Commando is familiar with the internal structure of the airship, but it has an advantage. Now it's time to fight head to head. Okay, start charging now. Rog said. Okay, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates charged in high spirits. The leaves at the front of Rog's 2 pineapple gloves quickly stopped spinning and turned into 2 hat-like covers. Using the hat formed by these 2 leaves, Rog was able to cover other people besides himself. Luffy charged at the front of the crowd, and this rubber man captain who was not afraid of bullets charged the most evil. Aim for these guys rushing over. Yes, those 3 in straw hats, Commando Marine ordered. 5 Marine Commandos armed with machine guns aimed their machine guns at Luffy and his 2 phantoms. Fire! The dense bullets hit Luffy's body, and the one that hit the phantom was shot against the wall of the nearby passage. But to the surprise of the Marine Commando soldiers, Luffy's body was hit by the bullets as if it had hit a kind of rubber, instead of penetrating, but pulling the body back with a lot of bullet trails. Give it back to you. Luffy bounced hundreds of bullets back at the Marine Commandos. The bullets hit the 5 Marine Commando soldiers, but the chest, abdomen and head joints of these Marine Commando soldiers were protected by iron protective gear, so most of the bullets were blocked. Fortunately, there are protective gear to protect. Continue to attack. Just as these Marine Commandos were about to continue their attack. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy punched more than a dozen times in an instant. 5 burly Marine Commando soldiers fell. Rubber. Whip. Luffy stretched out his feet and swept the two marine commandos like a whip. Damn, this kid is not afraid of bullet attacks. It seems to be a fruit power. Those two seem to be phantoms. But I have to use this. Marine Commando Major said. Try this, rubber boy. Commando Marine took a palm-sized orb bomb from the bomb on his waist, with the nail logo on it. Bomb was dropped on the ground beside Luffy. Huh, it's a bad throw. Luffy looked at the bomb that rolled to his feet. Then the bomb exploded. In addition to explosives, there are dozens of nails. Wow, it hurts. Luffy screamed, nails all over his body. The two phantoms also made the same action of being injured. Marine Commando Major grinned to Luffy. You can bounce round bullets, but these nails are so sharp that you really can't bounce them. These nail bombs are made for Marine Commandos to fight a lot of enemies, and in addition I'm afraid the two are your phantoms. But it can also blow up who is the real one. Keep hitting him with nail bombs. Commando Major Marine ordered. Marine Commando soldiers threw nail bombs one after another. In the violent explosion, Luffy was riddled with nails. It hurts, it hurts. Luffy screamed. Nami and Usopp, who were behind Rog's cover charge, complained in dissatisfaction. This idiot, rushing so fast, now he has become a hornet's nest. Nami said dissatisfied. Really, how can these guys have so many styles of weapons? Could it be that there are also master weapon crafters in Marine like Captain Usopp? Usopp said. Rog looked at the situation ahead and said, it's not good, Luffy is being suppressed now. After a long time, I'm afraid he can't stand it either. The three flaming sunflowers on Roger's shoulders aimed at the three Marine Commando soldiers who were throwing nail bombs. 3 hot flames shot straight at the 3 Marine Commando soldiers, and the 3 Marine Commando soldiers fell to the ground after being hit. Nice weapon, Zoro also praised. At this moment, more than a dozen Marine Commando soldiers suddenly blocked the front, and the first row of them aimed at Rog and the others with machine guns. The second row is to drop nail bombs. Nail bombs were thrown and exploded violently beside Roger and the others. A large number of nails were shot in all directions under the impact of the explosion, resulting in secondary damage. Damn, Rog suddenly felt that some parts of his body were also inserted by nails. Chapter 49. Go ahead. The hat made of his 2 arms, gloves and leaves can block bullets, but the nails flying out of these nail bombs can be ejected using the environment. It hurts, ah, Usopp screamed when a nail was inserted into the tip of his nose. Zoro, it's up to you. Use a long-range sword move. Rog said. Got it. Zoro clenched the 2 knives in his hands. Eagle wave. Zoro saw 2 sword chi with his 2 knives, and the sword chi really flew towards the Marine Commandos ahead like a giant eagle spreading its wings. Under the huge killing of the sword chi, more than a dozen Marine Commando soldiers were shot into the air. But these Marine Commando soldiers are carefully selected and strong soldiers in Marine, and have excellent iron protective gear. Most of them climbed up quickly again. Look at me. Sanji turned somersaults by himself and rushed to the front of the enemy. Sanji rushed to the midst of several Marine Commando soldiers. Banquet table, kick package. Sanji put his hands on the ground and started kicking the enemy upside down with his feet. Sanji's right foot was hit hard by Hawker Rear Admiral before, so the kicks were basically left foot attacks. However, this attack is still not bad. These Marine Commandos were the last to be knocked down. The 3 flaming roses on Rog's shoulders attacked again, and 3 straight flames hit the 3 Marine Commando soldiers. Approaching Major Marine and less than 10 remaining enemies, Rog spread the leaves from the front of the 2 pineapple gloves from the hat. Melee combat, I'm not inferior. The leaves at the front of Rog's pineapple gloves spun like propellers. Rog's 2 pineapple gloves were like giant chainsaws, hitting the Marine Commandos. Marine Commandos turned pale when they saw this powerful weapon. The leaves at the front of Roger's pineapple glove slashed at the Marine Commandos. After a while of screaming, the pineapple glove slashed the bodies of these Marine soldiers, and the protective gear that hit their chest and vitals could not be cut. However, the associated vibration effect and the damage to the parts that are not covered by protective gear are extremely harmful. HMPH, bastard. Smelly pirate, let me be your opponent. Marine Commando Major drew a long sword from his waist and stabbed Roger. Rog's pineapple glove hit the long sword with the rotating leaf at the front, and the harsh friction sounded for a while, making people's ears almost deaf. Chang! With a crisp sound, the long sword in the Marine Commando Major's hand was deflected. Next, the leaf at the front of Roger's pineapple glove stopped spinning. Go away! Rog hit the Major's abdomen with 2 punches at the same time. Although he was protected by iron protective gear, the guy was also beaten out more than 10 meters away. Finally, this wave of more than 30 Marine Commando soldiers were all defeated. Huh, these guys are all killed. Rog said. Ah, it's really hard not to use the right foot. Repeat customers need a good treatment. Sanji also said. Stop talking about that, look at our captain, Zoro said. Everyone saw that Luffy was covered in nails like a hornet's nest. Ah, it hurts, Luffy shouted. Seeing Luffy's appearance, Usopp hurriedly laughed, like a hedgehog. From now on, you can stop calling him the rubber boy, let's call him the hedgehog boy instead. If there is a photo, I really want to take it for you. Nami said with a weird smile. Vivi sighed, looking at the crowd and Luffy. I thought this captain was too unreliable. Rubber balloons. Luffy inhaled a lot immediately. Luffy's whole body became like a giant balloon. At this time, the nails on his body were also squeezed out. Huh, it's finally back to normal, Luffy said, panting. I really like how you looked just now, hee, Usopp said. Luffy looked at him angrily, and said, okay, you're happy with me looking like that. Now everyone, let's continue going. The Hawk Rear Admiral will probably fight us again once the wound is healed. Rog said. Also, isn't the enemy on this airship unusual? There are still some powerful elite commandos like this. The most annoying thing is the Birdman Rear Admiral. Sanji said. That Birdman Rear Admiral is disgusting. If he comes again, I'm afraid we can't take it anymore, Usopp said. The most urgent task is to get to the command room of the airship, Rog said. Rog and the others continued along the main passage toward the airship's command room. Here again, Zoro said, looking at the large group of Marine soldiers who appeared ahead. Marine soldiers appeared in front, but there were no Marine commandos. Luffy was the first to rush to the front. Rubber machine gun. Luffy's fist directly knocked the Marine soldiers flying. Eagle wave. Zoro held 2 swords and cut out 2 sword chi. Soon, these dozens of ordinary Marine soldiers were brought down. More than a dozen well-equipped Marine Commando soldiers stood in front. Marine Commandos aimed their weapons at Rog and Luffy. Each is armed with a heavy rifle that fires small shells. Fire! With the sound of firearms, more than a dozen small shells flew towards the crowd. Rubber balloons. Luffy inhaled immediately, causing his body to inflate into a balloon. More than a dozen small palm-sized shells all hit Luffy's body. Wow! The small shells exploded immediately. Luffy didn't even bounce back. Luffy! Everyone saw Luffy being blown away. What's wrong, won't this guy bounce back? Usopp said. No, the shells exploded as soon as they hit Luffy, Sanji said. Could it be that these are shells that explode as soon as they hit the target? Zoro said, looking at the enemies with heavy rifles. They're going to shoot again, Roger said. More than a dozen Marine Commando soldiers from the other side loaded their heavy rifles again. Another wave of more than a dozen small artillery shells fired. Damn it, Zoro couldn't use his sword to cut off the shells. Because these shells are likely to explode as soon as they hit the blade. It would be fine if it were an ordinary shell, Sanji said urgently. If you insist on intercepting now, I am afraid that even yourself will be involved in the explosion. This is the only way. Rog urgently used the plant fruit ability. The leaves at the front of his 2 pineapple gloves are more exaggerated. Two huge shields, each up to 5 meters wide, were formed, capable of blocking the passage. "Ah, it's over," cried Usopp. After a while of violent explosion, Rog's shield composed of 2 pineapple leaves was blown up, but also successfully blocked the attack. Chapter 50 – From outside the airship. "Well, it's my turn to fight back." The 3 flaming roses on Rog's shoulders locked the 3 Marine Commando soldiers, and 3 straight flames shot out. 3 Marine Commandos were hit and fell to the ground. "Hurry up and reload it again, the pirates are rushing over." Marine Commandos hurriedly reloaded their heavy rifles with small shells. It's too late. Rog got to Luffy's side, and at the same time the leaf on the front of the pineapple glove had already been detached. At Luffy, Roger slammed Luffy into the middle of the group of Marine Commandos. "Ah, that's right. Rubber. Scythe." Luffy was being sent flying. His arms were open, and his arms were like 2 long scythes reaping the Marine Commandos. The Marine Commandos roared for a while, all being led down. "Damn, this kid. After all, these Marine Commandos are powerful elites with strong bodies and protective gear." They quickly regained their footing and were ready to fight again. But Luffy jumped up immediately, sticking his feet down together. Rubber. Spear tip. The bottom Marine Commando soldier was all beaten down. "Damn, since this kid is a rubber man. Then cut this guy with a knife." A Marine Commando hurriedly drew a saber from his waist and slashed at Luffy. At this time, 3 straight flames hit 3 Marine Commandos who were about to hit Luffy. Luffy looked in the direction of the attack and said with admiration, "Good job, Roger." "Don't be shocked, watch your back," Roger shouted quickly. Marine Commando soldier armed with a saber was about to decapitate Luffy. At this time, Luffy's body suddenly dodged to the side. The Marine Commando soldier's saber fell heavily on the ground, slashing a crack in the ground. "Scared me." Luffy unhappily punched the Marine Commando soldier from the side. Even with the iron armor, the Marine Commando soldier was severely injured in the face by the blow of Luffy's punch. Although the iron armor can block the penetration of sharp weapons, it cannot block the transmission of power. Rog also rushed up, waving a pineapple glove at a Marine Commando and punching him. This punch was enough to knock a cow into the air, and the burly Marine Commando slammed into the wall beside the main passage, and even the wall was dented. And Zoro also caught up, and the 2 of them swept away the remaining enemies with their foot skills and blades. "Where's the enemy? They've all been wiped out by you guys. Why didn't you wait for Captain Usopp?" Usopp put on his goggles and held a slingshot with a vigilant look. "Okay, now we're about in the middle of the airship pod. The rest will only be where there will be more resistance," Rog said. "Yeah, will there be more of these guys?" Luffy said, glancing at the Marine Commando soldier on the ground. "Anyway, there will be more enemies." "Right," Zoro said. "This is not the most important thing, even these commandos are just high-level cannon fodder. The key is that Birdman Rear Admiral," Sanji said. "Yes, we are most worried about that Hawk Rear Admiral," Rog said. "For everyone, Hawk Rear Admiral is the biggest threat." "Okay, worry about what that Birdman Rear Admiral is doing. Keep punching him," Luffy said, clenching his fists. "Anyway, once everyone encounters that guy, they must fight with all their strength," Rog said. "Don't worry, I won't let Miss Nami and Miss Vivi get hurt." Sanji immediately made a heroic expression of saving beauty. "Really, that's all up to you," Nami said with a wave of her fingers. Sanji clenched his fists after seeing it, and said with love in his eyes, "Miss Nami, I will fight for you as if I were actually." "Wait, do we really need to go in this tunnel?" Rog suddenly said with a bright eye. Everyone looked at Rog. Rog took off the pineapple glove in his left hand, and then took out his further improved rattan whip from his clothes. There are also some huge pieces of glass on the sides of the airship pod. After Roger walked in, he smashed the glass window with the pineapple glove in his right hand. "Okay, let's go to the command room from outside," Roger said. It turned out to be from outside. Zoro said. Great, Luffy said excitedly when he saw the outside. It's a good choice, Sanji said. Nami hesitated after seeing this and said, do we really have to go from outside? Because it's a raid. It only takes 2 or 3 people, and others can stay in the room in the airship pod first. Rog said. Great, Nami said with a sigh of relief. Usopp beat his chest and said, originally, Captain Usopp also wanted to go. It's easy to make a surprise attack from the outside of the airship. However, it is also an important task to detect the enemy's situation inside this huge airship. So I decided to wait. Here. How many people are there? Roger said. I'll go, Luffy said, raising his hands. I'll go too, Zoro also said. Just as Sanji was about to say it, Nami suddenly saw a bad situation and stood in front of him. Sanji, you stay, Nami said with admiration with her big watery eyes. Seeing Nami's trusting expression, Sanji's heart skipped a beat. Okay, Miss Nami is here. And Miss Vivi, you are here too. Then as a knight, I'll be here to protect everyone, Sanji said with a radiant expression. Zoro turned his head in disdain and said, alas, this idiot cook has become a nympho again. Then let's go, said Roger. Rog, Luffy and Zoro climbed out of the airship through the broken glass window. Be careful, Vivi shouted. Don't worry about them, we still have enemies everywhere, Nami said. Sanji said with a smile on his face, don't worry, there's me too. Stop talking about that now. Hurry up and find a room to hide, Usopp said. Outside the airship pod, this huge airship is now more than 1,000 meters in the air. The surrounding blue sea and blue sky can be seen very clearly. Wow, that's spectacular, Luffy exclaimed. Really, this is not the time to look at the scenery, Zoro said. Rog looked at everything around him, and the scene here was truly spectacular. But if it falls, it's hard to say. Roger now uses the vine whip to tie the cable next to the pod that connects to the airbag above.